little about Palestine. Some of you may know a lot. So I've tried to be mindful of this in the writing of my speech. Just over a year ago, Al Jazeera journalist and Christian Palestinian Shireen Abu Akleh was murdered in cold blood for exposing the daily war crimes that so-called Israel carries out against Palestinians as part of its ongoing genocidal settler colonial project. Shireen's martyrdom has helped to further expose to the world what so-called Israel really is. But Shireen is just one of many. Since 2000, the Zionist entity, or so-called Israel, which I will call it, has murdered at least 55 journalists, to say nothing of the tens of thousands of Palestinian men, women, and children who have succumbed at the hands of Zionists since the first Intifada, or Palestinian uprising, in 1987. It's all too easy to tune out, I get it. But understand that this is precisely what those in power want. In fact, we are intentionally bombarded literally 24/7 with both real and manufactured crises. In the case of Palestine, what is it you hear? Often our people are called terrorists for resisting their illegal occupation, and the occupying entity, we're told, has a right to defend itself. If a child is kidnapped and held captive against their will and tries to escape their captor by any means necessary, does the captor have a right to defend themselves? At best, the issue is infantilized, reduced to the idea of two kids who simply like to fight and can't be controlled. This framing encourages you to tune out because it intentionally muddies the waters, a duplicitous tactic used by the media and by Zionists in general to diffuse solidarity among well-meaning but misinformed allies. But even muddy water does not entirely obscure the images in its reflection. And the ugly face of so-called Israel becomes ever clearer with each passing day. And this is their greatest fear. It is the greatest fear of any abuser, in fact, to be exposed for what they really are. And this is why any person or group dedicated to Palestinian liberation is frequently targeted by Zionists and their institutions because of the Zionist fear of exposure. Of people around the world finding out what Zionism is really about. And
welcome, my friends, my family. Welcome to part 2 of this amazing summit. This has been fantastic. We just finished speaking to Chris Moss. We have Marco, who lead worker co-ops. We had a lot of great union. We had a union organizer for federal employees. He was on with radio guests. A lot of great guests is on, and we're going to talk about Israel-Palestine, something that we bring up all the time on this show. It is, to me, the litmus test. Like, if you get this issue wrong, especially as a Black American, because there's been a long-standing history of solidarity between African Americans, South Africans, and their apartheid, and Palestinians. So when I see people get this issue wrong, I see the same person get the issue wrong of anti-Blackness. Like, it's a giant blind spot to have. And many people don't know what Zionism is. People don't see the face of Zionism. And that's what we try to show all the time. And this is from Palestinian Community Network. We had Nicole Mandela on our show. Big shout out to Ashley. You heard Ashley here. She's from Madison for Palestine, also with Palestinian Community Network. That was her speaking. And I want to give a big shout out to Ashley for helping me throw this together. She's the same person to help us get Nicole Mandela on our show. She's a very powerful advocate for Palestinian rights. So as our guest, Faraz Halal from the Palestinian Community Network, who is an activist and an artist as well. Thank you for joining us, Faraz. It's an honor to be in constant dialogue and communication with the Palestinian Community Network. Welcome to the RBN Activist Summit.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you for this invitation. I appreciate you.
So the video that we played earlier was actually speaking on the issue of Israel-Palestine. So for the people who are not familiar with your organization and why this issue is so important, I want to use that as a way to introduce you to the audience. So I want you to explain what the Palestinian Community Network is all about, your activism, and you can also sprinkle why this issue is so important. So it's a good introduction to our audience if you want to take that on for us.
Thank you so much. So the Palestinian community, USPCN, Palestinian Community Network in the US, is an intergenerational grassroots movement. We're transnational, so we operate in North America. And we're basically working, we're not in solidarity with the Palestinian movement, we're actually part of the Palestinian liberation movement. So we're working towards Palestinian liberation, which I believe, in my opinion, also is liberation for all. So we know that, our Nakba, which is not an event, it's an ongoing process that began, the Nakba is an Arabic word for catastrophe. This refers to the ongoing ethnic cleansing, genocidal campaign that the Zionist entity commits on a daily basis against Palestinians. And this refers to our dispossession. This has been going on for more than 75 years. It actually began, with the British occupation of Palestine, which then laid the groundwork for a Zionist entity to actually appear and to, manufacture this false state that does not have any right to exist. Whereas our right to defend ourselves and our right to protect ourselves is a given. And it is time for the Nakba to end and not to exist anymore. And is contingent upon, our partners in the US, people that claim to be fighting for, liberation out here in the US, whether it's, DSA, other groups, all of these groups, our values are pretty much aligned, and you cannot fight for liberation of, just look at the geographic location of Palestine, right? It literally connects Asia and Africa together, and the entity has been installed, as a thorn in the spine of any kind of non-alignment movement, any kind of liberation movement that works towards all of the wretched of the earth. Obviously, I have more to speak on that and to share, but I'll start us off there, and let you all.
Yeah, I want to, because you said a very few powerful things I 100% agree with. You guys have the right to defense.
Yes.
You guys understand, according to the UN Charter, occupied people have the right to self-defense. So what the Zionists do, they always use underhanded, flat-out racist tactics where they say these people are terrorists for having the audacity of defending their home.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Faraz.
No. I don't mean to cut you off, Nick, but absolutely, you're absolutely right. And just look at the origins. The other day I came across this news network. It's very powerful, and I think you would be very interested in learning more about it. The Cradle, it's called, and they, there was an operation that was done by the Haganah, which is like the Haganah, the Irgun. These are actual, terrorist groups. I know that word lost its meaning kind of because, you basically throw it around against anybody who doesn't agree with you, who is resorting to some kind of, armed struggle. But the Haganah and the Irgun, they did the explosion, the operation in King David Hotel in Jerusalem in 1946. And that was actually the first televised terrorist operation. These groups actually went on to form the IOF, the Israeli Occupation Forces. It's not defense forces, it's actually occupation forces, because they're occupying all of Palestine by power, and what Americans or people in the US and in the belly of the beast, fail to understand or seem to struggle to understand is what it means to live under occupation. That means that every aspect of your life is governed and controlled by an entity that will forever be foreign, that will never be integrated into the region, whether it's the Arab-speaking world, whether it's a Muslim world, but this kind of framing of when it comes to using certain chokehold words, right, like terrorism, anti-Semitism, all these serve is just to stifle and silence any kind of critique. So it becomes very important for people in the West to really expose Zionism for what it really is, and to study, what are Zionists actually talking about when nobody, with among themselves. Like if you listen to Israeli media, it's a place that is constantly going more and more and more to the right, and we're witnessing that moment. We're at a very critical moment for Palestinian liberation, with the judiciary system like overhauled by Netanyahu, and the right wing is only becoming more and more emboldened, right? And what that means to Palestinians is that we're no longer even able to access our holy spaces, our public spaces. They want to assert control even over these areas because they pose a threat to the myth that Israel has been.
To that point, to show you how bad the propaganda is on the West, you will see headlines about this all the time where it will say Israeli soldier attacked at a mosque. And I'm like, why would the Israeli soldier at the mosque? Why are they there? Like, so I want people to understand this happened all the time where Israeli soldiers, they will raid a mosque, holy places, committing the most cardinal sin of violating people in their sacred place. But God forbid a Palestinian throw a rock at those soldiers who does that. Now imagine how the evangelical radicalized Christian in America will react if you had outsiders, colonizers kicking in the door of their church. How would these Second Amendment gun-toting Americans react to an occupying force attacking their holy site? But they want to say that Palestinians are in the wrong? It's absolutely absurd. So I want to show this because this is, if I go through all my research of Palestinian, the Israel-Palestinian
Nick, I'm sorry. How they should react, it should be no reaction because, their actions and the things that they say, they say that they agree with these things. They don't give a fuck about the peace treaties that we have even broken in America. They still, survive and benefit off of this stolen land to this day. So if it was another occupying force that come and throw a coup or, hold y'all hostage, you shouldn't do a damn thing because you agree with it. And what goes wrong will come back around. The chickens will come home to roost. We don't know when.
Absolutely.
We don't know when, but
that's what's happening right now. Like, they think like, even liberal Zionists are trying to give cover out here in the West with, image Israel, like all that liberal.
How will you define a liberal Zionist? Because we talk about this concept a lot on the show. So I want to hear from you. How will you define that?
I mean, they are the people that want that. First of all, they're interested in co-opting left language, like leftist language and leftist tactics.
You guys know what you talk about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They co-opt this language and they wrap up. Basically, what they do is like the same thing that the right does. They just wrap it up in a nicer packaging that is more palatable and acceptable, by today's in certain groups, in certain circles, basically, to gain legitimacy. But their goal is to give cover. I mean, there's a lot of like, oh, there's socialists, a lot of the kibbutz, the early kibbutz, they were socialists. Yes, but who was actually giving cover for the kibbutz? It was the terrorists, Ergun, Haganah, Stern gangs. Like these are, that is giving cover. And right now, the entity understands very well that the popular support for the entity is waning in the West. And that's why they have been turning east, with these normalization agreements, whether it's with the UAE, trying to get Saudi Arabia into the fold, but really Palestine is really every autocrat's nightmare, like now they're losing global support. So now they're heading towards autocratic nations, basically, to give it like a lifeline, basically, because that's what, they know that liberation is inevitable. Like our liberation is only inevitable. And I think everybody around the world has been inspired by Palestinian liberation. And when I say like, I mean Palestinians in the homeland, right? Like we're our role is to provide a cradle for them, to support them. But,
one of the ways you see this is, I don't know if you saw during the World Cup in Qatar, and
Yes.
Carter always struggles to say that, but in the World Cup, there was a ton of Israeli journalists that was there.
Yes.
And they was being hounded by everyone around the world.
Rightfully so.
And I don't know if you saw that. We did a segment a long time ago. I wish I can find a video. It was a while ago during the World Cup where it was a thing where Israeli reporters, Israeli people was asked this question by the international community: do you condemn Israel? Do you stand with Palestine? Do you support apartheid? Right. So there's a global movement. Lula, the leader of by far the largest country in Latin America, is a consistent ally of the Palestinian people. You have Xi Jinping. You have all these people that's outside the real axis of evil. I call it the axis of evil. The NATO establishment, the UK, Ukraine, and the United States. These are the countries, by the way, who vote against condemning Israel, by the way. Meanwhile, 80% of the global population is against Israel and the Zionist movement. And that's what is important to know. The world condemns this. We are in the heart of empire. We get constant Israeli apartheid propaganda, which RFK Jr. is helping propagate, who's running as president of Israel, apparently. Like RFK running as president of Israel. So he's part of that mechanism that produced this propaganda that most of the world sees through. So I'm glad you bring this up. And this is the do you want to chime in? Go ahead if you want to chime in.
No, please. I was just building on what you were saying. Like, of course, these nations, anti-imperialist nations, they understand very well that Israel is essentially a military base, right? Like it's protecting U.S. imperialism, European white supremacy, like all of these interests. They're protecting them in the region, and so they understand that we have to eliminate this regime because it is truly a menace to the world. Like who armed the massacre against and the genocide against the Rohingya? It's Ilbit systems, and they're Palestinian direct actionists, Palestine Action, that is people are putting their lives on the line to protect all of us around the world, and this goes back to policing here in the US. Like, where are the police forces trained? They're trained in Israel. Who is who's going to be oppressed by the police forces here in the US? It is going to be, poor, Black, working class immigrants that are being attacked. And who is building the border, when it comes to like immigration, like Mexico, between Mexico and the US. It's the same, Cemex, the same company that built the apartheid wall in Palestine, the separation wall. So all of these dots are connected, and it really doesn't take, it's not complicated. It's actually pretty, because Palestinians have been so good at documenting our struggle. Like, and I'm talking from, back from the 18th century, 17th century, like we have a political awareness. We were aware that, this influx of European refugees that initially, were fleeing a crisis in Europe, and we accepted them. But then, people soon started seeing like what is happening here. Like there is something more than refugees. No, this is coming like with, police forces and with security forces, and no amount of weaponization or policing or surveillance is ever going to make the settler feel safe and secure. Because they know that they're on stolen land. They know that
That's such a good point. That's such a good point.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the same dynamic we see it here in the US, with the right wing, and same thing like with Palestine. Like when I was earlier referring to the Netanyahu government, what is happening essentially right now, and this is yet to hit the public consciousness, but Palestinian analysts are talking about it in Arabic, is that there is a shadow state that is forming, of the right-wing nationalists in occupied Palestine. And they, because Israel does not have a concept, like Israel, first of all, we have to understand that Israel is expansionist. Like even on the Irgun, the terrorist org that I mentioned earlier, on their emblem, like their main emblem, they have like, it's not just Palestine, it's also Jordan, like on the emblem. So they are interested. And this is also evidenced by, 48, when Sinai, the peninsula in Egypt, was occupied, when south of Lebanon was occupied. The Golan Heights, which belong to Syria, are still occupied. So their strategy is to expand beyond Palestine. They're not interested in just Palestine. They're interested in beyond, Palestine. And so we know from the beginning that their project has failed, because they're limited to Palestine. But there is a right wing that is being emboldened right now within the ranks of Zionists, the hardcore right wing. A lot of them happen to be very religious and messianic. They're aligned also with Christian Zionists here in the US, because they believe that everything that they're doing will bring, the Messiah to return. But so effectively, there is a governance, like the 67, what is called the West Bank, is effectively governed under Smotrich, which is, the Israeli minister, I believe, for finance. So there is no such thing as two-state. There is no such thing as peace process. Even the PA, what we call the Palestinian Authority, is actually the most anti-Palestinian. I really respect Black folks, when they say, like, not all skin folk are kinfolk. We have the same dilemma when it comes to Palestinian liberation. Our leaders, Palestinian Authority, do not represent the aspirations of Palestinians for liberation. In fact, they are part of the Zionist entity, and they work.
That's a great point.
They do security coordination with the Zionist entity after Oslo, happened, which liquidated the Palestinian cause and Palestinian rights. So for Palestinians, there's a reason why Hamas wins elections. There's a reason, and it's because Hamas picks up armed resistance and moves with the people and does, work towards Palestinian aspirations of nationhood and self-determination.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's an issue that me and Ron deal with, Black Americans deal with the Black misleadership class, because there are a lot of Zionists that will quote these Palestinians who sell their own people out, and they say, hey, they're for the two-state solution. Are you questioning those Palestinians? No, they're the field Negro for the Palestinian cause. The same way that we got the John Lewis, the same way we got the Hakeem Jeffries. There always will be the people who play gatekeeper and prevent real liberation, and they play on behalf of the establishment. And that's actually a concept that you guys explained last time you were on the show, and I was like, I actually never thought about it like that. So that's a very great point. And you mentioned how Israel is expansionist. And a lot of people, and there's so many people who don't understand that this is pure settler colonialism. Yes. It's not a religious issue at all. They try to make it a religious issue, but it's not. Are you forced?
They co-opt.
Do you want to add to that, Ferris?
Yeah, they co-opt and weaponize the Judaism religion, and I think that's why anti-Zionist Jewish people are so vocal, is exactly because they understand that, yes, anti-Semitism is very real, but actually Zionism, in my opinion, I consider Zionism actually to be anti-Semitism, because it directly weaponizes the Jewish religion, Jewish people, and it puts them in direct harm and direct danger with no care and no regard. And they're brainwashing their own people. Like, there is so much propaganda within the Zionist entity that it is very hard for people to, but they have to, they have to break free from that. And that is why Palestinian liberation, I believe, is for the liberation of all people, including Zionists, because, as Paulo Freire said, the oppressor will never, has no tools to liberate himself, and they're trapped in this struggle, right? Like, they're trapped in this need for control and need to practice power over. But we, as the oppressed, we hold the keys for not only our liberation, but we are also capable of liberating the oppressor, right? And you are seeing this more and more clearly, and you see the same dynamics in the West, in the US, where white people are waiting for Black people to save them, and that's why they put a lot of pressure on Black people to vote in the elections. And same dynamic is replicated in Palestine, in occupied Palestine, where Zionists are waiting for Palestinians to save them, essentially, and want Palestinian turnout in every single election, and then blame us for not participating in a process that we know is actively, killing us. We're not even talking about the deaths, the assassinations. They're not deaths. They're assassinations that are happening in 1948 land, within Palestine, within, what we call Palestinians of the interior. Zionists call this Arab crime, Arab on Arab crime. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
But it's actually, and the Shabak, the internal, the equivalent of the CIA in occupied Palestine, don't want to touch these crimes. They're not even investigating them. They don't do anything. And a lot of Palestinians have been saying that, well, it's because they are actually providing the weaponry for these Arab gangs to kill our own, and they're killing our most precious of youth, within 48. So, this map, I love that you put this map, because at the end you see it's almost like an island. Each town in Palestine is now an island, separated. So there is no, how do I say it? They tried really hard to divide and conquer, but what the uprising in 2021, the Unity Intifada of dignity, showed us is that we are capable of coming united, all working together, regardless of faction, regardless of where we are, even if we're in diaspora, even if we're in exile, even if we're, even if Gaza has a different experience than Ramla, has a different experience than Nablus, has a different experience than Al-Quds, Jerusalem, we're still united by these ideals, by principles that our elders and our ancestors have created for us, the thawabit, our principles, our constants, that we have the right of return, that all Palestinians will return back to our homeland. All of Palestine belongs to all of Palestinians. We are entitled fully to all of Palestine. We have a right to resist with any means necessary. Jerusalem, Al-Quds, is our capital of our future nation, and also Palestinian liberation is for Arab liberation, all of Arab liberation, because all of the countries that are surrounding Palestine, the leaders in those countries are not actually interested in Palestinian liberation because they know that, the revolution will be next at their doorstep next, right?
Yeah.
That's why I said earlier that Palestine, it's every autocrat's nightmare. And, when you said earlier, Nick, Palestine is a litmus test, well, Palestine is actually a lens. The same way that the Black liberation experience is a lens, you could use Palestine to understand power dynamics around you in the world. You could use Palestine to understand, this touches everything. Occupation touches every aspect of life, whether it's politics, economics, food sovereignty, our connection to the land, whether it's ecology, in terms of like we're, like Palestinians are not even allowed to forage on our own land, Recently, I read that Zionists, the occupation forces, have actually, poured cement in a water well.
Yeah.
In Al Khalil, in south of, in Hebron, so that's against the ecology too. Like everything, there's space for everybody to join the Palestinian resistance movement, and it touches every struggle in the world, and it unifies people, around the world, basically.
Yeah, Chuck Moody, I see you in the background. We're going to introduce you here very soon. This is the clip that you're referring to. You can find it just like that. Like, this is the result of the Israeli settler project. Israel began pouring cement on springs in the south of the city of Hebron to prevent Palestinians from using agriculture.
And
do you guys go ahead?
Nick, they did this as a tactic also in 48 when the Nakba first started, when they first started the catastrophe, an apocalypse. We survived an apocalypse, literally. They poisoned the water wells so that, as they kicked us out of our homes, our ancestors, as they kicked them out of our homes, they also poisoned the water, so you don't even have access to water in the heat of summer. It was in July,
I'm gonna show you guys.
I want to refer back to that picture of the Palestine.
Rome. I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it to you, Rome. On that thought, hold that thought. I'm gonna pass it to you just for a sake of time, because I want to show you guys this as well. Because not only is that map important. Oh wait, hold on. Let me pull the right one up. I got a lot of shit. Oh, here it is. Israel is expansionist, and they're cruel beyond imagining. So not only is Israel seizing land, they demand that Palestinians bulldoze their own home.
Yes.
Like, it's absurdly brutal. The brutality is the point. But sorry, Ron, I didn't want to cut you off. I just want to show this here, because this is one of the ways they do it. They force people to bulldoze their own home so Israel can seize the land. Do you guys think this is a small issue now? Do you guys think it's a small disagreement now to get this issue wrong? It's absolutely not. And I hope in the last 30 minutes you guys see that. But Rome, I apologize for cutting you off, but I want to get your.
I hate when people say, "Oh, well, no, let's just we're in disagreement." Like, no, see, this is the shit I don't like about Americans, is that we are so privileged that we sit here and talk about things that we will never face. We sit here and talk about sending bombs on countries that would never be dropped on us. Maybe not, more likely not. And we are so privileged that we can just write off people's lives like, oh, it's just some Palestinians. Who gives a fuck, right? We need a person who talk and look like us and office like we haven't had that for the last 200 fucking years. But anyways, I wanted to refer back to that picture of the foreign actors. You don't have to pull it up, because I'm pretty sure you guys already know how it looked, but it's funny because it's literally showing you, in order for Palestinians to survive, it's either you're gonna have to push back, you're gonna have to expand, and what they have done was corner you guys in, and this is, I feel like this is the chance for everybody to expand and push out, and maybe, build some militias, or somebody who's gonna be bossy enough to take back certain strongholds and certain lands that they have rebuilt for themselves and whatnot. Because it's gonna take, we can't sit here and softball everything when we're talking about people's lives. Like, if you're gonna fight, then fight back. If they're trying to kill you, you should have a plan to stay here or take them out if needed be. So, with that being said, we're gonna have to really equip these people, educate people. And I ain't gonna say, have them go in kamikaze, but just remember that this fight is bigger than you. You know what I'm saying? It's bigger than your life. The reason why we're alive right now is for the future generations. And you do not, as a Palestinian, I'm pretty sure you do not want to leave your family in those conditions. I don't want to leave my family in these conditions, even as a black man in America. So the best change you can have is by being not as hostile, because I say it's self-defense. At this point. So,
and Rome,
I gotta get we gotta get Chuck Moody in here because we got 30 minutes with him. So I actually want to pass it to Faraz for last words and tell people what this GoFundMe is. I'm gonna put a link in the comments. This is actually, I want you to explain what is this and how can they support your organization. Absolutely. Last thoughts before we send you out of here. It was great to have you on, my brother.
Thank you. I really appreciate the space. And just like to touch on what Rome said, I really appreciate what you said. We do have actually armed struggle, in Palestine that are the Lion's Den is just one of them. And I definitely recommend you check them out. I think you will be very impressed by their work and inspired. But this, so we're doing, like, there's a Muslim concept, and it's also ingrained in Palestinian society, sadaqa jariyah, which means that, when a person departs this earth, that you could leave something behind that will support people even in your death. It could be planting a tree. In this case, or building a water well, something that brings benefits to people. In this case, it's a scholarship for women that is led by PAWA, the Palestinian American Women's Association in Southern California, which does amazing work. It's a Palestinian women led work. It's intergenerational as well, and we're doing helping an important community member, a pillar of our community. We're just doing a fund in her father's name to basically provide educational opportunities for women, as this person, believed in education of women, and women are the backbone of our resistance and our struggle, and at the forefront of everything that we do. So this is part of our program, and we have a culture of what in the U.S. you would call mutual aid. That is, when the state turns its back on us, and we know this very intimately well in the Arab world. As I said earlier, the state does not care about us. So we have to figure out ways to care for each other and to provide for each other and to keep each other alive and safe and thriving. And that is, again, at the heart of our resistance movement. And I invite everybody to learn and to educate themselves about Palestinian resistance, to cut through the fog that Zionists deliberately create just to obfuscate truth and reality, and to deter us from doing our critical and essential work for us all.
Yeah, well said, Faraz. It was great to have you on, and
likewise, thank you all.
Like I said last time Palestinian Community Network was on, I always extend an invitation for you guys to come on and talk about this issue, because I believe these issues are all connected. And you guys will see with the next topic that we're going to talk about. I'm going to bring our guest Chuck here soon. Thank you, Faraz, once again. It was great having you on. A lot of great, insightful stuff. I'm going to bring in our next guest, an amazing activist, journalist, writer, Chuck Moody. We're going to talk about Cop City and organizing Cop City, because we were just talking about Palestinian rights.
Yeah.
And there's a connection here. Because
talk about it. It's a perfect segue. Talk about it, Nick.
Absolutely. You guys see what I did there. It's a perfect segue, because as a Black American, there's been long time solidarity between the Black Panthers, Malcolm X, Black organizers in the civil rights movement, and South Africans resisting apartheid, Palestinians resisting apartheid. Because you guys know that people are protesting against Cop City are being charged as domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
For resisting authoritarian state. What does that sound like? Palestinians.
Fascism? Yeah.
Fascism. You're right on that. You're absolutely right. But the same thing that's happening to Palestinians in Israel, where they're labeled terrorists for resisting the state, is happening literally in Atlanta right now. So,
Right
Chuck,
now.
I appreciate you joining us. You do a lot of great reporting on Cop City. I know it's your work, and we definitely appreciate you being an ally and standing up for this issue. So, for the people who don't know, can we treat everything baseline here on this? Why is resisting Cop City so important? What is Cop City? And how can people organize the fight as an introduction, Chuck? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first, thanks for having me. Thanks, Rome. And I loved your previous guest. If he took over my whole segment, I'd been perfectly fine, because that's so important what he's talking about. He was dropping some gems. Cop City is they're building a $90 million facility. That's the Atlanta police, and funded in large part, about $60 million through the Atlanta Police Foundation, which is a corporate private entity, and putting a lot of money. That's really why it is happening. And in many ways, and they're tearing down a forest. So we're dealing with climate justice issues. We're dealing with people in Atlanta will not be able to breathe as well afterwards. So you have this great resistance for a couple of years with climate justice activists, of racial justice activists. And this facility came in the wake of the 2020 uprising, and most specifically in Atlanta, the Rayshard Brooks uprising. And what they did in Atlanta City, in Atlanta, they used that as an excuse to say, we need this Cop City, this entire military training ground. And I use the word military on purpose, because what they're going to do is they're really doing it to subdue protests, just like your previous guest was talking about in Palestine. So in many ways, what has happened in the last 10 years or more, police officers from America have been going to train in Israel with the IDF. They called Deadly Exchange.
I was just about to say that, motherfucker. You took my fucking...
You know, Ro, listen, you know about this.
Because I saw somebody just
connection together, right? Yeah. But so they would come back, including the former DC police chief, have glowing reviews, and learn that oppression, right? And I want to say, it's not theoretical, it's not symbolic. Police are going over to Israel to do the same tactics here. It's actually direct. So for those individuals who aren't moral enough to be disturbed by what's going on in Gaza, let me tell you that if that doesn't move you, it should move you that it is training police officers right here, and has been. And what Cop City is almost taking that and bringing it home. Because Atlanta, 43% of it will be outside of Atlanta, and in many cases an international base. And that you're going to have these corporations have people from other countries come to Atlanta and train, like what happens in Israel. And I learned a lot of that just in my last trip in June. I was interviewing a lot of people. They have a project called the Gilly Project, that's kind of been happening at a smaller scale for the last 20 years. And that's going to be expanded. So, that's a little bit of background, but there are three things that, if not everyone is sure that they know, we had an execution of Tortuguita back in January. That's really when I really started getting involved. I was sleeping. I'm going to tell everybody else. If you come in late on Cop City, if you come in late on the Stop Cop City movement, don't worry about it. Everybody's late. There have been people in that forest who were fighting a couple of years ago. We're all late, but we need you anyway. So there was an execution in January. There have been 42 protesters who were given domestic terror charge for the crime of having mud on their shoes and listening to music in a field. And I am not being really hyperbolic about that at all. And then the third thing, they had people who were supporting those protesters, help them get out of jail, SWAT raids on bail supporters. So if you were to support those who are protesting, you too can get slammed with domestic terror charges. And some people might have seen that video of a SWAT raid. And it took that SWAT raid on people supporting to get maybe some of the mainstream news finally involved. They were finally appalled. Get some tiny little comments from public officials. So this is where we're at. And there are a variety of forms of resistance, from trying to do it democratically, from trying to do it from a corporate perspective, and so on.
Yeah, this is one example of many of the coverage I saw you did on Cop City, and what you said there was extremely important. Even if you came late, this is an extremely important issue. Like I see, and I use the term deeply unserious a lot. People always laugh because I use it, because there's a lot of people in this space that talk about a lot of deeply unserious shit.
Yeah.
I think if you're a commentator, if you're an activist, if you're not worried about what happened in Ukraine, what the U.S. going war, provoking war with China, and domestically, if you're not concerned with the rise of rank authoritarian police states, you are deeply unserious.
Yeah.
You have right wingers talking about oh my God, the Democrats are authoritarian as they help in building Cop City. Like, there are a few issues. If I don't see you focus on them, I view you as unserious. Policing is one of them. Policing is one of them issues that exposes all the people who claim they care about freedom, liberty, especially libertarians, conservatives. Like, we believe in small government. Except the cops who had the ability to pull you over and ruin your life and steal your wealth whenever they feel like it. I saw Ron DeSantis talk about small government. He listed all these departments that he wanted to cut. He was like, I want to cut the Department of Education, EPA. And during his speech by this small government conservative, you want to know what was not mentioned?
Police.
Trying blowing police state, the FBI, the CIA.
I mean, if I was an empire and I was getting ready to go to war, like we are openly getting ready to go to war with, China, excuse me, we are already at war with Russia openly. There's an uprising that's going to be not only happening because of these wars, but because of people are so poor. They can't get by, they can't pay their bills. Of course they're going to. If I had an empire, if I ran an empire, of course I would train or have at least a facility to where I can get other people to come in and keep y'all in place, or kill y'all if y'all get too uppity, So yeah, it makes sense, and this is why we all should be pushing against the police suspending. Like, the police shouldn't even have this much power as it is. They shouldn't have a union in the first fucking place, right? But take a step back and really think about, the outcome of having all these police officers, from here and foreign. It's not going to be a good. It's not going to be a good thing. And I keep telling white people, especially ones that come from privileged backgrounds and whatnot, you guys don't understand how it feels to actually have your your neighborhood over policed. You don't know what that feel like, to be harassed, and there's nothing you can do. Like, I remember I have had my rights broken all my damn life. Like, I've been pulled over probably like 17 times when I between 12 and 15, and me not knowing the law, I didn't even know they couldn't even talk to me. But here they are.
I bet you, and you read a lot, and you know a lot of stuff, Ron, but I bet you those experiences from 12 to 17 were worth more than 100 books on what policing is about.
Oh yeah, because I got robbed a couple of times.
Studies show the people who have the most positive opinions about the police are the people who don't interact with them at all.
Yeah,
like these are the people who watch Rush Hour and they think that cops are like Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. They're having fun dialogue. Like, I don't know what the hell they envision the police being, but as someone who had constant contact with them, they're not pleasant. They don't help us at all. I shared my experience many times of when my apartment was robbed. Before I leave calling out of my mind, I called the police, think they're gonna have law and order SVU in that motherfucker. No, they literally told me they could not care less. They could not care less. There's sorry, nothing you can do. We're not interested in helping you. We're interested in helping the world class. And I need people to understand that Cop City and the emergence of Cop City is just a start. Cop City is the response to the growing unrest due to late-stage capitalism. So instead of improving the material needs of the people, capitalism will revert to authoritarianism in order to whip the masses in line. So we got more socialists than ever. We got more union organizing than ever. We have more anti-government sentiment than ever. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that Cop City spurs when these things happening? Not a coincidence at all. Now, I'm going to show you guys two things real quick, and I'm going to get your reaction, Chuck, because our government is becoming... I don't like the term authoritarianism because I explained the propaganda use of that term. But just for the simplicity of this, let's say our government become more increasingly authoritarian, right? In resisting Cop City, the government is openly denying people their First Amendment rights on this. And you see the Ron DeSantis right, the MAGA right that pretends.
Oh yeah, I was there that day. By the way, I was a few feet away. I actually messed up because she was behind me, and I thought Lorraine moved forward So that was actually an error on my
Wait, so you
part
know
that I
more
didn't
about
catch.
this?
Well, go ahead.
So you know more about. I want to ask you about this then.
Yeah, I was in that parking lot.
Okay, I didn't know that. It's super interesting.
Yeah.
So while I'm showing, I'll quickly introduce it, and then I'll play the video. I want to get your thoughts, Chuck, since you was there. But the theme, I have this, and I have another video where, like, the government is not even hiding the fact that your rights are temporary because we're supposed to have a right to protest, but the government, like, you can't protest there. You can't protest that way. You can't protest there. Oh, you're making me uncomfortable over there. If the government can tell you when and how to protest, you have a glorified prep rally. It's not a protest. And you have Ron DeSantis who want to crack down on this even more. To the point where these videos are straight up normalized now. You got blue flag cop lovers who see this shit. They don't even flinch. They don't even realize what is going on here. This is before I got into politics, before I decolonized my mind, when I would think of a communist country, like when I thought of a communist country, I thought of this. Like growing up, we pick up propaganda. You see authorities arresting people for speaking out against the state. That is happening here. Anyway, let me play the video. I want to get your thoughts on the show. We don't have to play the whole thing, but this is here's the comment. I'm muted for now. Here's Stephen Donziger reporting on this. Atlanta police arrested a 76-year-old woman for protesting Cop City training complex. Look at this based ass ally. Definitely alive during the civil rights movement. See that shit happen. She's like, nah, fuck. I'm not gonna stand alley by Cop City happening. So base as hell. She was hella alive during the civil rights movement, right? Still out here in the street fighting for our community. So they arrest her. She's like, you're gonna be an ally to the people we suppressing? Arrested.
Yeah.
Anyway,
look how you doing. Look how you dragging this older woman. Like, is that a woman dragging her? I can't tell. I don't even give a fuck. You shouldn't even be touching her, man. Like, this is barbaric.
Yeah. Chuck, I want to get if you want.
Sure. I'm probably the perfect person to give the context because I was there that day, and I filmed.
Absolutely, I didn't know that.
Yeah, in Home Depot. So essentially, that's Lorraine. She's a legendary protester in Atlanta. She's beloved, right? And I got to speak there and interview her after she was locked up. Well, what preceded that is a protest against Home Depot. And so we go in Home Depot, and Lorraine's behind me, and there are a few people around. And, I was asked to film. So I filmed the whole thing that they're in Home Depot. And the police officers asked the protesters to leave, and the protesters complied. Not only that, I film an officer saying once they leave the premises, they're fine. I never released that video because they still got a case, but I literally have evidence contradicting the police's case, and I have it on video. I just haven't put it out.
Isn't it funny how many times that happens? Like the police will just lie, but go ahead, Chuck. It happens all the time.
But I didn't put it out because I just want to make sure we had the best possible case, but I gave it to all their people, right? And they come out, and the group moves this way, but Lorraine and another protester sort of maybe left turn and went to their cars to get something, and then the police moved in. Luckily, we had other independent media behind me. I'm so happy, and they caught this. And this is what they were doing the whole week. There was a part of a week of action. So if they're going to start arresting 76-year-old protesters doing nothing after they said, once you're on the parking lot, you're fine, it gives you a little understanding of what people in Atlanta, protesters in Atlanta, are dealing with, why Tortuguita was executed, why 42 protesters were giving terrorist charge, why we have Stop Cop City raids, and why there's a resistance against the facility itself. That if this is what they're doing to Lorraine, what do you think is going to happen to all the Black people in Atlanta should Stop Cop City be built? Or rather, should Cop City be built?
I want to ask you guys a theoretical question because you know I like poking the bear. You guys know I like eliciting thought, right? So if a good cop exists, wouldn't they refuse this order?
Yes. Well,
you guys see the premise behind ACAB? We not being
in DC. There's a chant. It says, no good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system. No bad protesters in a revolution. No bad protesters in a revolution. And that's said a lot because what it's doing, it's understanding that it's a system that, and I know I have a friend in college that's the greatest person, and when he's not a cop, but you can't be good, because if you were good, you'd be defiant to the oppressive orders that you were given. You can't be good and get a raise and a promotion. If they say shoot the tear gas, and I'm a cop and I don't want to shoot the tear gas, and yet I shoot the tear gas, which I know would be a war crime of collective punishment if I did that abroad in any other country, and I still do it on innocent people here, well, then I'm not a good cop. I took an order. So the only good cop is not taking orders.
And that's that what a lot of people don't understand.
I like how, Nick constantly call out, right wingers, because these motherfuckers be like, oh, my freedom of speech.
Yeah.
My freedom of speech. But they are nowhere to be found when shit like this happens.
Yeah.
Just because, we're not doing it for them, don't mean that we're not all fighting for or exercising our freedom of speech. It's okay, for you to do it. And when your people get arrested, oh, y'all up in arms and you want to send them a motherfucker $1 million. But our people,
the right wingers never come for Lorraine or
Yep.
anyone else, or the 42 protesters. They never come for that free speech. It's. I'll be honest. When you're getting into the right wing and white supremacist crowd, they're not about free speech. Free speech is a cover for their brand of white supremacy.
Yeah, and we discuss this all the time. We call these people out for being frauds because they're nowhere to be seen during this. And these are the people that say, "Oh, you are a good cop." And this is the theory, right? Like, if you are a good cop, you either quit within 6 months, you're demoted within 6 months, or you are fired within 6 months. Because if you're a good cop, you would decline the order to unleash tear gas. If you was a good cop, you would say, no, we are not arresting this lady because she has a First Amendment right. That is what a good cop would do.
But you'd report the road cop. And nobody does that.
That's a great point.
She has influence and a voice, and people that may not know her. She might spark some minds, A lot of people don't understand until they see their people doing it, until they see their elders speaking against it. So she might have changed some young minds, you know what I'm saying? Or, some Gen Zs out, some Gen X's out there like, hey, like, this is not a good thing. And this one thing they don't want is good proletarian propaganda that's gonna get them a good pushback. Especially seeing how fucked up the record is right now amongst the people of Atlanta.
So I want to show you guys this one last clip showing how the government is doing everything they can to suppress dissent on this, right? And this is the description here, so you guys understand what's happening. And the video I was long to play. He said, today, following a protest at Candace Bank, the bank behind a loan to the... Also, they were protesting this bank that was behind a loan to the Atlanta Police Foundation for Cop City. So during that protest, the police pursued and violently arrested a protester for no clear reason other than continue intimidating and threatening the movement. So this is what they would do every once in a while. And I've seen this on the George Floyd protest. When I was on the ground, one of the people that got tear gas and harassed by the cops, they would just violently take out an activist for no reason.
Yeah.
Like, they will do this all the time. Violently fuck someone up just to send a message. Like, yo, this can happen to you, right? The media don't report on this. Then the entire right-wing media apparatus say, oh my God, look at these violent protests as the cop engaged violently against us.
But remember that one white woman that was walking past? She made a mistake and walked into BLM march, and they started shooting rubber bullets. She got her eyes shot out. Another woman, she accidentally drove into a protest. The cops bust her window out, dragged her out, took her baby, and said, "Oh, we rescued the baby. They abandoned her this baby during a fucking protest. Whole time they beating the mama ass in the background while they doing TikToks with the baby."
I have a good friend, Linda Tirado. I don't know if there were 30 people who got their eyes shot out in the George Floyd protest, just so you know. But one of those 30 is my good friend Linda Tirado, who is a independent journalist and was up in Minneapolis, and bam, and her whole life is like destroyed right now, has all these hospital surgeries ever since, can't come out and do that work. We met in Ferguson. We were covering all of those protests, and it's a lot more than people think about the people who've gotten their eyes shot out. But let me say this. I really, truly believe this. Right now, the Stop Cop City movement is the most important domestic issue of our time. And there's so many important domestic issues, but it's not theoretical. It's so tangible, and it's for a few reasons. One, it's happening right now. Like, it could be stopped right now. You know, I mean, I could talk about Medicare for all, but I don't, see anything in the horizon. This happening right now. It's tangible. It's a climate justice movement. It's a racial justice movement. But if Cop City is built, there will be dominoes in every city all across America. And those police forces will be funded by corporations mostly. So it is about the future of the militarization of the policing of America. And I can't think of a more important issue than that. Go ahead, Nick.
No, we got to wrap up. I see Sabby. Give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready, Sabby. But this is an important litmus test based on what you were saying, because I think this is one of the examples of the government trying to see what they can get away with. You know what I mean? Like, if they let build Cop City, nigga, we might as well green light this shit all over the country.
Yeah,
that's such a great point. But Sabby is waiting in the back, so we got to wrap this up. Ron, I appreciate you sticking around for the last 2 pounds with me. Next time you guys will see me is the hour after Sabby. I'll be joining the Midwestern Marxism panel with JB, and then we have the Green Party panel, and then Kshama Sawant. But for now, thank you for Chuck. Any last words, just real quick, because we got Sabby waiting. Any last words you want to say real quick?
The only thing I want to say is, first of all, shout out to Sabby. I'm doing great work lately. Is the protesters in Atlanta? What's up, Sabby? The protesters in Atlanta are doing incredible multi-layered resistance work, democratically, anti-corporate, educational, and by any means necessary if the first 3 fail. So it is beautiful. They're on top of it, and they are the extension of the George Floyd movement. And if people didn't know where it went, it's in Atlanta. Support them. Go down there. Help any way you can.
Thank you, Chuck, as always. I'll see you guys in around an hour for the next panel. I'm going to dip out. I'll pull me and Chuck out and pull Rome out. And I'll see you guys here soon. I'll pass it to side by side for the next panel. See you guys here soon.
All right, Sebby.
All right. Welcome, guys. What's going on? Party time. All right, guys. So this panel is actually going to consist of UPS Teamsters. And we also have an employee from the New York State Postal Workers. So we are all postal on this panel. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Lenny from UPS Teamsters, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in Chuck from New York State Postal Workers. Welcome to both of you.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. So I think a lot of people have questions in reference to the mail carrier field, everything that we've been hearing recently about a possible UPS strike. I've also heard that if UPS does go on strike, there is this belief that that work would be put on the U.S. Postal Service and maybe FedEx as well. So I would hope that if UPS does strike, that they would strike in solidarity with you as well. But I want to go ahead and get started with Chuck. Chuck, can you please introduce yourself and explain to everyone about the New York State Postal Workers and what you're trying to accomplish there?
Okay, my name is Chuck Slatkin. I'm the legislative and political director of the New York metro area postal union, which is the largest local of the American Postal Workers Union. And we represent, through collective bargaining, legislative action, mobilization of our members in the public, the right to have dignity and respect on the job for postal workers throughout the whole postal industry, not just the postal workers. Fight for decent pay and benefits, safe working conditions, and defending the right of the people to have a public postal service and for solidarity with all workers at home and abroad.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And Lenny.
Hello, hello. Yes, I'm out of UPS. And as people have been seeing and maybe had their eyes on the news, we've had a tentative agreement given to us recently. Now, I'm of the opinion that this tentative agreement is not a historic win for us. I think that it is riddled with issues. And with any gains that might have been made, it came at the cost of many issues regarding our economics that are not going to keep our heads above water in the foreseeable future. Pensions that will give us pennies by the time we retire, and divisions amongst the workforce that have been added into this contract, more so than even the last. And to me, it's a disappointment, and that's why we're here to push our campaign to say that this is not good enough, that we need more, and we're here to talk about why. So yeah, I'm glad to see that I got my friend who joined too to talk about this too.
Awesome. Colleen, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I had to download a different web browser and I had all these obstacles. But my name is Colleen. I'm part of Local 70 and I work at the Oakland Airport, slinging cargo on and off planes.
All right. So I know there's a presentation. So let's go ahead and get started with that, because the first question I think a lot of people have in reference to, we'll start with UPS. The first question I think that a lot of people have is, is there going to be a strike? And if not, why not? Let's also bring in Jose. Jose, are you with UPS as well?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. I'm a 25-year part-timer out here in Anaheim, California, where it's kind of the weather's kind of ill. It's kind of hot, but it's cloudy, but it's very humid right now.
Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with that presentation. If you want to go ahead and take it away. I think Lenny is leading this. And then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to make the connection here to the cost of living, because every year I talk about the cost of living report, and it's released every year in July. So that new report has been released. I've talked about it multiple times already, but I think it's important that we understand that when people are going on strike, some of the things that they're asking for, I think it's important to look at that cost of living report. So Lenny, all you have to do is select the present button at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, so we are going to do a presentation with our words. I know it's against what I originally said, Sabby. But I'm hoping that with our words, we can paint a colorful enough picture of the struggle ahead of us, of what we need to fight for and what we're fighting against, and the pretty beautiful outcome that can be a product of this fight. So I'll answer your question and start off this discussion here. I wanted to take a step back before we talk about, the shitty contract. I'll answer to your question about if we're going to have a strike. As of now, it doesn't look likely. The strike was quote unquote averted, but the struggle is not over. But let me just explain why the struggle was averted, the strike, the potential strike, what would have been a historic strike was averted, and why we have in place this shitty contract. So some part of this, it has to do with the fact that the initial IBT demands were fairly weak, and that some of these demands didn't actually include the interests and things that were being hoisted from below. Things like $25 for part-timers as a starting wage, which would have been the wages to keep up with inflation, a cost of living adjustment in pensions, etc. But what we're seeing here right now is not just the result of demands that were or weren't fought for. I think the main reason that we've been given this lackluster deal is because there was a greater interest in reaching a compromise and averting a strike. And so let me just paint a little picture of the last couple of weeks here. As the timeline shrunk and we got closer to the expiration of our current contract, you had the shareholders of UPS, you had companies probably that our pension is invested in, you had the Biden administration, et cetera, that intensified their urgency for a deal to be settled at the table. And Congress even came out, tried to show their kind of limited support for a strike, we're the pro-worker facade, et cetera, et cetera. And my guess is that they were just trying to play quote unquote good cop in the face of this calculated sellout. So in the end, we had a deal that was settled, a crucial strike was averted for the sake of the protection of the stakes of big moneyed and political interests here. And that also, as a result of the prevention of workers to gain inspiration from our strike and carry forward the class struggle for themselves too, because that's what this strike would have done. It would have set an example and it would have set a precedent. So after the deal was reached, this lackluster deal we're talking about, union leaders, Biden, CNN, some socialist groups even came out to say that this was a historic win. And all the shareholders, all the bankers, these people themselves calling this historic, they breathed a sigh of relief. What they thought is what's going to be relief, because we're about to rain hell. But all the while there were these, some of these different gains relative to past contracts, the nature of contracts in general, but also this obvious compromise in relation to this current contract necessarily meant that any gain that was made came at a cost. And that was a loss for us in terms of economics, in terms of the things that'll keep our heads above water for 5 years, and in terms of what will give us a payout in the end when we retire. That's more than just pennies. So I was hoping Colleen could actually explain some of these, and Jose, feel free to jump in, because we've got a long laundry list here of the issues that we see.
Yeah, definitely. And like some of, I think, the most egregious, like blatant things in our contract that are clearly like not a historical win, which we'll continue to get into. But the conditions at UPS are extremely dangerous and unsafe, whether we're working on the air ramp or in the warehouse, on the sleeper feeder trucks driving for days on end, or your typical like brown package car. We're expected to work in sleet, in rain, obviously in intense heat. That's been a big thing. There's no denying or hiding that we know that UPS drivers have died at the wheel of their cars. We're sick of our equipment being our coffins. This company makes billions and billions of dollars. And what did UPS and the IBT agree on? Is that for all the deaths that are happening in these trucks, in the course of 15 years, we'll finally have equipment that has proper AC. Don't worry, we'll go to the hottest regions first. But and that's being sold as something we should be proud of. We know the company has enough money to fix that immediately. It's just a complete joke. And just aside from not what's included in the contract, just basically on safety in general, whenever we get hurt at work, which happens over and over again across all these states, it's honestly always our fault as workers. It's never the overall conditions of the company. You would think if they saw the amount of patterns that they know, well, we do know they know, but it's really and there was, to build off of Lenny's point, an interest in squashing this struggle right from the beginning. On the shop floors, we were constantly met with anti-strike sentiments that came in many different shades and stripes. But I think in some, basically, we were told that there's way less to be gained from strikes, way more bad than good. And that ultimately defangs the labor movement and just objectively isn't true to what wins have been gained from workers going on strike. That's not to belittle, that's not to minimize the state repression and sometimes worsening conditions that have happened. But clearly we know that if we went on strike, that we could get things in our contract that we actually know deserve. And our coworkers and us here, like going out on those practice pickets, people were fired up. We felt like the drums were starting to beat. And it might be confusing to the public to hear that our union leadership was pressing us with anti-strike sentiments this whole entire time, because Sean O'Brien was going all over media with this very like militant showmanship, but it really was just a matter of theatrics in the end, just for him to pull it out from under our feet.
Yes, I just want to jump in for a second. For people who are not aware, Sean O'Brien, he's the one that you've probably seen on CNN and all the mainstream media networks talking about the possibility of a UPS strike. He's actually from my neck of the woods here in Massachusetts. He comes from a family of Teamsters, for those who are not aware. And I just want to let Chuck jump in for just a second, and then I'm going to go to Jose. Chuck, when you hear about some of the complaints that are coming from the UPS employees, do you see any similarities in reference to the New York postal workers as well?
Well, yeah, there are great similarities, and also I just have to take a minute to say that our union grew out of the historic 1970 Wildcat postal strike, which basically just stopped this country and got us at the time a good contract, which we working under today that gave us much more. Even, and there are 4 postal unions. Our union, because we were the ones who struck in the letter carriers, we actually have negotiate our wages and benefits, while the other postal unions and most federal unions don't get to do that. So I would say, yes, it comes to this. It's the same, factor that you need to have a contract that provides living wages and benefits for people, but also safe working conditions and the ability to challenge the management easily when they break the contract. It's as simple as that. So yes, we're in this struggle. We had the Wildcat in 1970. We had another Wildcat in 1978, and we're able at this point to have negotiated, decent contracts that the workers overwhelmingly, support. But that comes from the fact that we have a democratic union. The current national president was a fighting unionist, and there is real democracy in our union, which is reflected in the fact that we have genuine input into our contracts. So we just the other day talked about our support for UPS workers and the fact that they need to get a contract that they can live with, and to understand that when you have the contract, it doesn't mean that your struggling is over, because you're going to have to deal with new issues and take on management every day in every way.
So these are all really good points. And I'm going to go to you, Jose, because when I first heard about this possibility of UPS, okay, maybe they reach an agreement. And then I look at the agreement and I'm like, this is definitely not enough. There should be more given to them. This is giving me the same type of vibes that I got when the railroad workers were trying to attempt to go on strike. And of course, Congress came in and prevented that from happening. But when I interviewed the railroad workers, they told me they did want to go on strike. I think a lot of us remember that whole ordeal. It was publicly announced that they didn't want to go on strike. They wanted to have an agreement. But when I interviewed them, and I interviewed them twice, they said they did want to go on strike, but they said that union leadership decided to go in a different direction. Is that similar to what's happening here in reference to UPS, Jose?
Yes. We hear our officials, union officials say, nobody wants to strike. Nobody wants to strike. But at some point, you have to strike. I mean, for my 25 years, when I started in 1998, my pay was $8.50. But then inflation wasn't as high, cost of living wasn't as high, and minimum wage was like a 4 something. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. So I had it good. But then in 2003, 2004, I wanted to go driving, and my number was called, and I was ready. I was like, okay, I'm gonna drive, so I could, not live in an apartment like I do now, maybe buy a house and stuff like that. But they told me no, because my optic nerve in my right eye is weak. So at that point, I was like, and I already knew that if I couldn't go driving, then for me to get a full-time job down the road will take at least 20 plus years. And, for the last 16 years, I've been working as an instructional assistant in the morning, so I could afford to live in an apartment and afford to live in Orange County. But we need a strike. I mean, for too long, we've seen UPS, especially recently, with these record profits. And we've helped out UPS. The 2008 contract, we had split wages when we had our wage increase. We had our wage increase in August, then another one in February 1st. 2013 contract, probably the most concessionary of them all. Same thing. We had a wage increase split, one in August and one in February. And then why that contract was so concessionary is that we used to have, we were all in the UPS healthcare plan. The UPS didn't want to administer it. They didn't want anything to do with it. Hence, Team Care was born, which most of the country is in. And then we have our little carve out, what we call out here in the Southwest and in Local 177 in New Jersey, the Western Region and Local 177 healthcare plan. You know, for far too long, we have allowed UPS to take advantage of us. You know, and it's time for a strike. When a new hire is getting $21 at starting rate at UPS, inflation's going to eat at it. I don't care if you live in Alabama, in Boston, San Francisco, Oakland, or Anaheim, California. That is not enough. And we need a strike. Now, we don't fall under the Railroad Act like the railroad workers do, because we fall under the NLA, the National Labor Relations Act, but we fall under Taft-Hartley, where the president could intervene if we reject this contract, and I hope we reject it, because they didn't meet any of our demands. Part-timers are not getting $25. They're not getting $25 starting and base pay with 75 cents of service. What we got was, if you're in this bracket of 0 and 5 years, you're going to get raised up to 21, but you're not getting anything else. You know, you're in this bracket of 5 to 10 years, you're going to get 21, but you're going to get 50 cents longevity pay. And you're in this 10 to 15, you get $1. And then or 15 years or more, you only get $1.50. So you're telling me my 25 years is only worth $1.50 to you? And now I want to bring up something that we haven't mentioned here, is that I was there during COVID. I was there when we had these individuals, outside agencies, look like astronauts, disinfect the place while we're working, and members coming up to me and just saying, I'm gonna leave. I don't feel safe here. Because we're working through fear and uncertainty, and I'm trying to tell the members, encouraging them, we're trying to find give them some sort of security. But for at one end, some of us got COVID. Some of us are still feeling the ramifications. My good friend Stephen Gaxiola.
Let's call it pandemic. YouTube's funny about that.
Yeah, so but his brother passed away due to getting COVID. You know,
I'm sorry. Can we call it pandemic?
Okay,
YouTube's funny about that. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'm sorry. He died of the pandemic. You know, so UPS didn't help us out either. You know, at some point UPS could have done the morally right thing and said, you know what, we're going to pay you guys hazard pay, and they did not. They chose to say, you know what, we have an existing contract. We're going to abide by the economic portion of that contract, and you know, but what we will do is we'll put all these posters and call you guys heroes. I didn't feel like a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm just a worker. Don't label me this propaganda thing just so you could get on CNN and say, look, our employees are heroes. They're working to get this country through this pandemic. I'm not a hero. I'm just a worker. Don't label me something. Don't use me as your propaganda tool.
Well said. But one of the questions I have, and I'm going to ask you this first, Chuck, because I'm curious if it's the similar situation with the postal workers. What is the issue with no AC in these trucks? I know UPS didn't have AC in the truck. I have a couple friends that have worked for UPS before, and they used to complain about that. For the postal employees, do those trucks have air conditioning as well? And why or why not? What is the deal with this?
Well, no, most of them don't, because they're old trucks. And recently we were just trying to get the money for them to purchase new trucks. But it's the same situation. It's like they really don't give a damn about the workers at all. and it's something that we have to fight for. The union had to fight for PPE during the pandemic. The Postal Service wasn't doing anything. We had to tell them, right now you have to get people masks and gloves and water and all of that stuff. It's amazing that you would think that it would just make sense for them to do that stuff, because you're going to get better production out of people who are able to be comfortable at work and come to work. And it's the same mentality, except that the Postal Service isn't a private corporation. It's an independent functioning of the government, which it, quote, doesn't have a profit motive, but it functions the same way.
Let's go back to Lenny here. Lenny, what would you like the demands to be? Like if you had it your way, what are the wages that you would ask for? What are the benefits? Like, what are some of the things that you think should be brought to the table and should be approved?
So I want to answer that question, and I also want to answer it in light of answering the question you asked a bit ago, Sabby, about paralleling our situation to the railroad worker situation and asking what the heck is going on here. We've seen this strike aversion before. What is happening? Because I think it's an important point to harp on, and is really crucial for understanding like the fight that we have to wage in order to gain the demands we're talking about. To echo what people have said, the strike is the weapon that unions can employ in order for workers to wage their battle against capital. But what we're seeing now is that this strike weapon has been thrown into the dark closet and locked away. We're seeing it with the railroad situation. We're seeing it with ADF. We're seeing it with Yellow. We're seeing it now with ourselves in UPS. And, it's not, we've seen some strikes break out in society, but we are seeing a cap being put on the struggle from being waged. And we're seeing that in our own situation right now. That's what we're facing currently. And the question is why? I agree with what Colleen was saying earlier. And I also think that what we're seeing play out is a reflection of the larger interests of the capitalist class that they have in preventing strikes currently. Because let's be real, our situation in this country is not going to get any better as time ticks on. And the capitalist class, they understand this very well. And one of the greatest threats that they see, that they perceive right now, is the natural tendency for worker struggles to break out and be unleashed under the pressure of a worsening economic situation. Historically, workers have come to understand that their only way forward is to charge ahead and engage in true battle against, these different elements of the capitalist class that most obviously are facing us and maintaining our oppressed position and conditions, the bosses, the landlords, etc. And then in the midst of these struggles, this is what I think, the capitalist class is most fearful of, that there's a possibility for this to provide fertile ground for the idea that we must fight for things beyond just the bread and butter demands. Because so long as we're just fighting for the bread and butter demands, we're actually just on the defense against the different attacks that are being waged against us. That over time, even if we get these different demands, they can be eroded away because there is a basis for that to happen in this society, as I think Chuck was getting at too. And so what we need to see is that, this provides this strike situation. It provides fertile ground for the ideas that we actually need to fight for far more, that our struggle is larger than that it's for true political power for the working class in society, tossing away the oppressive society and economic system that is currently maintaining our position and is constantly reinforcing these different issues that we're constantly needing to defend ourselves against. And so when it comes to what I think we need to secure right now in this moment, I think it's $25 for part-timers as a base wage. That's what our wages would be if they kept up with inflation since 1982. I think on top of that, it's getting rid of right now this two-tier wage system that exists amongst part-timers that's been proposed in this contract. Because as it stands, we're going to get more raises than the part-timers that come in if this contract is ratified. What I think also needs to happen is that if we're going to fight the two-tier system amongst the drivers, we need to get rid of all these residual things, this language that's been baked into our contract that still maintains this division amongst drivers. I'm talking about the 9.5. I'm talking about the Tuesday through Saturday schedule. And beyond that, I think we need COLA in our pensions, because we can't have pennies when we retire. And on top of that, these wage increases are not looking good for anyone with the worsening situation, rising inflation and rising costs in the country. So that's what I think we need as a bare minimum to get by. And there's a couple more things that, you know, could be added by any one of us on this call, because God damn it, there's a lot to fight for. But those are some things that I think are necessary.
And we have a market rate adjustment in our UPS contract. So UPS could raise the minimum wage whenever they want to, starting rate. And that was issues that were brought up when we had our contract proposals, is that either if you bring it at 25, if we're going to still have this MRA, then make it permanent and make it for access to everybody, not just for a certain amount, right? Not for the new hires. So if they raise the minimum wage, the starting rate, to $24, and you have part-timers not making 24, give it to everybody. Just don't say, oh, we're just giving it to this select few, because you know what? By just us having an MRI, well, I'm speaking like in the UPS terms, we're basically saying our pay is poverty pay. That whatever pay we're giving you is sufficient. We have to raise it up. But guess what? We raise it up, but we have other part-timers that didn't receive that MRA. So if you're going to bring this MRA, it needs to go for everybody. It needs to go across the board, because you're just dividing the workforce. But that's what these corporations do. And that's what these political duopoly do. They just divide the working class. And for another one too is probation period. In some places, a new hire will have, in my neck of the woods out here in Southern California, a new hire has to wait 70 working days. I think out there in Boston, it's 30 working days. It needs to be equal everywhere, not just 70 working days here. It has to be across the board. And this healthcare too, some places out here in my neck of the woods again, they have to wait 9 months for health insurance. So you're going to tell me somebody's not going to get hurt within that time frame? They deserve that health care, and they deserve it within 30 working days. So those are some demands that we have.
9 months instead of 90 days or 2 weeks?
Yes, out here in the Southwest, they have to wait 90 days, 9 months, 9 months for them to receive their health care.
Is this like a pregnancy clause or something?
I don't know. We've had it for the last, I want to say 3 contracts we've had it in. We've had 9 months wait. So when I got hired in 98, I had to wait, I think, 6 months.
So if you get sick, so guys, what they're saying is basically like if you get sick or you have to go to the doctor anytime before that 9-month period, you're going to have to pay basically out of pocket, right?
Yes.
So this is it. That sounds like a pregnancy clause to me. That's really what that sounds like. Like wait to that 9 months and then you can get the health insurance. I want to pivot to Colleen and then back to Chuck, and then I'm going to pull up the cost of living report. Colleen, you're in California along with Jose as well.
Yep.
Okay. In California, because I've never been, but what are the conditions for, I know we talked about the workers that are on the trucks. What about the workers that actually work in the warehouse, the ones that, actually like take the boxes and put them, onto the trucks? Are those warehouses, are they air conditioned? Like, what are the conditions like there?
No, luckily, and I also want to circle back to some other points, but just like to directly you, there's warehouses we know, especially in the southern states, like because we all talk to each other. UPSers, we're organizing together, especially the 3 of us, and the southern states, they'll be like 30 minutes in fully drenched in sweat. We always breaks get violated all the time. So it's pretty intense. But I think something, especially to kind of try and unite and like concentrate the ideas that we're all bringing up right now, is that, this the other catchphrase that's being used about this TA, besides it's historic, is that it's a game changer. And I think we're all making clear that like no contract will ever change the relationship between the workers and our employers, and change that dynamic. Quite frankly, we believe like the only way that can be done is through a revolution where we can seize political power, transform all the industries, the agriculture, the schools, our banks, our government, and also not just stop there. We need to proceed further, eventually to communist society where our classes are finally eradicated between the workers and our employers, the big banks, the government. And that's actually what we see as changing the game. And that's not going to happen in a TA or a contract. And the problem is that's also seen as a pipe dream. It's seen as some fantasy, as if we're like delusional about it being devoid of struggle or difficulties. And that's because we're constantly pushed with solutions from our exploiters, like not going on strike. But outside of UPS, it's what are our options? Vote for a different politician to maybe change it from the inside. Or there's, ideas that, let's just bootstrap it. And as workers, maybe we'll get lucky and win the lottery or win American Idol. Or on the complete opposite side, there's no solutions. Nothing can change. Humans are inherently evil. And you know what? Just wait out until you die, and then you'll get peace and freedom. Like, that's the solutions that are being pushed on us. And that is definitely related to how UPS is, telling us that striking is not worth it. And all these things are compounded. But ultimately, the fact that our president is saying that the game has changed, that sets us back. But that's why we're here today as laborers and trying to be leaders on our shop floors to really have our eyes on that larger goal, and not fall for these kind of slogans that just are complete bullshit, in my opinion. So that is something I thought that would be important to say. There's more to talk about the pensions, though. I mean, we could go on for days about UPS's nonsense.
So Chuck, I want to ask Chuck, what are some of the demands that you think that the postal workers should have, and what is the wage you think, or what do you think the starting wage should be?
Well, again, a living wage changes every year what it should be. But if it's okay with you, I'd like to take an opportunity to talk about something else that's impacting about our members and also the general public, brought about by this Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, who was a big donor to Trump and the Republican Party and was made the Postmaster General. He's got this plan that he came out with in 2021 called Delivering for America, a 10-year plan. And what he's actually part of this plan, they're going to be opening these new postal facilities under the guise of consolidation, which is supposedly saving you money. But where they're being opened is in red states, in suburban neighborhoods in those red states. And that's going to change the nature of who the employees are in the Postal Service. Because right now, a lot of the facilities are in inner cities. The numbers of African Americans who work in the Postal Service is much higher than the percentage of the population. And this guy, DeJoy, with his right-wing anti-worker, anti-union politics, part of what he's being motivated here is to change the nature of the workforce by moving into areas where it'll be much easier for people living in those areas to apply for jobs rather than people have to travel maybe hours from inner city to work in the post office. And while that's not stated as a part of the plan, that's the reality of what's going to happen. So we have to fight this guy because the diversity of the postal workers at this point is a tribute to our beginnings in the strike of 1970 and the contracts that we've worked out, and forcing, in a sense, to have all kinds of people working in the post office. And now this Trump appointee is going to come in and try to change the nature of that workforce into one in suburban areas that'll be more white than anything else. And this has to be talked about. And I'm glad I have the opportunity to do here, because a lot of people aren't making that jump. They're not challenging him yet. So I hope to put that for people to understand that it's not just the amount of money that you're making, it's who the people are who are being able to get that money. And the Joy character, is evil, and he's going to force this. And we need our unions, national unions, postal unions, to stand up and articulate that, because we can't allow that to happen.
Well said. So I want to introduce everyone to the National Low Income Housing Coalition. This is Out of Reach, the High Cost of Housing Report for 2023. Now, one of the amounts that I heard earlier for starting wage for UPS was possibly $25. Now, they release this report every year, so I covered this last year as well. There's just a couple of things I want to show people, because I've noticed this with these strikes, that people are not asking for what they should ask for in reference to a living wage. You always want to over ask, right? So they can come somewhere in the middle. So you always want to ask for more. If we look at the United States, how much do you need to earn to afford a modest apartment in your state? This is just a 2-bedroom apartment, and they also give the figure for a 1-bedroom apartment. There are 2 of you on this panel that live in California. In the state of California, according to the 2023 report, you need to earn $42.25 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom rental. California is first when it comes to the states in the highest housing wage. If you are making minimum wage in California, you need to work 109 hours a week to be able to afford that. Now, if I click on more info and we look at California a little bit deeper, you'll see the minimum wage right now in California is $15.50. I already told you that you'll have to work over 100 hours if you make minimum wage in California to afford a 2-bedroom rental. So this whole fight for 15 that people will try to do nationally, this is nothing. And you'll see that with the other states as well. If I scroll down, in California, fair market rent, a 1-bedroom is a little over $1,700 a month. A 2-bedroom is a little over $2,000 a month, right? So even if you want to scale down and you just want to get a 1-bedroom apartment, if you are making minimum wage in California, you will have to work $88 a week. So that's the first one I always usually go to is California. This is not just in reference to those of you on the panel, but also I'm thinking about the hotel workers that are on strike in California. I'm thinking about the actors and the writers that are on strike in California. The majority of actors in California are not millionaires. They're not, starring actresses. They don't have lead roles. They are people that have a full-time job, and acting is something that they do on the side. Most people, I would argue, are not making this. So that's an example with California. New York, 4th highest housing wage. In New York, you need to make $40.08 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom rental. Of course, New York City drives this up. If you are making minimum wage, you have to work over 113 hours a week in New York. But it's not just, and this is the thing I want to point out, it's not just the blue states. This is the common thing I hear from people. It's all the blue states that are too expensive to live in. Well, let's go to a red state. Let's go to a state like Florida. And for people who say that Florida is a swing state, it is not a swing state. Florida is a red state. It has a couple of blue spots, but for the most part, it is red. Even Florida, which used to be the place that a lot of people from the Northeast would move to because it's more affordable, they are now 11th in highest housing wage. In Florida, you need to make $30.59 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom rental home. If you make minimum wage in Florida, you have to work 111 hours a week. Red state. Alaska, another red state. They are 18th in the highest housing wage. You need to make $26.32 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom rental home in Alaska. If you're making minimum wage, you have to work 97 hours a week. So far, all the ones we clicked on, you need to make more than $25 an hour. Even if we go to a state like Texas, Texas barely makes it at the 25. 21st state with the highest housing wage, you need to make $25.06 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom rental. If you make minimum wage, you need to work 138 hours a week. The point that I'm trying to point out, all of the states that are dark blue are the highest cost of living. If we go to Massachusetts, like my state, for example, I know it's freaking expensive here. So Lenny, you're in Massachusetts, third highest housing wage. You have to make $41.64 an hour here to afford a 2-bedroom rental. If you're making minimum wage, you have to work over 111 hours a week. The Carolina blue states are second, right? So even Minnesota, $24.11 an hour. And then the lighter blue states are the least expensive. You have to go to Puerto Rico, which is not a state, which is the 52nd highest housing location. In Puerto Rico, you have to make just $10.36 an hour. Now, I don't know, what the industry is like in Puerto Rico, but this is the cheapest place to live right now. And the reason why I like to bring up this report, Hawaii obviously is one of the expensive ones, second highest, $41.83 an hour, is because I'm constantly seeing strike after strike. And I look at the demands and I look at what are they asking for as an hourly wage. The hotel workers in California said they wanted an increase of $5 an hour. They are making $20 to $25 an hour right now. So even the ones making $25, that would put them at $30 an hour. That's still not enough. This is the problem. So one of the things I recommend to those who are striking, always over ask, because they usually are going to come under. So always ask for more so that you can get a little bit more. So the $25 for those of you in California, you should be asking for way more. Way more. This is the cost of living report. I'm going to put this link in the chat too, so people can look at this on their own time if they want to look at their state. But this is spreading across the country. And I'll tell you another thing. The reason why some of these other states, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, all these ones that are that Carolina blue, the reason why they are now the second highest is because people from the states that are dark blue, they have moved to places where at that point in time, it was a lower cost of living. What will happen over time is that the more influx of people that you get to come into those cheaper states, after a while, they are not so cheap anymore. This is happening in places like Tennessee, which because of Nashville is the fastest growing city in the East. That's why now in Tennessee, you need to make over $20 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. So the point is that this problem spreads eventually across the country. Now, these states right now in the middle, for the most right now, they're kind of safe, but that won't always be the case. So my recommendation to all of you is to over ask. Now, pass it back to the panel. Yeah.
I mean, you're totally right that we need more fucking money. I'm 100% in your camp about that. 25 is actually based off of wages in 1982, like I said, that would keep up with inflation today, be $25. But also those wages in 1982 were after a massive wage cut. Prior to that massive wage cut that happened in 1982, our wage today would be closer to $40. Okay? This is, it is absolutely the truth that we need more than 25. The question is, can we get it now? And what does that take? Right now, our union leaders, and we've got the government, CNN, even socialist groups telling us that this is a historic freaking contract that we have in our hands right now. And they've only given us 21 as the base wage. And so the question is, can we fight for something like $40 right now? Because it's not going to be right now as it stands. Our union leaders are going to fight for that. So it's a matter of us those of us within the membership being organized enough, militant enough, so as to be able to put pressure, raise our demands from below to be able to fight for a strike to happen, to really force the hand of the company in order to be able to gain such a high wage. And are we in a situation right now where that is the case? No, we're not. But do we need to build it? Hell fucking yes. Because as it stands right now, so long as we are passive, as we keep our heads down and we just accept contract after contract riddled with concessions, or in this case, we've got, the stratification amongst the workforce. We've got these more new divisions that are being created after fighting against the two-tier system and drivers, the residue of still that existing, low wages in relation to high inflation, etc. So long as we just accept these things, we are only going to see the further eradication of the bare minimum necessities we need right now. And so what it takes is for those of us like we're doing right now to see the objective situation, to see that in light of the need for there to be an unleashing of class struggle in society, and to hear the outrage that exists amongst the membership, because there is outrage against this contract, and to organize that into a force capable of leading us in the direction of being able to, and beyond this contract, in the direction of being able to fight for more, being instilled with the spirit that we need to struggle, that we need to take on these forces head on, because this is not going to be easy. This is an uphill battle we're facing right now. I mean, all of us right now, and just taking the basic stand of saying we think we need more, and for that reason we need to vote this down, we are facing backlash. And we know that. And for that reason, I mean, in the face of any struggle, in the face of any class struggle where there are opposing interests going head to head, it is going to take workers needing to have a determined sense of what they're fighting for and what they're fighting against. And what we're fighting for right now are these bare minimum demands. And we need more than that, but we're going to fight for these as we can right now, given our forces. And in the future, we need to build up in order to be able to fight for more, and then to get beyond just fighting for these different demands that are eroded away over time, to build up our strength as workers, to develop a party for ourselves in order to be able to continue to wage this battle in a more concerted direction towards our future and fate of being able to win power in society, to be able to turn the tide on this oppressive society based on our exploitation, fight for a beautiful thing that's so hard to conceive of in this moment right now, but is entirely possible and is our necessary trajectory as workers. And so that's where I stand here. I am in your camp about the need for more. I want more. But I think our assessment is just based on our evaluation of our forces right now. And you better believe that we're going to be fighting for more in the future. And right now, as it stands, yeah, we're fighting for more over what is being proposed to us. So that's my piece there.
Awesome.
Can I add too? Yes, we should be asking for more. But if the rank and file don't have a real seat at the negotiating table, we really don't know what we're fighting, what our elected leaders are fighting for until we get the contract. That's why these closed door negotiations are bad for the rank and file. We need to have big, open, transparent negotiations where we could be in the rooms and we could say, look, you guys asking for $24 at telling our negotiating committee, you asking for $24 ain't going to cut it. You need to be asking for this much. Because why? Look at the cost of living. Look at the interest rate. Look at inflation. Yeah. All those are things that will eat away out of our salaries. We don't have purchasing power. I barely make $97,000 around there because of my 2 jobs. And I barely have any purchasing. I don't have toys. The only toys I have is just 2 cars and my son's little gaming decked out thing. But that's it. We don't have real purchasing power. We need to have a real seat at the table when we negotiate, so we could hold our elected union officials accountable. So we could tell them, no, this is not right. Because if they're not going to stand up for us, we're just going to be sold out. And we have been in the last 20 years. We've been sold out, especially the part-timers at UPS have been sold out with concessionary contracts and no real gains in our wages. It wasn't up till the 2013 contract when the starting rate went up for part-timers.
Yeah, one thing I want to add too, and we have a couple minutes left before the next panel comes in, but Chuck, you mentioned wildcat strikes earlier. This was another thing that came up during the railroad workers situation. A lot of us were asking, like, why not do a wildcat strike? And I have noticed that doesn't seem to happen as much today as it seemed, as you mentioned, like back in the 70s. Why do you feel it doesn't happen as much anymore?
Well, I don't really have an easy answer for that. I know back in when it took place, it was a different attitude among workers at that time. We were really getting screwed in the makeup of postal workers in both 70 and 78 when we had the wildcat strikes. There were a lot of returning Vietnam War veterans who were not going to put up with any shit and were going to do what had to be done, and it's not an easy thing to do for postal workers. It was illegal to strike. Even to talk about striking, you could be fired. Now, what happened because of the strength of what took place in 1970, when they got the jobs back, the new contract, no one was fired at all. Of all in 20 cities where people struck, not one person was fired. In 1978, where it was more, the wildcat were in a more limited area, the Postal Service came in and fired people. I mean, it was maybe 24 workers who were fired, and that became a campaign to get their jobs back. And we got everybody's job back except one who was really the one who led the strike from the beginning, and then he went on to work and become a management consultant. I don't know how that works. But the point is that there's risk involved, and it really comes what we talked about earlier. Leadership, even among the working class, or among the rank and file, it has to come from the rank and file. They have to be ready to put their jobs on the line and have a wildcat strike. I would love to say the reason there aren't wildcats is that because the unions around the country are so much more closer and in touch with their members that there's real communication. But we can see plainly that's not the case. But it's just it's not an easy thing to do, to walk out and in this era at this point and do it. But it's. When it comes down to it, it's the most powerful tool you have, particularly if your union leadership, in your sense, is selling you out, or you're a peer to sell out. Wildcat, you don't need them to strike. They're a small percentage of your workforce, the union leadership. And if the workers want to do it, it's a powerful tool. But again, they have to be ready to do it and to take on what's going to come.
Final question, because we only have a couple minutes. I see the other panels in the background. The issue of not having a seat at the negotiating table, is that something that could be pushed to put that into the contract? Is it possible to say that we want to have a seat at the negotiation table and make that a part of the contract?
We in the UPS contract, there is a rank and file committee. I think it's made up of 40 to 45 people. They were appointed. They weren't elected by the rank and file, which they come from their respective locals. So we have that in the Constitution now, where there is a rank and file, but it needs to be elected. Because if you're just pulling people, are they okay? They might represent the rank and file, but what these two, the rank and file, or for those that brought him to the table? Because guess what? They get a nice little cushy check at the end of the negotiations. Let it be elected. I don't want no money. Let me go in there, because this is not for me. This is for the next rank and filers that are going to be coming up, and I want them to have it better than what I had. And it needs to come from us. Let us elect our own representatives, our own rank and file committee members, and then let them, go be in there in the negotiations. But also have it open for the rank and file that weren't elected. Because there's a lot of passionate members that we have that have been fighting for decades. I know a brother out here in 396 has been fighting for $15 since 2003. Because he knows that the part-time pay was just poverty pay at that moment. So let us elect our own, but to still have it open where all rank and file come in, and so it sends a message to the other side to say, you know what, you might see this, but you see all the other people out there in the lobby trying to get news, trying to find out what's happening, so they know that we're really in solidarity rather than this make-believe solidarity. No, we need actual solidarity.
Well said. Really quick, before we head out, I just want to, and I'll go to you, Colleen, and then we'll have to head out. Again, I'm going to put this link in the chat for everybody so you can look at this on your own time. But everyone needs to, again, look at this report, the cost of living report for 2023, so you can see what you need to actually earn to be able to actually have a living wage in your state. And I can guarantee you a lot of you are not making what you're supposed to be making. So I think that's really important. And we'll go ahead and close out with Colleen.
Thanks. This is really important. All three of us are actively, and our other brothers and sisters who are on our side, are organizing a no vote for this contract. We are having a webinar tomorrow, and we have an English and a Spanish session. It's at 12:30. It's at 12 p.m. In Spanish and starts at 2 p.m. in English. Wait, sorry. Okay, it's 12 p.m. in English PST and then 2 p.m. in Spanish PM PST. And this is really important. We need to let all our brothers and sisters know that they're not alone, and there is a force of us that want to give this a genuine fighting chance. And I hope you respect us plugging it in on here, because if we're going to give it our all, we need to really spread word now, because we are up against the IBT that is pushing a completely different reality of the situation, and we need to be steadfast. So I just wanted to make sure that got out before we close.
All righty. All of you, thank you so much for coming on, and keep up the fight.
Thank you, Savvy, for giving us a space.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Take care, y'all. Bye-bye.
Solidarity. Gracias.
Yeah, probably.
So, Savvy, before you leave, how did your barbecue go? Like, we very proud of Savvy here. You had your mutual aid barbecue. I saw you pop in a little bit with JB. So tell us a little bit how that went.
Oh, it went great. It was awesome. It's very hot, Nick. I don't know how hot it is in Kansas City, but it's fucking
I got
hot.
a heat. There was a heat advisory all day. So
Yeah, it's hot. But it was great. The food was really good. We had leftover food, so we took that over to, when Rome was here last time, we did Tour for the Poor. We took the food that we had left over by Boston Medical Center. There's a mini Skid Row over there, and we delivered food to them. So it's just, it was great. It was awesome. People were really happy to see, people really liked the banner, because Charlie took that graphic that Aaron made,
yeah,
and he printed that and he blew it up as a banner. So people are really excited. So
so the theory and what we've been planning for the last 2 years is becoming reality. You guys know that? Like, these are things we fantasized about during our meetings. So I take great pride in seeing what's happening. Very proud of you, Savvy. Very proud of all the work that we are doing with our Albion chapter. So thank you for hosting last panel. And Savvy had a great Boston Mutual Aid event today. My brother JB is back. What's popping, guys? I'm back again. You guys thought I was done?
That's right.
You guys thought 3 hours was my limit? Y'all thought you have stamina issues about this Marxism game? Y'all think this is I don't sleep out this.
Marx, baby.
3 hours is nothing, son. I'm looking at 5 hours, fam. Nothing to me. Man. Especially when we got a panel like this. We got my brother JB. What's popping,
baby?
We working. You got other people like, man, we streamed 2 hours today, nigga.
Yep.
What was 12 hours?
And yo, me and Nick, we did not collaborate on to wear white, but hey, that's what it's about. That's what it's about.
We just on the same level, my brother. We just on the same level, man. We just on the same goddamn page. We're on the same page with this panel until this panel will be fired, brother. I'm gonna start with this video. I've been starting all my panels with this video. Now that we got our juices going, we got a fantastic Midwestern Marks has been great friends of RBN. I learned a lot from their content. Marxism is a very complicated science, and I'm still learning. Like, I try my best to interpret Marx and apply it to my everyday life, look at the material needs of the people and apply it right now. And that's why these conversations are important, not only to teach people about Marxism and the utility and organizing this have, but to sharpen our tools as Marxists, because I feel like there's always stuff you can learn.
Absolutely.
Always stuff you can learn. So let's start with this banger video, and then I'm going to introduce my guest. This is from one of the people who joined us today, Eddie Liker, Midwestern Marks. Always put out these banger videos. Check this out.
Difference between Marxism, communism, and socialism. Marxism is a way of studying society, a worldview. It says that societies change and move based on struggles between conflicting economic classes. So the Civil War that transformed America, by example, is a product of class struggle. Slave owners in the American South were drawn into a struggle with both the slaves and the capitalists in the American North. This class struggle culminated in the Civil War, which replaced slavery as the economic system in the American South with capitalism, which is a progressive step forward. The slaves became wage laborers. But in this new economic system, capitalism, struggle happens between the wage laborers and the capitalists. And once the workers seize political power from the capitalists and begin to transfer economic power to themselves, we have socialism, an economic system where the state and the surplus of society are controlled by the workers. As workers continue to construct their new society, they eventually get to a point where economic classes don't even exist. The only class is the working class, who produces for themselves and for the benefit of society. And at that point, you have communism. So socialism, sort of like a transitory stage where you have a dictatorship of the proletariat, control of the government by the workers. And Marxism is just the study of how these class struggles happen. Communism is the classless society that we can eventually reach. And there's your lesson for today. I hope you learned something. Carlos would be proud of me for this one.
Let's see if Carlos approves of that. We got our friends at Midwestern Marks with us. I can't believe it's possible to be that base, Eddie. Oh, great video as always. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I'm gonna start with Eddie because we showed your video. We had Eddie on here before. It's great to be in dialogue with Carlos and Noah. I believe this is the first time we had to chat. You guys do a lot of great educational videos. You guys even host classes regarding Marxism. So I'm gonna ask you guys this question just as a baseline. Why do you pursue and why do you advocate for Marxism? Why do you think it's worth our time learning about it? Let's just start there and we work our way around the conversation. Let's start with Eddie. Can we play this video? And then just for sake of order, we can go Carlos and Noah after that. And also use this time as a way to introduce yourself. We had Eddie on here, and this first time I was chatting with Carlos and Noah. So you can explain why you think Marxism is worth it pursuing, and kind of an intro to yourself and why you started doing this.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks for having us on, guys. Appreciate it. I'm Eddie Liger, one of the directors and writers and editors for Midwestern Marks. We have an institute where we put out theoretical works, written works. We have a publishing press that's mostly spearheaded by Carlos there. And then we also just do tons of social media education through pretty much any social media platform, but TikTok has really been the one that's blown up. Our YouTube is, we post pretty consistently there too, but we just feel that education is the key. Without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement, as Lenin said. And that's because it puts us on the same page. And, by reading theory, you can learn so much about practical organizing and answer so many questions about organizing that have already been debated in the past. So rather than get hung up on the same issues and the same debates over and over and over again, by reading theory, we can sort of all put ourselves on the same page. And theory is to be debated and discussed, of course, but it kind of gives us a collective understanding of what our path forward is. So I had something else I was going to say, but I'll leave it.
We can pass it to Carlos. Go ahead.
I remember Lenin said that theory is just the collective experience of the working class taken in general, right? So if we're trying to organize a better world, if we're trying to bring the workers to power, why would we not learn from the revolutionary working classes of the past, both in our own country and internationally? So theory is just the number one way to get ahead of the bourgeoisie, to understand this system and understand how we can change it.
I want to pass it to Carlos, then we go to Noah. The same kind of premise. You can introduce yourself so the audience know who you are, why you personally got to Marxism, why you think it's important to learn.
Well, first, thank you guys so much for having us here and for having this, what I consider to be a historic event. I've been listening in as much as I can, and I've been moved a lot, especially with the interview with Chris Smalls. It's, on the money, and it really gets at a lot of the reasons why we ended up founding the Institute. So a little bit about myself. I'm a philosophy professor, and I'm one of the directors for the Institute. A lot of my work deals with popularizing Marxist philosophy, the dialectical materialist worldview, because I think it's the best way for us to really understand the world in general, not just our societies and our class struggles, and but also sciences. Like the Soviets had some of the most advanced sciences in the world in their time, and this was because they applied a method that says, hey, let's not separate this thing from that, or analyze this thing by removing it from its context and treating it as a dead entity, when in reality it exists in movement, it exists in interconnection with everything else. It exists within specific wholes that we have to understand the part in relationship to the whole, how the whole gives meaning to the part, and how the assortment of the parts make up the whole. And this method, I think, is largely something that has already been embedded in people's common sense. You wouldn't trust a boxing judge that gets there at the 12th round. How are you going to trust someone that only saw one round of the fight? You need to see the whole fight, how each round is connected to all the other ones, and how each round plays into the whole fight. And, that's the essence of the dialectical materialist worldview. See things in their processes, in their interconnections, and from the standpoint of the totality, from the whole. So, that gets us not just at a better understanding of our societies and our class struggles, and hence how to move forward, right? Because that's another part of it. It's not just understanding, but it's also changing in a revolutionary manner the world we live in. But it also helps us with science, and it helps us with everything else. And, the people that have the most advanced Marxism right now, in my view, are the Chinese. And they are applying it to every field of society and just developing at speeds that are just incomparable with the West. So, I'll leave it there. I'll pass it on to Noah.
Noah, the same kind of question. If you want to, I'll pass it to you, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us on, brother. It's an honor, honestly, and I'm glad we could finally meet. I've known JV for a while now. My history is a little unique compared to the other directors of the Institute. I grew up, my dad, who everybody calls Pops, right? He was a union man, right? My grandparents were from the Soviet Union. So we had a house where communism was just always viewed positively. And I sort of gave up on everything. For a while, I, had this teenage rebellion phase and went to LA telling my parents I was going to be an anarchist and all this just weird stuff. But around the Bernie and Trump phenomena, I sort of saw what was happening in society, and all of these young people coming to these realizations just inspired me to get back in the fight. And here I am. I think Marxism is how we understand how to fight. We can't understand a way forward and out of the the immiseration and conditions that the working class, all of us, are in different forms without understanding how society works. And so when we pick up Marxism, we pick up the way society works. It gives us the general laws of development of society. And so that teaches you how to move forward. It can create a broad strategy, and even teach you how to apply tactics in individual conditions. It gives you that entire relationship. Without getting too deep into it, I'm a carpenter. I'm not, an academic or anything like that. And just knowing these things has gotten me in a place where every coworker that I work with at my shop is on board for class struggle, is on board for socialism and the way forward. And that's because of Marxism.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pass it to JB, and you can kind of add to this discussion as well. But I remember I voted for Jill Stein in 2016, and you guys know the Green Party is a socialist party. They're eco-socialist. But when I voted for Jill Stein in 2016, I didn't know what the fuck an eco-socialist was. I generally advocated for my community's material conditions, and I was strongly anti-war. I was strongly anti-empire because I acknowledged the harmful relationship that our U.S. empire has with not only global violence, but with our current material needs. This is late-stage empire and capitalism and the relationship with the empire, correct? So I always had general Marxist principles, but I was not a Marxist. I was not a socialist. But then once I started reading theory, and I always give Rome big process to this day, because I would say, yeah, I'm more of a socialist, democratic socialist, whatever. Then Rome was just asking me a question like, why aren't you a communist? I'm like, I don't know. I ain't read the shit. So I read the critiques of Marxism, and I want you, in general, Marxism is a critique of capitalism. So once I read a little bit of theory, I read State and Revolution. I read a few of these very important literature, right? And then it wasn't anything that was mind blowing to me. I inherently knew it was correct. I was like, I always knew this stuff. Like, and people who are anti-establishment, people who are worker friendly, and I always had this conflict with authoritarian capitalist power, whether you want to call it authority, unchecked authority, and that come from the belief of wanting a dictatorship of the proletariat. As a young age, I saw the wealth of the Walton family, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? Walmart workers don't make this much, but I didn't know the theory of labor value. So it was something to me once I actually read it, like when Rome asked me the question, I couldn't answer it because I didn't read it. So once I read it, I'm like, oh, I inherently know this is true. But if anyone want to chime in on that, I can pass it to JB afterwards. Anyone want to chime in on that, and then I'll pass it to JB.
Yeah, let me just real quick. That is exactly what I always say. That for working class people, learning Marxism is just giving words to things you already knew all along.
Yep. Go ahead, Eddie.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. A lot of the things you know implicitly, but Marxism gives you the words to explain it to others. You know, like the reason that the Walton family has such an obviously absurd amount of money is because of exploitation. You know, they're paying their workers far less than the value that they actually create, and then the Walton family are taking home surplus value despite not taking part in production or distribution or any of the things that actually create value.
What's that, Eddie? James, I want to get you in here. You've been taking a lot of Marxism classes, and as someone a lot of people don't know, one of the reasons I know JB in Rome, and it was like one of my first guests on my original YouTube channel where I just had a few of my Twitter mutuals watch that show, and I can tell you guys firsthand the progress of JB in terms of analyzing our culture and discussing material conditions. And JB was always sharp. That's why I had him on my show. But the difference is night and day. 2023 JB versus 2020 JB. The same way you can see the difference between me then. And because JB's willingness to learn, he was part of the Marxism classes. So I want to pass to you, JB, for any thoughts on Marxism, or you can compound on what anyone said as well. I just want to throw you in the panel as well, brother.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a harrowing explanation because I have 3 of my professors in front of me that will probably be grading me on this afterwards. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss, number one, thank you guys for joining us for this summit. This is actually extremely imperative that you guys are here. And a lot of people who will be watching this is like, what does Marxism have to do with workers? It has everything to do with workers. That's the point of Marxism. And the critique is really the relation of workers to production, workers to the means of production, meaning the coffee house, the farm, the shop, the office. It all has to do with relation to all of that. And so because of this, it shows that what type of society do you want? Do you want a society where you and your fellow co-workers, not just in your place of employment, but all across the nation, do you want all of us to run this country? Or do you want a small minority, a subset of this country to run everything and then gatekeep all of us out when it comes to the necessities and the concrete needs that we have in our life? If you're going to be for the former, then welcome to Marxism, because you're literally going into a critique of the system that really subjugates us to exploitation. And if you're through being exploited, then this is the way we go about it. And one of the things that I've learned is that, just like it was said earlier, I am now actually just getting words to something that I've already known all along. And once you start to learn that, oh, somebody already put a word to this and there's already a complete and concise definition to it, what happens is you start to want to know more about the thoughts of the person who did this scientific analysis. Once you start to go into that scientific analysis, then you start to connect the dots. And then you start to form an even deeper understanding of the system, even more than your fellow co-workers or your contemporaries. Then you can also go to your fellow workers and contemporaries and explain this, and then you end up building class consciousness. And this building class consciousness is something that the corporate dictators do not want, because that class consciousness is what will overthrow them. This is why reading and writing among slaves, the enslaved, was illegal, because that meant that we learned what they didn't want us to know so that we can overthrow the oppressors. That's the same thing. This is why Marxism is so vilified. Yesterday, Second Thought actually had a 30-minute video on YouTube about cultural Marxism and how Marxism is really demonized because it is a critique of a system that they, the corporate elite, benefit from. So if you are sick and tired of the Bezoses, the Crows, and the Gates, then it would behoove you to learn class consciousness. Part of that is also learning things like Marxism or learning things like Leninism, putting them together. And if you want to go with people who are brown, you can also go with people like Mao, and you can go with people like Che Guevara and many other different brown people and black people who also, or W.E.B. Du Bois. You can go that route and actually learn from them and see what their thoughts are. But it's great to do, because once you start to learn it, then you realize I'm not crazy. And that's what Marxism taught me. I'm not crazy.
So I need you guys to grade JB on that. Well, how do you...
Oh no!
I'm just playing. I couldn't say it better myself. Any thoughts that you guys have? I have a video I want to show you guys real quick. But I won't pass it to the panel going once, going twice. Anything you guys want to add before I move on? Go ahead, Carlos.
Well, I thought that that was perfect. And JB, one of the things that I know Noah emphasizes always in the class is how intuitive he is. And, you know, there's times where he's came up with these metaphors, like revolution being the midwife of history. And you're like, man, that's Marx 1854, speaking to a salon full of workers. Oh, where'd you pull that one from? And there was one that one of his that he dropped in an interview he did with me, and I was like, man, I got to add this to the book, and I ended up citing him in that interview. But you guys are absolutely right. And when you become a student of the previous revolutions that succeeded and the ones that came to be as successful as possible in the countries, even if they failed, one of the most important elements of these struggles has always been the theoretical education of the people. Whether it's the Chinese, whether it's Che Guevara and the Cuban Revolution, whether it's the Black Panthers here at home, it's always such an important factor because it gives us the clarity to understand things systemically. And look, the bourgeoisie is not stupid. It knows that the life that it provides for the vast amounts of people that live under its system is horrible, and people are going to dissent. And so for the last at least century, the bourgeoisie has had to go from, simply pumping out propaganda that's explicitly pro-capital to being a little bit more nefarious, to being a little bit more elaborate with how it obtains consent and it sustains hegemony. And it's got to present us with a bunch of fake lefts. It's got to present us with a bunch of AOCs. It's got to present us with a bunch of fake Marxists. It's got to present us with a bunch of Zizeks and all these other people that what they are is, as a friend of ours, fellow scholar, Gabriel Rocco, uses the term radical recuperators. They get the spirit of radicalism that's rising in the people and they recuperate it into the pro-imperialist fold. And it ends up working as what I've called a compatible counter-hegemonic left, a controlled left. And when you have Marxism on your side, you're able to smell this. You smell it and you're able to distinguish, okay, what's going on here? Who's trying to get me into the pro-imperialist fold? Who's got the labels? Who's got the hammer and sickle on their bio or on their organization, but is actually siding with the imperialists and against the working class? And that's what Marxism offers for us. And, it's so important in our era. Bourgeois ideology has become so elaborate. And if we do not equip ourselves with the only tradition that can dismantle it ideologically and show it for what it is, a farce that's aimed at continuing a world where the vast majority of people are exploited, oppressed, and live in tremendous immiseration. If we don't do that, we're going to keep losing. And we've had tremendous movements. We have a situation right now in our country where it's pregnant with a tremendous revolutionary potential. The people's lives are just getting harder and harder and harder. The ruling class is fighting with itself, and this is the formula that the Leninist tradition tells us. It's when the people can't continue in the old way and the ruling classes themselves cannot continue in the old way that revolutions have the potential of happening. Those are what we call the objective conditions. And we're seeing it in the crumbling of empire, in the crumbling of legitimacy. We have a serious crisis of legitimacy. 11% of our people trust the media. Less than 20% say that their elected representatives actually represent them. That's a recipe for a collapse. But as Lenin always was fond of saying, these orders, they might wobble all they want, but they won't fall until we topple them. And we won't topple them until we develop the subjective factor, until we develop theoretical clarity and we become organized.
Can I add one little thing onto that? That was absolutely 1000% on point. I just want to add that our era is the era of the surveillance state. The era of us knowing for a fact what the ruling class has been doing in order to wreck our organizing over the last decades. They put infiltrators in, they surveil us, et cetera, et cetera. They come up with all of these hip new theories to try to distract us. They come up with all the posts and everything the Bourgeois Academy is putting out, right? And so when we go into actual organizations, into the Communist Party or into a labor union or even your local neighborhood committees, whatever it is, if we all have ourselves armed with a knowledge of Marxism and we're using this worldview and this outlook to inform all of our sort of rhetoric and actions, what we're doing, those that aren't and are only saying revolutionary sounding words become very apparent very quickly. And so in the era of modern, sabotage and wrecking and infiltration and surveillance, the only way forward that I can think of is all of us to at least know the basics, right? That's why the class I teach the JBs in is called Basics of Marxism, to give us the tools we need to not have to trust anybody, right? To not have to trust AOC when she tells us she's a socialist, right? So we can, I always use the analogy, we don't need them to tell us what time it is. We can buy our own damn watches, right? And we can judge the time for ourselves.
I said a few times on the show that once you understand basic concepts of Marxism, and Carlos and Noah did a good job pointing out how fake lefts like AOC would develop, and once you understand Marxism, happening in our society start to make sense. I had Q Anthony Amene on. He explained that there are a lot of people that go around and things seem random, they seem chaotic. They don't understand what's happening. They don't understand why the ruling class is betraying workers. There's so many people who don't understand that why the Bernie movement failed, why the Justice Democrats are selling us out. But through the tenets of Marxism, you understand that none of these happenings among the ruling class, none of these actions are accidental. It's actually very predictable if you understand how the ruling class, the way capital operate. So if you knew Marxism, if I knew Marxism before, maybe we would have stuffed out the sheepdogs like Bernie Sanders. Maybe we would have snuffed out a lot of these head fakes from the Democratic Party. JB, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, well, it's basically a Trojan horse. It's a Marxist Trojan horse. It's basically saying you get, for instance, because this is why I say the Democratic and Republican parties work in tandem with each other. The Democratic parties will make it sound like, well, I'm a Democratic. So they'll put Democrat, even though socialism is inherently democratic anyway. It's an oxymoron just to put democratic in front of it. But anyways, so they'll put democratic socialism and they'll tag the word socialist to themselves for some sectors of the Democratic Party. And then this allows the Republican Party to go, oh my God, they're socialists, they're Marxists, when in reality, they're keeping the system in place for the capitalists. Damn. And so the sky said amen. And so what ends up happening is that it's a Trojan horse because it makes people think, oh, the Democratic Party's Marxist, when in reality, they're just a bunch of capitalists and a horse that says that's labeled Marxist. And then by the time they come in, you think, oh my God, they're Marxists, and they come in, they're capitalists, and then you think, oh my God, they're Marxists doing capitalist things. People, and this goes into the effect when everybody complains about capitalism, they say it's communism, even though it's capitalism the entire time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And
yeah,
JB, go ahead, JB.
These corporate people and these dictators, they're communists because they're extracting all the wealth from the workers. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. This ain't communism, baby.
Joe Biden's a communist according to Tammy Warren.
Oh, Merriam-Webster. Look, Merriam-Webster. She's a good one. Go ahead, look her up and go and look and see what is communism compared to what is capitalism. And that's another thing. People don't learn definitions no more. Y'all just need to pick up a dictionary and start use your words and start learning the definitions of these words, because the thing is that what the ruling class will do is that they will either dilute or they will misrepresent what a word means in order to vilify people for something that's actually good. It's just like how we back then, we used to say, oh man, you bad. We didn't mean bad as in you were bad. We meant bad as in you were good. But the thing is that that's what they do in a more perverted fashion. So we need to learn the actual definitions. What socialism is the workers owning the means of production and distribution within a given society, and it's a transition from capitalism to communism. That's what people need to learn. The problem is that a lot of you people are listening to capitalists trying to explain socialism and communism. If you want to learn what socialism and communism is, ask a socialist and a communist. Don't ask a capitalist.
I want to pass it to the panel because we mentioned these social democrats a few times. So I want to actually ask your guys' opinions about your critiques of social democrats, which I have quite a few, because you have the massive betrayal of DSA, Bernie Sanders, and the Democrat, socialist, social democrat left A lot of them who are getting in bed with strike breakers, for example. A lot of them became rank imperialists, especially regarding the Ukraine war. But the funny thing is, I didn't realize this until recently. Marxism and communists predicts this. Like, and that's the funny thing. Like, there's a strong critique of social democrats that I wasn't aware of until maybe the last few years. And once you understood that critique, you're like, of course Bernie Sanders is the way he is. Of course, because they are the chosen opposition by the capitalist class. Why do you guys think they call themselves social democrats, democratic socialists? You call yourself that only if you agree with the capitalist framework that socialism isn't democratic. So you got to call yourself a democratic socialist to wave to the capitalist class that, hey, I'm one of the good ones. But anyway, I don't want, it's about you guys. I want to hear your guys' opinion because a major focus of RB, and a lot of people are confused why we do this. But I focus a lot on the critiques of the social democrats because they are leading the workers off the cliff and playing a very particular role for capital. But I'll talk too much. I won't pass the panel. Anyone want to chime in from Midwestern Mark? I'll make it like an open panel for this part. If you guys want to explain your critiques of social democracy and democratic socialists, go ahead, Eddie.
Definitely, exactly like you said. And I say this as someone who threw myself into the Bernie campaign. That's kind of how Carlos and I originally became friends. But yeah, you start reading Marx and you realize that this is the role that social democrats have always played historically, right? And some of them are more opportunist or more imperialist than others, but they've always played this role of basically saying we need to soften the edge of capitalism. You know, we need to implement social programs, but when push comes to shove, like when there's something like what's going on in Ukraine right now, they always historically side with the imperialists. You know, and back during World War I, a lot of the what we now call social democrats were siding with World War I. And you can see this with the social democrats here in the United States, with Bernie Sanders and AOC going along with these acts of imperialist aggression and the U.S.'s proxy war project in Ukraine. Or you can see it with the countries where social democracy is actually in power, like Switzerland, Norway, Denmark. Almost all of these countries had troops in Iraq. You know, almost all of them are pro-NATO and now trying to join NATO, siding with the West and siding with capitalism ahead of countries like China and socialism in the East, and this rising counter-hegemonic group of countries that are part of the Belt and Road Initiative. So when push comes to shove, when the rubber meets the road, so to speak, the social democrats always side with capital historically, always, and they never seem to be able to resist imperialist opportunism. There are certain examples like Bernie, you know, critiquing the war in Iraq. But then, you know, a few years before that, he was cheering on the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, you know, and then now we have him basically being a cheerleader for the proxy war in Ukraine.
You guys see his bill? I want you to continue, Eddie, but you guys see his pathetic Ukraine bill where more military bill where he said we want to decrease the military budget by a measly 10%. And then in the bill, they said, with exception for assistance going to Ukraine. And Bernie voted against authorization for more oversight for Ukraine weapons. Probably one of the biggest betrayals we ever seen. But sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
No, I mean that's exactly it, right? That they make themselves appear as better than the other guys, better than the capitalists, because they want to reduce the military budget 10%, while in substance they're still siding with NATO and still siding with the primary imperialist project. And you see the same even when it comes to domestic issues, like the things that they claim to stand for, like Medicare for all. A lot of times when push comes to shove, you have like AOC saying she's not going to do force the vote because she doesn't want to cause relational harm within the Democratic Party. So basically, I'm not going to fight for healthcare for the working people because I don't want to piss off Nancy Pelosi, one of the most corrupt politicians of all time.
Relational harm my ass.
Right. Yeah. Right. So a lot of times it's the rhetoric of socialists, the rhetoric of being radical, and then whenever it comes time to make policy or fight for something, they line up behind the imperialists and the oligarchs.
I know you guys probably wondering. I want to pass it to Noah and Carlos after this. You guys wonder, well, come on, why are you guys so mean to the social democrats? Why you guys so? They say the good things, right? You guys understand this is a global, massive problem. It's a scourge on the left the Social Democrats. Am I being too rude? No. Look at the scourge of Social Democrats in Sweden and Finland that just buddied up to NATO. And you have Sweden, communists and socialists, who was protesting Sweden inclusion into NATO. This is what a lot of people don't cover. Democracy Now! Actually did a surprisingly good segment when they brought on a Swedish peace activist who was a socialist, who was explaining how there was a massive liberal propaganda campaign in Sweden and Finland to get them to accept NATO. You want to know who sided with them? The Social Democrats, the people that helped elect the first female prime minister in Finland. They did the Social Democrat wing of their party. They sided with the liberals and betrayed socialists and communists in Sweden and Finland in order to join NATO, a capitalist imperialist institution. So we are not being dramatic here when we're talking about burning AOC, and not just a United States problem. It's a worldwide problem of Social Democrats siding with capital and siding with empire. Sweden, by the way, is the largest, or for safety, I say, is one of the largest funders of the Yemen war. You guys know the war in Yemen? They massively funded that genocide. And then you have Bernie Sanders left is like, oh my God, look at this great country, Sweden. The fuck? That is not the end goal at all. At all, having a country that benefits from funding genocide, has an active arms industry, that's not the end goal. But sorry, no, I want to get Noah and Carlos in here for your general critiques of Social Democrats. And if anything you want to chime on regarding what you heard anyone say recently before we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush here. There's a reason the Soviets called social democracy at the time the moderate wing of fascism. Because it's that relationship between them and the fascists in a working relationship that allows fascism to rise, right? When you go into crisis, if you're trying to negotiate, etc., that's not working as the ruling class is clamping down, as they're oppressing us more and more and more, etc. Look what they're doing right now. As the things are deteriorating here, they're sending more and more of our tax dollars to literal doctrinaire Nazis in Ukraine in order to wage a proxy war to keep their class in power, right? It isn't just, an option between the two of them. It is the relationship between these two supposed factions that is the system we're critiquing. They're an inherent part of it, right? And so overcoming them and understanding this is one of the reasons Marxism is so essential, because it shows us the material view of fascism, right? It shows us what can lead to it, what forms it will take, why it will take certain forms in certain situations, why AOC is very comfortable working with literal doctrinaire Nazis who nickname each other Adolf and things like that, right? And why she's against American working class people getting healthcare, which is what she ran on, right? Marxism is the key to understanding all of that.
And there's such a long tradition here, man. There's a really important piece that Lenin writes right when it's happening. You have, in the history of socialism, you have the first international that's ran by Marx, and then you develop the second international, spearheaded by Engels for many years. And then the First World War comes around, and everyone votes, we're not going to send working class people to kill working class people from another country for the sake of the imperialist rulers of our country, because it was an inter-imperialist war. And then after everyone votes to say no, they break that. And these sheepdogs all side with their imperialists, with the exception of the Bolsheviks, the exception of actually the Socialist Party of America. That's why you have Debs in prison and a few people from the Socialist Party in prison here. That's where the Espionage Act comes from. And I think the Italian party, and that's always been the history of social democracy, especially in the imperial countries, it's been siding with the imperialists. And it's rooted in various class positions. It's rooted at times in a labor aristocracy where the top leaders of unions sell out the interests of the rank and file for the sake of crumbs that are taken from the super profits that imperialism extracts from across the world. And that is an environment that festers ideologically this right opportunism that makes people who claim to be siding with the working class actually in substance side with the imperialists. And we live in a country that has been so heavily indoctrinated with McCarthyite anti-communism, where, you know, you ask anyone about socialist countries and all that they can bring up from school is, you know, Stalin killed 10 million people, and you know, Mao killed 3 billion, and Stalin ate the babies and babies, as Noah's fond of saying. And that's bullshit. And, you know, the not only is it bullshit, but we'll never get anywhere if the left that we have, these social democrats, if they when people ask them about the legacy of socialism in real socialist countries abroad, they just say, yeah, everything the ruling class told you is true. All these countries suck. The Soviet Union was horrible. China's horrible. It's a totalitarian hellhole. Cuba's horrible. When we do that, the working class person talking to us has to be as stupid as us in order to accept that. If instead of coming with that narrative, which is the ruling class's narrative, socialism has always failed, we show the people this is what socialism has been able to do in the Soviet Union, in the DPRK, in China, in Vietnam, in Laos, in Cuba, everywhere, even while under the boot of imperialism and hybrid warfare. This is what they've been able to do. They've been able to lift basically 1 billion people out of poverty, gave them dignified lives, and they're continuing to do that, and they're leading the world in technology and in all these amazing areas that make people's lives easier. If we show them that, that's a completely different message. And so, you know, what these social democrats do and their form of analysis, not only does it prevent them from actually understanding the world correctly, it prevents them from getting to truth and understanding the world as it actually is. It also prevents them from building a revolutionary movement. And it's no coincidence that these same countries that have these wonderful social democrats that are criticizing the shit out of real socialism, they're the same ones that have never been able to produce a revolution in their life. That is not a coincidence. Who the hell is going to follow you when you say socialism has failed all over the world, but we, the virtuous West, the virtuous Americans, we're the ones that are going to get it right for the first time? That's bullshit. Instead of that, we should tell the people the truth about socialism, tell them the fact that it's always worked. And worked for who? For working people like them. It hasn't worked for the monopolists that are their enemies. And yeah, so, you know, there's so many, there's a myriad of flaws that we have in our left here. And that's part of what I try to get at in this book by using the concept of the purity fetish. But when we have Marxist analysis, we not only can understand things correctly, but we can break the chain that we've had over the last century of just being revolutionarily futile. We can bring back a revolutionary tradition that's actually substantive and can actually defeat empire. And the moment couldn't be any riper.
Can I just add something real quick onto that?
Yeah, JB after Noah, absolutely.
The U.S. has such a long and rich revolutionary tradition. Right here, it gets hidden from us, right? We're not taught it in school. Our media doesn't ever mention it. It pushes it to the sides and marginalizes everything to do with it. But think about it. This is the country that produced a Harriet Tubman, a Martin Luther King Jr., and the father of American Marxism, W.E.B. Du Bois, right? It is that thought that creates the particular American form of Marxism, and it allows us to correctly understand the different forms of class struggle that have been so important in the formation of this country, in the American people becoming the American people who we are today, right? Without Du Bois, we don't have a scientific view of the problem of the color line, right? Of why institutional racism begins, of how slavery is what affects racism rather than the other way around, right? Du Bois is what gives us that and begins to give us the way forward, especially in this era, because this era, as we were talking about earlier, is full of revolutionary potential objectively. It's the subjective factor that's missing. It's us, right? And so as we educate ourselves, as people are being reproletarianized in our era, it allows us to formulate a genuine scientific way forward that actually works.
Mm-hmm. JB, you want to chime in? And then I want to show you got something after JB. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when people talk about socially democratic countries, they're always praised, especially among the democratic socialists. They'll say Finland, Iceland, Sweden, France, Germany, Belgium, whatever. They'll say these socially democratic countries are still doing so well. But one thing that a lot of people don't realize that these socially democratic countries are doing so well because they're profiting off the backs of people who are exploited in the global south. How do I know this? So I'm going to share my screen really quick. Has anybody in the chat or anybody watching on the rewatch ever heard of King Leopold of Belgium?
Yeah.
If you have not, then you're going to see somebody who's actually worse than Hitler. If you can see this is out of the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. King Leopold of Belgium actually cut off the hands of Congolese people if they failed to meet a quota for farming rubber. And so this is what they did. 10 million Congolese people were killed, murdered by King Leopold of Belgium. And this was King Leopold of Belgium, and pointing to a person that their hand was cut off. And including, still down to this day, they sell chocolate hands in Belgium as a treat. And so here's the thing. When you talk about democratically socialist countries or social democracies, they get their universal health care. They'll get their ability to have all these different programs, but it's off the backs of people in the global south. So therefore, they're living high off the hog based off of exploitation of an overly exploited country. How in the world do you think France is so rich? Because they extract the gold from Africa. They extract resources from these countries so that they can have these beautiful lives that they live, that we somehow say, oh, well, we want to have a country like theirs. And so this is the fault. So this is why it's like having a big ass mansion, but then you don't see the workers in the basement in horrible conditions. And you're like, I want to live like that person in the mansion. But the thing is that, do you really want to, based on who they have working in their basement? And that's the question that people need to ask. But this means that you have to have class consciousness and to realize that you need to have solidarity with workers everywhere. We're talking about workers in Palestine. We're talking about workers in Democratic Republic of Congo. We're talking about workers in Sri Lanka. We're talking about workers in Brazil and in Bolivia. This is who we're talking about.
And if I could just add something real quick, that's why the Martinique communist Aimé Césaire, when fascism came around, he said there's not much new here. All that is being done is what Europe has always done to Africa and to the third world, to itself. And yeah, that point that you make there, brother, is so important.
Yeah, I want to, we getting near the end of this panel. This has been very good for the soul, good for the brain as well. And I think this is one of the panels that we need to do every so often, because there's so much that we can discuss on this issue. I'm literally cutting like half the scheduled programming because there's so much to learn, even in breaking down current acts of the empire, current happenings. I have Eddie on a few times, but this is something that we definitely got to continue to expound on because there's so much to touch on. But I want to show you guys this clip that has lived rent-free in my head ever since I seen it. like literally, if you guys have stuff that gets stuck in your brain and you can't turn it off. This speech by Kwame Ture is one of those for me. So why am I playing it? I don't know. I just want to fucking show it to you guys. I'm sure many of you guys have seen it. I think it fits with the premise of this panel pretty well. So this is Kwame Ture on Karl Marx and socialism. Listen to this.
My birthday twin.
Yeah, I love this one.
It hasn't gone anywhere. It has been betrayed, yes. But betrayal doesn't mean collapse. Perhaps they get confused because at least Judas had the dignity after betraying Christianity to hang himself. Gorbachev is still running around the world picking up pieces of silver. Must be clear here and not confused. I'm a socialist. One other thing I must tell you now. They confuse people about socialism. Brother the other day said, "Why ain't no socialist?" I said, "Why not, brother?" He said, "Because it's a white thing." I said, "Oh, really?" You see, Europe tries to make believe that everything that comes out of the world comes out of Europe. I told the man, I said, "Socialism ain't no white thing." He said, "Yes, it is." He said, "Karl Marx discovered it." I told him, Karl Marx never discovered socialism. He cannot. You you call the laws of gravity Newton's laws. I'm sure there's a mnemonic device to help you on your quizzes. But you certainly cannot believe that Isaac Newton can found that a body falls at the rate of 32 feet per second squared per second squared. He can't find this. He can't discover it. He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it, discover the law. If I'm sitting in Timbuktu in Africa and I've never heard of Sir Isaac Newton and I'm conducting any experiments with gravity, I will come to the same conclusion that he does. A body in motion tends to stay in motion unless stopped by an outside force. He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it. Karl Marx did not invent socialism. If I'm sitting in Libya in the deserts and I'm doing any research with capital and labor without ever having heard of Karl Marx, I will come to the same conclusion that he did. That anytime capital seeks to dominate labor, there'll be a ruthless, uncompromising struggle on the part of labor until it comes to crush capital and dominate it. This is a fact. My history demonstrates that. We came here as chattel slaves for centuries. We fought and fought and fought until we crushed it. Now we're just slave of the wage, and now we've got to rise up and crush that one. That's to declare that Karl Marx didn't invent socialism. It's there for all to see. Karl Marx's great contribution to the world was in the area of historical materialism and dialectical materialism, something you need to know if you know about socialism. But since you don't know about socialism, you don't even know the words. And not only does the enemy keep you ignorant, you stay ignorant. You won't ever go read a book about socialism. Why read a book about socialism? They already told me in my class it ain't no good. You will not even read a book about socialism. Why, you don't even read a book about your history. We come to inspire you to learn. We come to tell you that when you come to serve a people, you must know as much as you can. The more you know, the better able you are to serve the people.
The more you know, the more you're able to serve the people. You guys see why this clip been living rent-free in my head for maybe 3 years now, ever since I first seen it. I'll open up to the panel. Feel free to chime in. I'm sure you guys won't talk over yourself. I want general reaction to that. And we are nearing the end, so you also can get ready for final statements because I see some Green Party members coming in. So I open it to Eddie. I see you're unmuted. I see Noah's unmuted. So I'll pass it to you two first.
I think we're both ready to go. That's such an amazing video. I actually remember the first time I watched it. I was just getting into reading Marx, and it really helped me understand it. And a lot of people say that Marxism is Eurocentric, right? Marxism is just white people shit. But and Marx's analysis was of Europe, right? Marx's analysis, he applied dialectical materialism to where he was from. But then you have all these thinkers like Mao and Lenin and Thomas Sankara and Stokely Carmichael or Kwame Ture, who take the dialectical and historical materialist analysis or method and apply it to their own conditions. And actually, that's one of the places where Marx's prediction was wrong. He predicted that in the Western European countries where capitalism came about first, you would have the first socialist revolutions. But what actually happened was the colonized world took his theory and ran with it. Folks like Lenin and folks like Mao and the other ones that I mentioned, Che Guevara and Fidel and Cuba, they took the Marxist method and applied it to their own conditions and brought about socialist revolutions that changed the world forever. So, maybe Marxism's origins were slightly Eurocentric, but the Marxist tradition, has always belonged to the global South and the colonized world and the working classes of every country.
I won't pass it to Noah if you still want to chime in.
Yeah, I love this clip so much. Rather than just get into like what Marx was saying, I kind of, it always makes me think of when I was a teenager, right? And I was first learning this Marxism stuff from my dad. I bring it to my friends at school, and I live in I went to a school that was maybe 80% black. And that was exactly what I would get told. Man, that's some white people shit. Don't give me that, right? And I'd be like, no, look. And I would, bring in books by black Marxists. And it gets people. As soon as, you realize that Marxism is a scientific way of viewing the world, you realize it's not Eurocentric or whatever the hip bourgeois thinkers will tell you it is now to keep you away from learning it, right? It's not whatever. And that brings people together. And that brought me and my friends back then closer together, was learning from Huey Newton, actually, was who got a good friend of mine, Deshaun, into it. But I don't know. It's everything. Like, learning that teaches you everything. Like he was saying, like, the dialectical and historical materialist approach is universal. It could have been someone in Timbuktu, right? It didn't have to be Marx. It was the world getting to a stage where that sort of theory could develop, as I'm sure JB remembers from our class on Engels and socialism, utopian and scientific.
I just want to say, excuse my French, but how the fuck is a worldview that has been the most successful in conquering power for oppressed and exploited people in the third world, in the global south and east, how in the hell is that Eurocentric? This is all it's a creation of the academy, of the same people that don't want us to read Marx, of the same people that if they give us Marx in the academy, they give us the early writings, they will never give us Lenin, they'll never give us Mao, they'll never give us any of the thinkers that actually participated in achieving revolutions and in developing scientific socialism in the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. They won't give us those people. Except for I have them in my intro to philosophy class. I sneak them in. I don't know how I haven't been fired because of it, but I got Mao, Che, Lenin, all the guys. But and Marx himself, he adjusted. His idea was that capitalism is going to develop, that creates the proletariat and leads to socialism. Then he studied anthropological and ethnological studies in South America, in India, in Russia, and he came to a different conclusion towards the end of his life. And now, we only have the manuscripts. I've been able to read most of the manuscripts. There's some that are still, they haven't even been published yet. And in these manuscripts, he comes to the conclusion that it could be the other way around. It could be the third world because there's more communalist traditions in large chunks of the third world that haven't been dissolved because of capitalist individualism that could lead to socialism occurring there first. And so I want to maybe push back and say maybe Marx wasn't right here because he adjusted there at the end of his life, and the predictions of the older Marx came true, which was, you see it in Russia, Korea, China, Cuba. The colonized and imperialized world was the one that took the mantle of Marxism, and specifically Marxism-Leninism, the Third International Marxism, the part of the split in socialism that said, no. We have to fight against colonialism. We have to fight against racism. All of these are important forms of class struggle. It's not just, your opportunist and immediatist trade union struggle. It's all of it. All of these struggles are one struggle. You can't think of them as separate and they connect. No. They're one struggle. The struggle of China against imperialism, the struggle of Africa against imperialism, the struggle of Cuba against imperialism. It's the same struggle as our working classes struggle here at home against our capitalists. It's the same capitalist class that exploits, oppresses, super exploits, and extracts resources from the global south and east that then keeps us immiserated at home and keeps us divided according to whatever other thing that they come up to divide us. So it's the same enemy and we have the same struggle. It's one struggle. And the test of an ideology today, in our day, that is pregnant with revolution is, can it unite the people or is it dividing the people? Can an ideology today unite the people to fight against war, to fight against empire, to fight against capitalism? And that's I think that this legacy of bringing the people together to fight against all of these things and to fight for socialism is something that I see RBN and our institute and a bunch of other good brothers and sisters in different organizations fighting for. And it's just a matter of time. It's there's, as Lenin used to say, was fond of saying, there's decades where it seems like nothing is happening, and then there's weeks where, man, decades happen right in front of you. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're working ourselves towards that nodal point where we hit some weeks and we're like, God damn, it's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. It feels like it's been 10 years. So yeah, I think that's where we're at, but it's up to us. It's nothing is fatalistic. We're going to have to act and continue doing the sort of work that we're doing here with the Labor Summit and everything else that you guys do.
Yeah, and I love that you guys just help Kwame Ture dismantle the talking point that Marxism is a Eurocentric ideology. You guys want to know the people who propagate that are class enemies. I still remember the segment. This segment was burned in my skull. You had Al Sharpton This was during the Bernie campaign where he was saying how this new wave of socialism, this is white suburban kids who are out of touch with the workers. So you see their job is to gaslight and lie. The exact opposite of the reality. They were trying to pretend this new socialist and Marxist movement is led by the bourgeoisie. It doesn't even make sense on faith value. It doesn't even make sense on faith value when you look at the fact that you had the Reagan administration, the United States waged war against the global South because it was the global South, Latin America, who embraced socialism, right? It was Southeast Asians who embraced socialism. So the idea that Marxism is Eurocentric doesn't pass the smell test, doesn't even make doesn't make sense at face value. But anyway, a lot of great things said. We a little over time here. I appreciate you guys for coming on. I'm gonna pass it to Eddie to plug Midwestern Marks, where they can find you. And we got to transition. We got our next panel, the Green Party panel. I appreciate you guys for being patient. We will introduce you guys here very soon. I'll pass it to Eddie to plug the Midwestern Mark channel, and I'll start popping you guys out.
Well, thank you so much for having us on, and thank you so much for putting this summit together. You know, this is great work, exactly the kind of stuff we need to be doing. You know, theoretical education and education about practical organizing questions. So really appreciate you guys for doing this, and we're honored to have the invite. You can find us on midwesternmarks.com. That's where our publishing press is and all of our published works, putting out books. We've got some new books on the way. Carlos just published his, The Purity Fetish and the Crisis of Western Marxism, which we feel is really important. We're working on our third journal where we publish scholarly articles from a Marxist perspective, the Journal of American Socialist Studies 3. 1 and 2 are also available on the website. And then we stream regularly to youtube.com/MidwesternMarks. It's also on our Twitch account, Midwestern Marks. We're on TikTok at Eddie M. Liger or Edward M. Liger. Just search Eddie Liger, Midwestern Marks. It'll pop up. And at Ed B. Liger. Our Twitter is at Marks Midwest. But yeah, we're excited to keep putting out more content like this and keep working with RBN. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys for coming on, and you guys definitely gonna see this panel again. One of the objectives and one of the goals of these summits is movement building and bringing the community together. So this is definitely not gonna be a one-off thing. So first time talking to Carlos and Noah, thank you guys. I'm gonna pop you guys out in the background, and we're gonna get our next panel set up. JB, I think you're joining for the Kshama panel next, correct? Or are you sticking with us? What's your plan?
Yeah, I'll be going. I'll be coming back for the panel with Kshama Sawant a little bit later, so I'll be joining you guys then.
So CJ and JB will be back in our final hour with Kshama Sawant. But this next panel is going to be a great one. I'll pop you out, JB.
All right,
thank you for joining us. I'm going to introduce my friend Stephanie, who helped me put this panel together. I'm a strong advocate of third parties, and the theme of this panel is going to be why and the theme of this panel, I want to hear from you guys from why you guys believe it's important to build a third party movement, why you guys think it's important to resist two-party duopoly, and what role does the Green Party movement has with labor organizing and fighting the system in general. But thank you for putting this panel together. Thank you, Stephanie, for joining us. We also have Cindy A. Matthews. I'm going to pass it to you guys so you guys can introduce yourself individually here soon. We also have Ed Greistar. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. I appreciate you joining us as well for this Green Party panel. We are also joined, she joined us earlier this week. It's great to have former presidential candidate for third party under the Green Party, Dr. Joe Stein. I appreciate you making time joining us today. So I want to start with Stephanie, and we're going to work our way around the panel, and we're going to get to Dr. Stein. And the general question is, what got you interested in building third party, and why you guys think organizing outside the two-party system is so important for organizing in general? I'm back to Stephanie. Thanks for getting it set up.
Hey, yeah, thanks for inviting us. We're very happy to be here. My name is Stephanie Voltolan, and I actually in college belonged to the UAW, the Auto Workers Union. Back then in the 80s, when you joined, or whenever you went to go work for General Motors, you automatically were enrolled in the union. you didn't have any opt-out, and they took the dues out of your paycheck. And so I was very strong union very early on in my life, and I saw the value. And here's what happened. My friends were all working non-union jobs, making about $3.25 an hour. I was making $15 an hour in a union job. And if I worked overtime, it was time and a half. And if I worked weekends, it was double time. So I made about 10 times in the summer what they did because of a union. And so, I saw the value in that very early on. I also saw that about that time was about the beginning of Ronald Reagan's second term. And he began, and that's when unions bosses started getting bought out. You would hear people talk about it. You'd hear about them saying those, the bosses were getting a little too comfortable, and they were snugging up to the Democrats and the Republicans. And so, it became very clear to me early on that third party, especially the Green Party, which I'm sure you guys know is the largest U.S. party that doesn't take corporate money, is just a good fit. So that's sort of what's brought me here. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I appreciate you for making time for us as well, Dr. Jill Stein. I know you don't have a lot of time. You gave us a lot of time earlier this week. We had a great conversation with Kshama, so that's why I appreciate you joining us today for the Labor Organizing Summit. I know you don't have a lot of time, so I want to pass it to you. The overall theme of this panel will be the importance of a third party, the importance and the role that the Green Party can play for labor organizing. So I want to get your thoughts on that, and I'm glad that you was able to make it. And I know you don't have a ton of time, but I want to get your thoughts on that.
Great. And thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me a chance to support this wonderful panel. And I want to give a big shout out and hi, especially to Stephanie, because we keep crossing paths in cyberspace. And I'm just really grateful for everything you're doing, and everybody on this panel. So, and I should just say also that for many years, many of us in the Green Party have been talking about how we have to really lift up our labor action, and that we really need a specific labor caucus or a labor subcommittee, which for some reason we don't have, and in the same way that we have a women's committee, and we have an environmental and a climate committee. I think it's really time for us to start our specific labor committee. And I'd love to follow up on that with people, because we tend to be very involved in our local labor struggles as a party, but we're not as a party, we are not kind of sharing our best practices and the fights that we're fighting. And we could be doing a lot of supporting each other's labor struggles. I think if we could get it more organized, including really at the national level, to support all the local work that's going on. And I won't say too much, because I said an awful lot earlier this week on that wonderful forum with Kshama. And, I kind of came into this, growing up in the civil rights movement and the women's movement and the anti-war movement, the anti-Vietnam movement in the 70s, really, and the 60s, and was involved in the early student strikes, and shutting down our universities on all of those counts. And then I became very active later on, once I kind of had been through my training, and I was then involved in healthcare, saw how everybody was getting screwed on healthcare, and really the impossibility of providing healthcare in a predatory healthcare system. It just can't be done. And how healthcare, as we think of it, is really just, it's window dressing. It's window dressing on a crisis of health of our society and the health of our families and, the health of our environment. It's all kind of victim of a predatory system where the oligarchs are calling the shots. And in healthcare, I especially saw how environmental destruction was really hurting people enormously. And at the time, the epidemic of asthma was new, if you can believe it. My era didn't grow up with that. And it was really just kind of hitting in the 70s, really. And childhood cancers were on the rise, and you know, a number of like developmental disabilities were kind of really very clear and prominent, and a big struggle. And I became involved in initially really fighting environmental racism and working with communities to resist coal plants and toxic waste sites and degradation of the water supply and lead and stuff like that. And again, experienced how incredibly rigged the whole system is, and that we really needed a much bigger fight. And in particular, that we needed to be fighting together with labor. Labor in particular was really critical for fighting this battle and any battle. And that was kind of like the back door, my back door into labor struggles. And everything that I've learned since then just really affirms that working people and people who are out of a job, you know, that it's like surviving, it's putting food on the table, it's being able to afford a home, you know, and healthcare. And for lack of healthcare, or I should say for poverty, you know, poverty is now the fourth leading cause of mortality in the United States. It's the fourth leading cause. And all these things so come together that economic issues are really front and center for most people. They are front and center. They're the struggle to keep, you know, to keep from getting evicted, the struggle to afford your rent, which is going up every day, the struggle to afford your health care. And that as working people, that's where push comes to shove, you know, and that's where people have the tool of going on strike and building towards a bigger and more general strike. And it's been just really clear to me as a climate activist for many years that we are not going to solve this without a general strike. And in order to get to a general strike, you know, it's working people who are leading the way through their fights in the workplaces. So this is just a big shout out to everybody on this panel, but also everybody involved in this really wonderful session today, which is, you know, just so grounding and so inspiring. I've been able to watch little pieces of it and really look forward to going back and looking at the whole thing. So this is just really exciting. And politics, you know, as Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. And the unions need to bring that demand. Workers need to bring that demand and lead that demand in the workplace. But we cannot give power a pass. We cannot give them a pass in the voting booth. We cannot give them a free lunch in elections, because left to their own devices, you know, they will just continue throwing us over the cliff. We've already been thrown under the bus, and we're about to go over the cliff here as a society and an economy and our healthcare system. The climate is on fire right now, you know, and it hurts no one more than frontline communities in this country and around the world. So, you know, this is a unified battle. We need to stand up and fight, and that includes putting power on notice that we are not going to take it anymore. And to not challenge power is not okay. We can't leave that out. It's essential. And, you know, it's none of these pieces are expendable. We cannot do without the social movements and the power of workers to really lead those movements. We also cannot do without holding power accountable. And if we do not challenge power, then we're not holding them accountable. We need to hold their feet to the fire, and we need to throw the bums out. They know that that's happening. You know, they may be losing battles, but they're losing the war. And if you look at the numbers and the statistics, people are they've lost it. You know, they want to call out spoilers. They want to call out third parties as spoilers. Spoiling what? Spoiling their stranglehold of these white old guys, basically the James Carvilles and, you know, and the likes. They want to keep a stranglehold on the system, and now they are whining up the wazoo because their stranglehold is being spoiled. Well, what's being spoiled for working people is our lives and our health and, you know, and our very tentative hold on the future, which is really crumbling before our very eyes right now. So they lost it, when Obama bailed out the banks and threw out homeowners, and 7 million families, whatever it was, lost their homes and got evicted. That was the turning point, I think, and that's where the Democrats lost 1,000 seats in state legislatures. That's where they lost 60 some seats in Congress, and they lost 13 seats in the Senate, and they lost 12 governorships. So it was spoiled for them by their own action at their own hand, and they're just trying to blame it. What did Greens have to do with that in 2010? Losing 1,000 legislative seats? Nothing. This is BS, and it should be treated as that. And I think not even given the time of day. We have a job to do. That's all about our organizing and building our power. And at the end of the day, that comes down to the general strike. And if we're ever going to get to the general strike, we need to also support the specific workplace strikes along the way, whether it's UPS and the upcoming vote, whether it's Amazon, Starbucks, et cetera. And I really appreciated that little introduction, CJ, that you were doing this morning with a case study.
Oh, yes.
So great.
Yes.
So it's just
That was
really
good.
wonderful.
I like that.
These tools here are just really important, I think, for empowering us. So thanks to you, thanks to everybody. And I'm sorry I can't stick around, but I will come back and watch this at a later
Absolutely.
date. And
Well, thank you for coming for the time that you are able to provide. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a very powerful, inspiring, and thought-provoking little speech, Dr. Stein. So we appreciate you making time. We had a much longer conversation earlier this week. If you guys want to check it out, so we appreciate you showing up for the Green Party panel. I'll put you in the back, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this panel. I want to get to Ed Greistar. I know that's going to be a hard act to follow. Dr. Stein really went off there. But the general thought process is, what role do you think the Green Party has in terms of labor organizing and pushing for general progressive change? And what got you, so the audience know who you are, you can kind of explain what got you into organizing with the Green Party and what led you to pull the trigger on that. So thank you for joining us, Ed, and I'll pass it to you so you can share your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Ed Gristar. I'm with National Single Payer. I've been a lifelong organizer with a number of different unions. My last union that I worked for and helped was the Nurses Union in Pennsylvania. But I started out working in a steel mill, and one of my first issues was actually working in a steel mill in 1970 when Nixon passed OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Act. You could never I mean, that should give people like a barometer of where we're at. And so OSHA was passed. There was no protections in the mill. One of the things that drew people together was literally, as far as healthcare goes, we were right. And this was in Western Pennsylvania. We were right next to many coal miners that are going on strike in Western Pennsylvania, in West Virginia, because of black lung. Their union leadership was opposed to fighting for black lung. The workers themselves had to take control and push their union leaders out. And so I think I would like to flip the talk and say, well, how is it that the labor movement is losing people today and is weak and ineffective when the reality is it should be on the ascendancy? There should be more struggles, more mass demonstrations and everything. And I think what it comes down to is that there is literally a lack of class consciousness in the labor movement, especially among the leadership. And that's really what's holding us back. Like, for instance, this morning, I was in Erie, Pennsylvania, where the United Electrical Workers are on strike. 1,500 of them are on strike. They have scabs in the plant. And we are up there in solidarity, some green people, some environmental people, because one of the issues there is they're talking about green locomotives and green sustainability jobs. So when we're there, one of the big issues, and I'm there speaking on healthcare. So the workers come up to me and they say, you know what, you're talking about single payer healthcare. Do you know what our proposal is from the company? The company's proposal is a $10,000 deductible before you get any healthcare benefits. Now, the point I'm trying to raise here is that you as a union, you can't keep that issue silent. You have to reach out, because many of the people in Erie and everywhere in this country face disastrous junk insurance plans. The union and all of labor should be fighting to say that we're for Medicare for all. We're invigorating the labor movement. We're reaching out to people. The other thing is only approximately 12% of the actors that are on strike actually work enough hours to get benefits from their union healthcare fund. So what about, in most of them, to get benefits, they have to make $26,000 a year. So many of these people don't have health care. People around the country don't have health care. And instead of the AFL-CIO pushing for Medicare for all, like 10 years ago, there were 600 unions that endorsed Medicare for all. Today, they're actually literally selling Medicare Advantage plans. The union,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're selling Medicare. And so what we have to do, we, meaning the people who are interested, and I think there is a budding, growing, more conscious movement out there, and this program and like it we have the capability of interjecting the ideology that's literally necessary, not only just to move the unions forward, but also to lay the groundwork so that people understand the ineffectiveness of the duopoly. The only way people are going to understand that their unions don't represent them and that the issues are much greater is if people go to the union and they say, well, why aren't we fighting for Medicare for all? We have, people don't have jobs. They can't get rent. The food is everything is in a state of crisis. So if you take the Teamsters, you take the UE, you take the potential auto workers, and you take the actors, if all of those unions, and this is what we need, is a class conscious labor movement that would unite all of these various struggles into a broader social movement, because literally that's the only thing that has gotten us any benefit in this country. And everything is being under attack. Yet instead of that, we have people in the single payer movement that say it's time to literally give up. We should go back to incrementalism. Even though the majority of people desperately need healthcare for all, and they're willing and they're still supportive of it, even though there's like there's like a whiteout, a blackout from the media and from most organizations. They aren't pushing it, especially the Democrats. So what do we have to do? We have to create greater consciousness among the rank and file. And by doing so, they will then begin to develop an understanding this two-party system simply cannot represent them. They will begin to understand, and if the unions push the issues, like if you took 5 issues that all these unions are facing, whether it's auto workers, whether it's, like I said, Teamsters, whether it's electrical workers, if you took 5 of those issues and you took them to the general public and you said, these are the issues that we should be fighting for, and what we're going to do is we're going to put our energy and our resources into things like this, you would begin to shift the balance of power. And that's not going to come. It's growing. And I hear Dr. Stein talk about a general strike. Well, frankly, we're way away from a general strike. Why? Because we simply don't have the class consciousness, the organizational ability, the capability of pulling this off. Do we need it? Of course. But how do you do it? In the Green Party, one of the weaknesses I see of the Green Party is that they're not, as I think Dr. Stein said, they're not focused, or they haven't been focused, and I'm glad I see this changing, because I've been around the Green Party for a while too, changing into more identity with issues of the mass of people. Now, what are those issues? I just kind of went over all of them. The gut level economic issues, that's what's going to unite people. And if you don't concentrate on those issues, like, for instance, the military budget, how could you say that you're for an environmental program with all of these ridiculous, environmental groups? They never talk about the military budget, the biggest polluter in the world. and you got to be able to connect that to the people's self-interest. And I think if you get your head together and you get your facts together and you have the confidence, you can win people over to this. And that's really how labor was built. Labor was built by talking to people. Some people have this mythical idea that somehow John L. Lewis parachuted from the sky, was delivered by Hosanna, and he organized all the workers, which is just basically bullshit. The way he organized those people was because there were left-wing unions for a decade before that were building the ground, fertilizing the soil, making sure that people were in action. And when they were in motion, that's when the CIO was formed, and John L. Lewis then gave it some resources and things like that. So you got to know your own history. And I think the Green Party, we have a capability of doing some things, but it can't be done unless we make sure that our message resonates with the average person. And inside unions, we have to do the same thing. We have to literally, and it's not easy. If fighting those union people, because I've done it before, I would always say and the last thing I'll say is in the 1980s, when they were trying to overthrow the government in Nicaragua and El Salvador, I was the president of a labor council in Western PA. We had workers, trade unionists from El Salvador and Nicaragua come here, and rather than the AFL-CIO saying, hey, this is a great thing to do, they would call me up on the telephone and say, you're violating the policy of the AFL-CIO by having
Jesus Christ.
But what I'm saying is this is a reflection of the kind of dead wood that populates most of the labor movement. And it's time to just call it out. It really is, because it's not going to take us anywhere. And many people, young people, they say, hey, I'm joining a union. And I tell them, well, that's really good. I mean, all unions are good. But the real question is, what kind of a union do you really need? Do you need a union that's just going to collect your dues? You need a union that's just going to cozy up to the boss? And that's going to just bring demoralization and confusion. You need a union that's going to struggle. And that's up to the people now. And that's really what we have to interject in ourselves, because we do have the possibilities. The public, I think, is sympathetic. There's a huge political disconnect. And the progress is when we could start making a difference and being that 3 or 4 or 5% that can make a difference. And we can't go back. We have to just push forward and do what we're doing, because this is a lifelong battle. So thank you.
There's a lot of great things said. I want to pick your brain here for a second. I want to get Cindy in here after that. And I love that you called out the union leadership, because these are ideas that me and CJ have been talking about. Is the corruption of union leaderships and how they sell out the workers, because I see a lot of social democrats that tend to idolize and romanticize a lot of unions without understanding this internal struggle that goes on within unions. And I live on a state line in Missouri and Kansas. I worked in Kansas for 10 years, and Kansas is a right-to-work state. And one of the reasons why right-to-work states gain traction, and the reason why there are a lot of anti-union sentiment, this is my belief, is that union leadership sells out workers. They act incompetent, and then workers are like, why are we paying these damn union fees and union dues when the union is selling us out and not getting anything accomplished for us? And there was a coordinated effort by the capitalist class to hijack unions. Unions were very strong and successful when they were ran by socialists and communists. And during the 70s and 80s, you see capitalists hijack the unions, make them weak and ineffective. And then they say, oh, look at the unions. They're weak and ineffective. They're not doing anything for you. So I'm going to show you guys just a few headlines. And I want Ed to, I want to get your general reaction to this, because we talking about the union leadership selling us out. You mentioned that AFL-CIO earlier. Not just them, but you have all these unions a year and a half before the election that is endorsing a strikebreaker, an enemy of the working class, Joe Biden. So this is the AFL-CIO votes to endorse President Biden for re-election. You had all their affiliates doing the same thing. Here's a headline from Common Dreams. In an unprecedented show of solidarity, major labor unions endorsed Biden for 2024. You guys see the problem here? You guys see why workers in red states like Kansas is going to be turned off unions when they see unions turn to partisan bootlickers of the ruling class? So I generally want to get your reaction to this because I love that you called out union leadership. What are your general?
Well, I think that it is a travesty, in to the extent that what it reduces and it minimizes and it kind of de-emphasizes the reality that politics is important. But the question is, how should a labor union function in the political sphere? And what it should do, which it doesn't do, is it should itself create and have a set of independent demands, independent issues that they go to the workers and they say, here's our issues, like we talked about before. And then they should push those issues and say, do any of these candidates really address our issue? And I think your first issue is, well, here's a guy who broke a strike. Why would we want to even consider endorsing him? But because they are not independent, because they're tied to business unionism, which is business unionism is essentially the integration of the union functions with the corporate class. So whatever the company does, the union essentially defends it rather than saying, like for instance, in the steel workers. That's where I'm from, Western Pennsylvania. The steel mill shut down in the 1970s and the 1980s. Tens of thousands of steel workers lost their jobs. And you know what the mayor of Pittsburgh said? And they literally built a statue to him. He said, it's time for the people to leave Pittsburgh because the jobs are gone. Rather than the union saying, well, this is an insult, and organizing a mass campaign that would take their resources and fight for public works, literally to take over the steel mills. Because do we need steel mills today? Of course. We need all of these things. So because the union, though, doesn't have an independent thinking pattern in their mind, they can't think what's in the public interest. They're literally incapable of coming to the conclusion that we're in a state of crisis because they don't think like that. And that's why we need class struggle unions. That's why and people will say, well, that's too simplistic. Well, I can tell you, after about 35 or 40 years, that's the truth, whether you want to believe it or not. And in the Biden endorsement is terrible. I mean, it's terrible, but it's done in a way that actually insults the members. And when you take it in conjunction with the fact that 40 or 50% of the people don't want either of these people, and there's no way that you can defend Biden's plan. He just cut 15 million people from Medicaid. He just cut and yet there's silence. There's silence from the unions. There's silence from the liberals. The Democrats just ignore it. He's pumped more oil. What the hell is going on? I mean, when? But I think if you take that message, that's our crack, that's the door opening that we need to highlight for working people, and do it in an intelligent and honest way. Because really what it comes down to is, do people believe you as an honest person? Do they trust you? Do they take your word? And if you are just one of those opportunists that flips around from one political candidate to the next, that's what we don't need. We need consistency. We need principles. And that's what we don't have. Hopefully the Greens, and if we had a real labor movement, the last thing is, with a labor movement in the McCarthy era of the 1950s, people think, well, this was just a battle between the communists and Russia or whatever. But the literal enemy of McCarthyism was the labor movement, because it denuded and it struck out all of the energy of the labor movement, and we're left with what we have today. We got to rebuild it, and I think you got to learn those lessons. And sometimes it's hard for people to come to grips. They put a blank over their face. Oh, that can't be true. But if so you need to read, you need to study, you need to question, and if you do all those things and you have an honest debate, I think majority of people will come to the conclusion that we do need a break. And I think the current period is reflective of that.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of great things said, Ed. I want to get Cindy in the conversation. I appreciate your patience. And CJ, I'll pass it to you after Cindy if you have a question or anything you want to chime in on. Cindy, I don't. Believe it or not, we're still in the introduction phase.
I'm enjoying listening to Ed and Dr. Stein.
Technically, we were still introducing people, guys. You know. But anyway,
Yeah.
there's a lot of great things to say.
I'm your non-union worker on this panel, not because I don't want to be a union worker. It's just because I've been chronically unemployed and underemployed all throughout my life. Union. My uncle was very big in the unions and helped unionize a lot of people in Florida in the 70s. And my dad was a union member as a college professor. So yeah, I grew up in pro-union homes. But I just really want to say with Ed, he's got the right thing. We've got kind of the wrong unions right now. We have the AFL-CIO already endorsing Biden. What the hell? I mean, they're not talking to their rank and file. So we do need more democratic unions. We need more rank and file run unions. I know the UAW has been trying to get rid of some of their bloated upper. I live in the Rust Belt, so I know a lot of UAW people here, but it's just, yeah. The Green Party believes in grassroots democracy, which is what attracted me to them, the people, planet, and peace over the profits. And I mistakenly followed Bernie in 2016, thinking he was an actual socialist. So I thank you, RBN, for the last 2 years, keeping me sane and teaching me more about socialism and introducing me to a lot of other good podcasters and people out there, because it's been a really good learning experience. I call myself a self-taught eco-socialist because I don't know all the big terminology, but I do kind of know what it means and what it means to be a worker and not to be treated correctly. And I talk to a lot of people. I'm working with immigrants now, and it's really interesting. I'm teaching a citizenship class this past month, and so I have to teach them about how the government works, right? Not how it really works, but how it's set up on paper, the Constitution and the 3 branches of government and all that. And so I'm in the back of my head going, no, you can't talk about this in this class. We don't want to confuse people learning basic of American government, but we're not democratic at all. We say we're a democracy, and for some reason we've always equated capitalism with democracy, which is so further from the truth that it's just blows my mind that if I ever believed that, I was so mistaken. But we don't let our union, we don't let our workers come together and form actual groups that help promote them and raise class consciousness, like as you were talking about, Ed. We don't seem to talk about it. We don't use those terms so much. So I've been writing and editing a blog for the last 8 years. The revolution continues. We started with a bunch of Bernie people, and then it's just kind of dwindled down to me and a few other people who write for me occasionally. But trying to use other terms that don't, quote, turn off people with the red buttons, because we have been brainwashed to think socialism is a bad word. We've been brainwashed to think Marx and Lenin are evil, demons with little horns and tails or something. I don't know. It's just insane. But we really do need to help the workers, help themselves. And I listen to people all the time, and they're like, I have no choice. I'm stuck. I'll have to vote for Biden, or I get Trump, or I have to, whatever, do this, or we don't get that, or we didn't quite get what we needed in our union contract. I have a friend that works in healthcare. They will not let that hospital unionize, but they let one of the other related hospitals unionize in town. Why? I don't know. I mean, it's just, none of it makes sense in a just world where workers have a democratic say in their own jobs and their own lives. And I think, as a Green, I'm like, yeah, we need to get rid of this heavy top down, elitist top that we see in a lot of unions and we see in our government and our politics. Because
but excuse me, I think could I just say something, interject, that democracy in other words, like democracy in and of itself has to have a new definition, simply because if all you have is elections and you have the same people running, and one has a black face, one is Hispanic, one's an old white guy or whatever, and their ideologies are the same, their lead, that isn't going to bring any change. So it's more of an ideological shift. And so democracy is good, and part of the messaging that we need to take is our program is democratic, meaning it's people oriented, and that's what people will look at. They're not necessarily interested in the ins and outs of everything, but I think what they want to know is, well, if we have Medicare for all, it would be a great thing. If we would have a $25 minimum wage, that's more democracy than having a debate between 2 old guys running for president.
Yes.
So anyway.
All right, the two old guys. I'm sick of the two old guys, really. But the thing is, they'll change them up. It'll be a different color or a different, feminine. They'll be anything else, but they're still the same philosophy, as you say.
They're still going to manage the empire. And
they're still just keeping the same old, and yet you hear these little things when people say, "Wow, I wish I had a choice," and I believe them, and they kind of know deep down they don't, but they fall for that. Oh, well, if I'm not voting blue, I'm voting for red, and vice versa. And then the way a third party coming in, at least is a step to where I see a society where we don't have parties whatsoever, because they're unnecessary.
Yes.
Yeah, it would eventually just fade away, and we wouldn't have this, the class strata, as you were talking about Marxism in the last hour. I was trying to listen to a bit. Getting ready.
I personally don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I think the Green Party is a good start on that. And it's one that people are approachable, especially when you start talking about environmental issues. Is what really, first time I got interested listening to the Green Party was in environmental topics, how they affect you as a worker, because we can't drink our water here a lot of the times, and it's terrible. And it's like that affects everybody, and especially the workers, because we don't have a choice. Where are we going to go? You don't have the money to just zip out and go drink water in another part of the world where they could,
Yeah, I'm not sure what you. I'm not sure what you guys mean. I watched a lot of MSNBC, and they told me that democracy is when you're only allowed to vote for one candidate.
Yeah, I know.
Democracy is
and
when
no
you
primaries either. That's what really kills me. I was trying to talk to a Dem friend, kind of like, oh, no primaries either. That's real democratic of you,
Democracy is when there's no debates and we have to vote for one candidate, or at the end of democracy. That's what
democracy is, under their definition, obviously is clearly only elections. Democracy, as I said, is not having any programs that actually would implement democracy and give people equality. And so they fake people with this concept of, it's like fake democracy. You could vote for two people who have no interest in representing you, and that's really what. And it's like you have to puncture that. And remember, we're in a brainwashed society, a huge mainstream media, that's controlled, and the capitalists, they're not dumb. We always used to say this. The story is like the man never sleeps. They never sleep. They know exactly what they're doing.
And that's such an important lesson, because I don't buy that bullshit where they say George Bush is dumb, Joe Biden is dumb. No. They know exactly what the hell they are doing. Exactly. They know exactly what they're doing. And I remember when Joe Stein hit 7%. I'll pass to you, CJ, if you have a question. But I remember when Joe Stein hit 7% in 2016, because the American people were forced to choose Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And and I don't know if you guys remember, but to me, as someone who was paying attention to the third-party movement very closely, I saw the switch. Like, I don't know if it was that obvious to you guys, but I saw the switch where they're like, look at Joe Stein. You ain't about to do shit. They went from that to say, oh, she's a Russian puppet. Don't vote third party. You're going to give a Trump. It was a coordinated effort. And it was around the time where she hit 7%. And that would lead to this dumbing down of the populists, where they're saying stuff like Cindy mentioned, where they said, well, I don't have no choice. I have no choice. That's because of the relentless anti-third-party propaganda that we've seen over the last few years. But I'm going to pass it to my brother CJ if you have anything you want to add or any questions you want to ask.
Yeah, I do want to bring it to kind of marry labor with the Green Party, kind of bringing it back to that. I feel like the bubbling up of labor and people being more interested in the labor struggle can be something good for the Green Party, because a lot of critiques of the Green Party is that it's lacking a lot of the working class. Mm-hmm. And I not that it doesn't want the working class, but for whatever reason it doesn't gravitate to Green Party necessarily. So what I want to do is play you this clip, and this is from the Michael Brooks show. Rest in peace, Michael Brooks. And he had Vivek Chabur on. I think that's how you say his last name. And he makes this interesting observation of the American left. And I'm curious to hear what all of you think about this.
The left in the United States is fundamentally, overwhelmingly a middle class formation. It is not the first left globally, historically, it has no connection to the working class, to the poor at all. People complain that the left is white. Bullshit. That's a second. The left has those non-whites who are in the American left are all middle class too. It's disproportionately white, but it's all middle class, regardless of its color. In that setting, when you're only bringing in middle class people into your organization, a big chunk of them are going to say, we don't want to hear about poverty. We don't want to hear about the economy. What we want to know is, when we walk into a room, why are we not treated well? When we apply for the salaried positions at 6 figures that we think we have a right to, why do we get 5% less than the other guys?
Now, he goes on and says a lot of great other things, but the reason I wanted to play that snippet and ask you and kind of open the discussion up to everybody on the panel is I see the labor movement as being a way to break sort of that history of the American left and not having a real direct or a substantial connection to the working class and poor. So what's happening with labor, it feels like this could be an opportunity for the Green Party to not make a pivot in policy, because the policy covers the working class and poor, but more make a pivot to a direct effort to bring that working class, that poor, into the folds of the Green Party. So whoever wants to go first, I know it's kind of a long, drawn out concept, but if you can extract the parts that you want to address from there, and
I just like to say, I'm sorry. I just like to say that one of the things that would work is if the people in labor, people in the unions, start running for Green Party positions at the local level. And so then that starts to really show that marriage between the Greens and labor. Because Christian Smalls tweeted not that long ago, we need a Green/Labor Party. And he's absolutely right. The Green Party has to put out the labor aspect. Like you said, the platform is very strongly labor. We are very against NAFTA, right? We're against these trade agreements. We're very pro-union. If you go out there and Google anything that the Green Party has said through the Amazon strike, the workers' issues, Walmart worker issues, McDonald's, and the Teamsters, you see that it has always been very, very pro-labor. That now message just needs to get to the labor, down to labor, and labor also needs to then become part of the government. Because once the government, labor begins to take over the government at that local base level, that's where all policy's made. That's when we begin to crumble with the wobble.
Yeah, I guess I would say when I've heard so many people talk about labor. I mean, first of all, when CNN or Fox News calls Biden a communist, then you got to say, well, what the hell is labor? Or who is left? Who is really left? So I don't know what this guy is meaning. If Biden's a socialist or a Marxist, So I'm not sure, because I think what most people falsely attribute the left to is simply fake liberals, and that's not the left. That is not the left. I think we're in a period of resuscitating what a real left formation would be, and the Greens have an opportunity to insert themselves in that, and I think that's still being developed, because the liberals aren't the left, but that's what the media and we did have a left. I keep going. If you read the rich history of the United States labor, even here in Western Pennsylvania, if you read the history of labor, there were like meetings of the Communist Party, hundreds and hundreds of people meet that have public meetings, that have teams, and that's one of the things that McCarthyism destroyed. And so all I'm saying is we have to kind of look at our history and interject our politics exactly into these organizations. And we have to not merge into them, but we have to become part of them. And you can't become part of them until people actually trust you. They believe in you, that they think, hey, this is an honest person. And that's I think that's a slow process, but I think we're as long as we have the right path, too many people just want to keep doing what I call stuff. They just think if they keep doing stuff, that somehow
Right.
that's gonna change. But we need to have a more clear direction as to what we're doing, what are we trying to accomplish, and how are we going to do it. And if you think it through, you will be a little more productive or effective. But
do you think and this can be inserted along with my first question, and everybody can answer this. Do you think, because it's my belief that the Dr. Cornel West candidacy is what could be that bridge
Yes.
that we're talking about, and we spoke about this with
definitely
with not Margaret Kimberly, but with Dr. Jill Stein and Kshama Sawant. This is why, I could say Nick and I, because Nick and I have talked about this. We think that this candidacy is so pivotal in movement building and drawing people permanently out of this blue-red fight. So if you want to insert that part and continue answering anyone who
We've
wants
got
to.
to get away from that duality. We're not red, blue, or right, left. We have to get away from this dualistic thinking. We really do, because that's what limits us. Triangular thinking, quadrilateral, hexagonal, but we've got to get away from this or that, red or blue, whatever, Dem or Republican. It's got to get away from all of that. And I think labor can really be a help there, because it's just the people and it's just the workers. Everybody works.
If labor speaks to their issues,
right? Work speaks to their issues. So we just need to get rid of these labels. And I think the Green Party is really good poised at that, because we don't have a lot of baggage maybe attached to Dems and Republicans in the United States. Greens in other parts of the world have some baggage too. But we've got like a fresh start. I think here, when Dr. Stein did so well when she ran, and I thought, this is it. We're kind of breaking through this dualistic thinking, and people are starting to see there are choices and that they can be a part of it. But the idea of putting the labor people to run for local offices and other things. I'm in a town that had one of the first socialist mayors in the United States, and we forget our own history. Americans are so poorly educated. Well, maybe educated a certain way. We're not supposed to know that we had these socialist histories. We're not supposed to remember Labor Day was May Day, and that was about the Haymarket massacre. We're not supposed to remember these kind of things or even know about them. And so it's just, I get really frustrated, but I think that's it. We've got to get away from this left, right, blue, red, whatever, and just say, this is it. This is about the workers. This is about you and your family. You work to eat. Every day you need to deal with medicine, medication, whatever you get your medicine from. You need to know how much you can pay the rent, how you can deal with things like that. I mean, we shouldn't be working for like $25 an hour. We should be working for like $42 an hour, I read the other day, if our actual minimum wage kept up with what, the CEOs have been making and bonuses and stuff like that. So, the thing is, we just have to start getting out of this idea, us against them and all that. Just say, no, it's the workers. We really do rule the world. Without us, nothing happens. We're very important people. And I know we've been browbeaten. And the terminology is used against us. Oh, you're a Marxist or whatever. It's like, we just need to say, screw the terminology. We are the workers. We are the people. And we the people, as I was teaching the Constitution to a bunch of immigrants the other day. We are the people. And we need to start thinking about that we can work together as one group of people, that we work together. We don't need to have sides. We don't have to be like a football or a baseball team. We're working together. And it's for the benefit of everybody and the planet, because right now the planet is on fire. I don't know about where you're at, but it's fairly hot here. And we have so much smoke particulate this last month. It's been horrible for us that can't breathe it. But we've just got to get away from that. And I think this is where education and just start talking to people, everyday people, without using terms that have been taught to keep us always working against this us versus them, this dualistic thinking. We just got to get around that, and we have to just keep drilling it until most people say, yeah, we are the people, and we can run our own lives, and we can run our unions, and we can run our governments, and we can be happier, and we can make the world better. We don't have to be in eternal wars and make money for a bunch of capitalists. run the military-industrial complex. We can get away from that. And I think most people would be relieved to say, oh my God, yes, we can live in a world of peace. People, planet, and peace over profits. Hallelujah. I think Dr. West is a really good candidate for this. I know other people, I don't know the way he talks, but I really love the way he talks, and I know he can reach a lot of people that I talk to.
But I think I also agree with that totally, and I think it's a huge opportunity. And one of the reasons I think it's an opportunity is because the political climate, the mass political thought patterns of people have changed. That they've already been through the Trump bashing. They've already been through the Biden wars.
Mhm.
They've already been, and I think there is this possibility that we could be moving to a higher level, and we have to take that and run with it, and we really do, because going backwards or trying to be an opportunist and whatever is just a losing. People want solutions, and back to the Medicare for all. 40% or some percent of Republicans want Medicare for all. Why aren't, if you thought about it, the Democrats don't really want to win. They don't want to win because they represent the same corporate interests. Why wouldn't they have a campaign? They would rather destroy the left than win. And that's what people have to kind of come with, is that they're not interested in winning at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They would. And they said multiple times during the last election, they rather destroy the Bernie movement and stop Trump. So, as you guys said, I think this is a great opportunity. And Dr. West is a grand threat because the establishment, in a lot of ways, by his appearances on CNN, gave him a lot of credibility. So it's going to be very hard for them to tear him down. And I floated ideas, and I talked about this with Dr. Joe Stein and many others, that the Green Party and a third party that can be a black-led party, that can be a worker-led party, it will be a big threat to the establishment. And if you had Dr. Cornel West, who will get natural support from the black community just because who he is, I think that's a great catalyst. And then we can use education and we can organize it around that as well. But this has been a fantastic hour. I'm seeing our panel for the next hour coming up. A lot of great things said about the whole panel. I just want to give, because we got people waiting, please be short. Just a quick, maybe 30-second rundown. Any last thoughts you guys have? Any last things you want to shout out, or any last organizing or any activism you want to shout out? I'll pass it to Ed first, and we go Stephanie and Cindy.
Okay, I want to thank you all for inviting me and having the opportunity to express what I think is the necessity of a strong labor movement. And the Green Party has an opportunity to break the duopoly, which we really have to do. There will not be any real substantive change until we have another party, because we don't really have a Labor Party, and we do need a strong left. The Democrats are not the left, liberals aren't the left, and that's what we need, is a class-conscious proletariat, and that will move us forward.
Well said. I forgot what order I said, but let's go Stephanie and then Cindy.
Yes, if you want to vote for Cornel West, we got to get him on your ballot. So ballot access is critical. As you guys know, the Democrats and Republicans make it very, very difficult for third parties. So we need your support. And if you're interested, we have a lot of things going on right now, including a group on Twitter that does a lot of outreach. So you can follow me, contact me, or you can reach out to Cindy and also Susan. There's a whole bunch of us, and we'll be happy to connect you. Thanks for having us, guys. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you. Stephanie played a big role in helping us put this together.
And
so I
keep
appreciate
talking
it.
about Dr. West, everybody. It's really amazing. Yeah, people say, really? I didn't know he was running or anything like that. That shows you how well our mainstream media blacks out, news of any third-party candidates. So just keep talking it and get in touch with your local Green Party and get in touch with us online and help us get the ballot access, because I think we can get them on all 50 states easily. It'll be great.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, Ed, could you put your email in the private chat before you take off?
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nick, if you were going to say something.
No, I just this was a great conversation. This has been a great summit thus far. I'm gonna pass it to my brothers CJ and JB for our next panel. A very powerful panel featuring Kshama Sawant, Carl Zod join us as well. JB Fine's back. He threw on the jacket. Let's go. What's popping, brother? Anyway, I'm gonna pop A1 out. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'm gonna see you guys sometime next week. So I'm sure CJ and JB can take good care of you guys. Have a good one.
Awesome. All right, JB, I'll let you introduce everybody unless you don't know everybody who's here. Actually, you do. So I'll let you introduce, sir, because you're kind of taking the lead. I'm kind of assisting you here, and I probably will be here for the first 60 minutes.
Okay.
But go ahead, JB.
All right, so we're going to be discussing with our friends that are part of Socialist Alternative as well as organizers as well. So good to see all of you here. Yes, I did a costume change. Why? Just because I can, so that's why I did it. But I just want to introduce our guests that are in with us today. We have Carl Zha, we have Steve Capri, and we also have our headliner for this evening, Miss Kshama Sawant, my homie. Good to see you, Kshama. It's been a little bit of a while, but it's good to see you. And so we're going to be having this discussion. This is going to be one of our final discussions for the Labor Organizing Summit. So good to see all of you here today. Excuse me. And I just want to introduce by, talking to all of you and, as far as what labor organizing means to you. I think that is a very important point to get to. As a gentleman, I will make sure I want to go ladies first. So Miss Kshama Sawant, if you can tell the audience really about the impact of organizing and how it can really truly have a great influence on this country. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps the best starting point for understanding what is the role of the labor movement and why, as socialists, we emphasize organizing as workers, organizing as a working class, is the nature of capitalism itself and also the history of the American working class. I think those two points are a very good starting point. If you look at the way capitalism functions, capitalism is the global system we are living in, and this system is organized on the basis of class. It is a form of class-based society. It is not by any means the first class-based society, but it is one of the class societies that humanity has experienced. And when you have a society that is based on a class system, it implies that the very functioning of the system is geared towards benefiting one class at the expense of another. And so, when political pundits say that capitalism is not a zero sum game, that is a big fat lie. It is absolutely a zero sum game. And the eye popping profits that we see in the hands of the bosses, billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Andy Jassy and Elon Musk and others, that all those dollars, every single dollar that they claim as profits in terms of their hard work or innovation or whatever, every single dollar they pocket comes from stealing what's owed to the working class, which is the class, billions of workers internationally who do the work that generates the wealth that then translates into profits for the bosses. So understanding that it is divided into classes immediately puts into forefront the understanding that we have to organize as a class. If that's the case, if that's how the system is organized, if that's how the system is rigged to exploit the workers, then workers have to organize as a class. And organizing as a class then also immediately leads us to the question of the labor movement, because it is when you organize as workers in a workplace and as workers across workplaces in solidarity, in across struggles, that is when you can win victories. And then the last point, as I said earlier, a very good indication is American history. The history of the American working class reveals a very proud militant tradition, which has been the only way that we have won
the gains that many of or the more previous generations have seen, the baby boom generations, so many of the gains that have been lost today. But those gains, if we want to defend the gains that are being snatched away from us, not to mention go towards a better society where we have a decent standard of living for all the work we do, that means that we have to organize militant labor action, such as the militant strike actions in the 1930s, which were the genesis of the New Deal.
Okay. Thank you so very much for that. I want to move on to Mr. Carl Jha. One of the things that I wanted to do with this question, I want to kind of flip it just a little bit. We want to look at this from 30,000 feet in the air. And so you are outside the United States. So you're a U.S. citizen, but you are looking from the outside in. So if you can take what Kshama said as far as the importance of organization, but also couple it with how it needs to be also an international solidarity movement, if you can talk about the importance of organization from that lens.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So just to go back to what Kshama just said, collective bargaining is power, right? We all know U.S. is not a real democracy. It's a plutocracy. It's organized for the wealthy. And they tell us, we can wait for the trickle-down economics. But how that works is they collect money from the rich, give it to the poor, and then they hand out the crumbs, right? So for the common average people like you, me, everybody else listening, for us to get our voice together, this is how we, that's why we need to organize, because right now our mainstream media airwaves is dominated by billionaires, Jeff Bezos, Washington Post, for example, and they own all the think tanks, they own all the lobby groups. It's only when we get together as a movement to fight for our own rights, that's the only time we're going to get anywhere. And U.S. has a proud history of labor movement. People tend to forget the May 1st, so International Labor Day. That's a commemoration of a labor movement in United States. That was the Chicago Haymarket riot. And the reason we don't get to have our Labor Day on May 1st is because our ruling class want us to forget about that episode. That's why we have our Labor Day in September. But this is why the international solidarity is important, because the time that when the U.S. labor movement actually made headway was during the Cold War, when U.S. ruling class is facing ideological competition from the Soviet Union, from the communist camp. And it's during that time they made a conscious decision to share some of the wealth, to actually trickle down a little bit to the working class. And I also like to emphasize, back in the 60s, 70s, that the trickle down was mostly to the white working class, right? The black folks and the people of color were still excluded from that. But at least they were willing to share, because at that time they were facing the competition from the Soviet camp. And what we have seen is, with the end of the Cold War, all that progress, all that concession the ruling class have made to the working class, they have taken it back. And this is why we are at one of the, if you look at the U.S. society today, we look more like the Gilded Age, back in the late 19th century, early 20th century, when the robber barons ruled the country. And now we're having another situation where there's a wealth pump that's taking from the poor and giving to the rich, and the top 1% is getting, like they talk about the globalization, they talk about how the technology is going to transform society. But what really happened is all that endless bounty that was created by technological advances, all that got accrued to the top, to all these big tech billionaires, to like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk of the world. They're not getting trickled down to us. And so today we are in a situation where U.S. is starting Cold War 2.0, right? And their target mainly is China, because China presents as a peer competitor to the United States. Now, there are some people in the so-called left in the United States, they say, Oh, neither Washington nor Beijing, which is just an echo of the Cold War slogan, neither Washington nor Moscow, right? Where does that ever get you? Where does that ever get you? Well, what that gets you is to perpetuation of the plutocracy that's currently in the United States, the continual rule by the rich, right? It's actually when the U.S. ruling class facing competition abroad, that's when they're compelled to give concession to this working class. And so this is why I argue international solidarity is important. Actually, neither Washington nor Beijing is not going to get you anywhere. That's just going to give you status quo. That's what those plutocrats want. And that's not what we want. We want our share of the pie. That's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you so very much. Now we're going from 30,000 feet to ground level. I would like to introduce Steve Capri. He is a UPS Teamster. So good to have you with us. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to have you here. And so from that ground level, as somebody who is a Teamster, who is seeing things from the ground, what does the organization mean to you? And also, can you please explain to us how cross-solidarity with other industries also will assist you on the ground when it comes to being in the union with the Teamsters?
Oh, we got to get him off mute. Hold on a second here.
You got it?
Oh, it says he has to do it when I tried to do it.
Yeah.
So you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Steve. I'm a Teamster in UPS, Local 249 here in Pittsburgh. I'm also a member of Workers Strike Back with Kshama. And I started at UPS part-time in 2019. I transitioned to a full-time driver about a year ago. And I always knew these delivery driver workers worked hard, but doing this work is a whole different beast from imagining it, right? Some people are under the impression we're paid well, but that's only when compared to this like abysmal state of wages and conditions for working people
Right.
across the past several decades. But I see it inside, every day with the inside workers, like loaders and guys, and I see it with experience it myself on the truck every day. This is grueling work on the best of days, and it's often amplified by severe cold and severe, sometimes deadly heat. The same thing is true for workers at Amazon, FedEx, DHL, and the list goes on. So that cross-organization, cross-company solidarity is hugely important. It's not just the workers who are in those reflective kind of industries, but the working class as a whole. I think Kshama points out a really important point here, that this is and I believe this, in fact, is very much across international lines. There is an international ruling class that, while they may have their infights and disagreements and competition, at the end of the day, they coalesce to protect their own class above the workers more than they do to improve their situation. And those contradictions, when those contradict with one another, that gives workers the opportunity, that wedge, that chance to really break apart and make like serious revolutionary types of gains. And so, yeah, I think there's an international working class that has a fight against an international imperialist capitalist class that we really need to think about in those terms. That's the class struggle across the world. And I do think, like, regarding my work and this kind of work specifically, I think a lot of people, if they did this job for a week or a month, they'd actually think we were underpaid. And that's especially true of part-timers who make up 60% of our workforce. I myself am not a part-timer, but part-timers and new hires are really getting screwed, and we all deserve more. And, I really want to thank you for having me on, because, like, I think talking about this contract struggle and talking about a campaign for a no vote on this tentative agreement, because there's a real problem, I think, with the way the contract battle is being framed in the media and even on a lot of the left, as kind of a done deal and a major victory. And so I really appreciate RBN's role as like a serious independent left media source on this and many other subjects, because this contract fight is not over, right? UPS Teamsters around the country are looking at this tentative agreement carefully and trying to make a decision whether to vote this contract up or down. And there's a lot of us who are strongly believe we need to vote no, force UPS back to the bargaining table, continue this monumental 340,000, person organizing drive, and win absolutely everything that that we're able and everything that UPS workers need and deserve, because this can be a beacon, a real a beacon for the labor movement that is in desolation. You know, we have the highest approval ratings of unions over the past couple of years that we've seen in many decades, but we are at the same time still at an incredibly low union density. We've got the UAW contract, the auto workers contract coming up. We've got Starbucks workers forming unions and not being able to get contracts from Starbucks all around the country. We've got Amazon workers unionizing and in desperate need of unionizing. And so like we have UPS Teamsters have a real opportunity to be that beacon, to help to lead, not follow, not meet the status quo, but lead and expand and make serious gains. And to me, Workers Strike Back, and I'll finish here, as an organization recognizes that this is a wider struggle. Capitalism and the class divide are not just economic issues as they're often framed, as capitalism would love us to see it, but no, they are also political and they are social questions. The way in which our society is run, divided, controlled, always starts at the top with the most wealthy, with the capitalist class, the owning class, the billionaire class, and they reap benefits off of us. And it's been decades. Neoliberalism, and well before, because this has always been capitalism's game, is to drive our wages down. And this has gotten really bad over the past 40 years or so, especially with labor taking the hit it has. And so I think like it's important to, I'll finish right here, remember that all those wins, even in the golden age of the working class in the 1950s in the US, particularly coming off of the massive imperialist gains of the US in World War II, even then, it wasn't benevolent Democrats or politicians handing down rights because they had extra. It was a fear of revolution, like we were seeing around the world in France and elsewhere. It was in Germany. It was a fear of uprisings. It was the organized struggle of workers in their workplaces and in the political arena and the social arena as well that won those rights, and they had to be fought for and died for, and we need to protect them the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You mind if I ask a couple questions here? So
Sure.
Since we're talking about, since we're kind of pivoting to more of the details of what's happening with UPS, I did want to say this part, to speak about what you were saying about how they're announcing, oh, it's a done deal. The PR arm of the ruling class, the media, cable news, print media, oh, it's a done deal. We averted a disaster, a catastrophe. There's a lot of reasons they do this. And I feel like it's not every UPS worker is part of Worker Strike Back or a socialist alternative, or watches a stream like this. So it also is to, I don't know if it's consciously or subconsciously, it almost coerces the regular rank and file members to go, well, it must be a done deal. So, I might as well vote for this. You get what I'm saying? It's to do that. And it's also to get the community or the people or the masses of people that they're propagandizing, to get them on board with the corporations. It's like, well, if you don't want this rate, if you don't want this 20, whatever the percentage is, 25% raise and this and this and this, then what do you want? Like, what else do you want? It's to serve many purposes, and those are just a couple of them that it serves. Now, I would like to go to Kshama and let's pivot to talking more detail about what's happening with UPS. I see you and Worker Strike Back have really been going pretty hard at this. So if you could just kind of get, for anyone that don't know anything about sort of what's happening, if you can just kind of give us an overview of how did we get here? How did UPS get here with this strike, and why should we be voting no on this contract?
Yeah, thanks so much, CJ and Jay. I want to echo Steve's thank yous to you for covering this in such detail, because this is very, very important. I hope everybody all working people who are listening to this, especially if you are a UPS Teamster, I would really, as a rank and file member of the teachers union myself, I will urge you
and I'm sure Steve will join me in urging you that you read the contract carefully and join us tomorrow at the Zoom meeting that Worker Strike Back is going to be doing at 3 p.m. Pacific. And this article that you all have on the screen, that is, Steve Capri is one of the co-authors, and these are all rank and file Teamsters, rank and file activists with Workers Strike Back. And one starting point that I wanted to have, and I'm sure it'll be very useful to hear from Steve personally about what are
Yes.
the actual things missing. I'll give some of the overview, and then maybe if it's okay, we can hand it to him. But the starting point is all the struggles, the day-to-day suffering that UPS workers, both the drivers and the inside workers, such as the loaders, are going through with having to combat deadly heat, all the other problems, not to mention the nonstop work that they're doing. Why is all this even necessary? Look at the profits that the bosses are making. The corporation made profits of $13 billion last year. I mentioned this on your show 2 days ago, and that was on top of handing $10 billion over to the stockholders. And, so these are literally the billionaire class. It's not some mythical beings. These are actual people who skim off all the labor that the workers are doing. And so for UPS to say, we can't give anything more, it is such a lie, because they can. It's that they won't give. And so, in other words, this again and again, all of these circumstances point towards building a class battle. Class warfare is the logic of capitalism. We didn't create the class war. Workers didn't create the class war. Workers are forced to fight back, because if we don't fight back, then even in the best of circumstances, where the Hoffa leadership, the old corrupt Hoffa leadership of the Teamsters, was driven out by the courageous rank and file actions, including the strike actions and so on in the earlier years. And there is a lot of pressure on the current administration of Sean O'Brien and Fred Zuckerman. But even in those circumstances, we can see how, unless the leadership is willing to activate the rank and file, this is the almost 350,000 workers, unless these rank and file workers are activated into fighting an extremely well-prepared strike action, even in the best of circumstances, the contract is not going to be what the workers need, and certainly what they deserve. And so that's what we are talking about. And so I hope, Steve, you can talk about the specific things that are missing. I mean, one of the things is the question of whether or not the 10,000 full-time jobs that UPS has been promising, will they be created? What about the weekend? I mean, they keep fudging on this question of whether the workers will actually have the right to the weekend, or will they be forced in some shape or form, based on some sort of small print in the contract, be forced to do mandatory weekend overtime. All of those questions, I think, are important for us to discuss. And also, the most overarching point is that while claiming to have defeated the two-tier system that existed, is the leadership accepting another two-tier system that is again in the small print? So what are the poison pills in this contract? I think we have to look at that very carefully.
And Steve, let's bring you in to fill in those details of like what is being asked, what's not being met. One of the things that I hear those that want to on the side of the corporation, oh, they got air conditioning in their trucks now, and I'm like, no, that's just for new trucks. You know how many old trucks they have? They're gonna still have on the road. So that's one of the things I heard, but. Can you speak to any of what Kshama is speaking to as far as the details of the contract or negotiations, or your thinking on any of that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Just to frame it, starting where Kshama was before I start to list some of the specific deficiencies. Most of the public, in my experience, has been told, like we were saying, that this fight is over and we've won a historic contract. And we really need to raise that this struggle is ongoing. And and I think the key point is the tentative agreement is better when it's compared with the awful concessionary contracts that we've seen for decades that came out of the Hoffa leadership. Also, when we've seen the awful concessionary contracts that the labor movement in general has been forced to take for a very long time. When we compare it to those situations, we might say, oh, this looks better than what we've seen. But But being better than those bad contracts, right, is not the bar we should be setting. First of all, the bar should be that we have the capacity and the circumstances right now for a truly historic contract, a truly historic one that can be, like I said before, a beacon for the auto workers, the Amazon, Starbucks, and the whole labor movement and the whole working class. And the bar should also be that this decades of old Teamster leadership giving up concessions to UPS, dressed up in kind of the guise of the company being too broke or needing to expand their operations, which was always bullshit. So in part, we're playing catch up to get back decades of giveaways to the bosses. But also, look at this, in 2019, before the pandemic, UPS is making $4 billion, around $4 billion in profits, which was growing steadily up to that point. But then over 2020, 2021, 2022, the pandemic, right? We see all-time record profits. In 2022, like Kshama mentioned, 13 billion. That's quadruple just in profits, forgetting for a moment those massive stock buybacks. Quadruple the profits going to these shareholders. And so where is the quadrupling or the doubling or the tripling of wages at UPS, of working conditions? And like, again, Kshama said, the workers who earned all that, created all that value that went into the pockets of this handful of very wealthy people who have never had to work a day in most of their lives, certainly didn't earn that money or create that wealth. It's got to be about what we can win with the strongest organized no vote, and if need be, with a strike. And so getting to the specifics, starting with some economic issues, we need raises at these raises at every level basically do not keep up with inflation or catch up to how much we've lost. And so, particularly over the last year or so, inflation and these new wages are kind of like a cost of living adjustment, right? They're just getting us back kind of the same buying power that we had, maybe a little less than we had before. Whereas the actual cost of living adjustments in the contract are only for the top rate workers, which means the folks that need it the least, and uses this like really weak formula that does not pay a serious like price index, like cost of living based adjustment. And so the question, is about how much buying power we have, not the number of dollars. That's not relevant. And then the question, we can afford for ourselves and our families to have food, housing, education, but also a good standard of living, be able to square away some savings, buy a house, pursue our dreams, right? Like these are the things that a good, quote unquote, a good job in capitalism is quote unquote supposed to provide, right? And so, yeah, I think no worker should be making less than $25. Yes, right off the bat, on the previous panel, mentioning that the minimum wage should be 42 in the U.S. and like workers strike back, and also Amazon workers at the KC Vici hub are calling for $30. And I don't think that should be out of the question for the base minimum for UPS workers. We also need things that current TA doesn't have, like these market rate adjustments, which are like pay bumps that UPS gives to get people in the door and then pulls away once they're like kind of in and think that they're we need to make it permanent, and also equal across different facilities in each local, so it's fair. And we need inflation adjustments for pension benefits. Pensions are completely untouched, more or less, in this contract. We need, as Kshama mentioned, 10,000 new full-time jobs made available to part-timers, because there's a lot of part-timers who want full-time jobs and just cannot make the progression happen because of seniority in their hub and things. And a huge one, this is one that was brought up, right? Air conditioning. We are not talking about any retrofitting of the 100,000 trucks in the fleet currently. No retrofitting. And by the end of the contract, that means in 5 years, the contract says they'll have 28% of the 100,000 will be new trucks that have got air conditioning in them, which is nothing. And I think it's worth noting that there's no guarantee beyond that the rest of the trucks will continue to get it. So we can't even say this is a legacy win that we will eventually reap the benefits of. There's no guarantees at all in that regard. So very last one, I'll stop on this, is Sundays. Like Kshama started to mention, there's now language in the contract that did not exist before that makes it clear that and language and things that Sean O'Brien has said publicly, even before the contract, the TA came out, indicate that they are open to UPS doing Sundays, having us all work Sundays. And the labor movement, one of the biggest victories that we all know about the labor movement in addition to the 8-hour workday, which we don't have at UPS, or many other things, was the weekend. And we've already given up Saturdays because it was, just the way it has to be, the way the business has to be. And now we're about to give up Sundays. Again, the largest private sector union in the country, the strongest bargaining unit in the US, and we're going to give away Sundays rather than take back Saturdays, which would be the direction we should be going in. And if the industry needs that to survive, which it absolutely doesn't, then the workers need to lead the way on how to do that rather than the bosses making the decision.
Absolutely. And I was going to bring in Carl just to answer the same question, JB, then we'll go to you. But Carl, I wanted to add a little bit different perspective. You're outside looking in, not necessarily on the ground, like Steve or Kshama, because you're in another country. But how do you view the situation that's happening with UPS, with the Teamsters and the rank and file and corporations, and then could you sort of correlate that to more broadly how this is the plan internationally? This is the plan for the world. This is the plan of the ruling powers all over the world. So could you speak to that?
Sure. I mean, I what I want to say is about time, right? It's about time that workers demands what's due to them. Right now in US, they especially since start from late 70s. This is when the US corporations started to outsource manufacturing jobs overseas. And this is when the U.S. the capitalists, it's not even U.S. capitalists anymore. It's like global capitalist class. They go where they can squeeze the most out of the labor, so they can get more profit. And but UPS, this is the service job. This is one of those few jobs that they cannot have effectively outsourced yet. So what they do instead is they still try to do the same thing they do everywhere, which is squeeze the wage of their workers, so they get more trickle up economics. And this is ludicrous. And I think it's very important too that the U.S. workers are fighting for their rights domestically, because right now the U.S. government, they have a full reign basically to spend money on the military industrial complex to wage war all across the world. They need to be reminded there's some serious issues that needs to be dealt with domestically, right? Right now we are being told about our mainstream media to care about Ukraine or care about Taiwan. It's like, no, you need to care about United States. How about care about what's happening inside US, care about your workers, so it's very encouraging to see the workers themselves speak up for their own rights, fight for their own rights. And we need to the ruling class, the elite, they shouldn't have a free reign to do whatever they want all across the world, just because we allow them to. We should not allow them to do that, right? And by fighting for the workers' rights in US actually helps to put a crimp on the US imperialism abroad. That's my take.
Go ahead, JB.
So I want to just comment on the whole AC thing, because this, when you said that by 5 years, they're only going to have 25% of their vehicles installed with AC, that to me is wild. I'll be honest with you. If I was part of the Teamsters union, I would make it, if they're not willing to put AC in 100% of the vehicles within 6 months, then I would make a demand. I said any worker that's in a non-AC vehicle should demand a 100% hazard pay rate hike to make them for putting their workers in harm's way. I think that's only fair. So if you're going to put me in harm's way, you have to pay me double. So if you're paying me $25 an hour, then you pay me $50 an hour to work in a vehicle that does not have AC, because I refuse to put myself in harm's way without being compensated for it. I think that that's only fair. As somebody, if I was in that situation personally, And the thing is that would have to get a fire on their ass and force them to have to put AC in the vehicles just so that people can work in a more safer condition. My thing is like, I think there was a video that was shown earlier in the summit today that was talking about how they didn't want OSHA. They didn't want anybody, even OSHA, to know about how drivers are being treated, which is, to me, completely asinine. One of the things that I also wanted to do is I wanted to share, this was shared earlier by Sabi in the summit, talking about the cost of living. And I know you touched on this a little bit earlier. In places like California, you need to make $42.25 an hour in order to afford a 2-bedroom apartment within that state. In Florida, my home state is $30.59. In Pennsylvania, is $23.61. So on and so forth. And so one of the things that I also wanted to share is that the cost of living has to be commensurate with the living wage that is demanded. And I feel like a lot of times the unions are somewhat capped at the knees when it comes to asking for this, because it's almost like, well, we can't go crazy, even though CEOs have went crazy. And how do I know? This is out of the Economic Policy Institute. CEO pay has skyrocketed 1,460% since 1978. Yet the thing is that has not been commensurate with what the pay of the average worker has. And so this is by design. It says, this change is basically a war to claw back the gains workers have obtained since the onset of the New Deal and the growth of the working class. So this clawing back has started over 40 years ago. And we're now seeing the draconian policies of child labor rolling back, especially in the Midwest. This is going to be a question to all of you, and I would like to start off with Kshama, is what do you say to people who claim that you should just take what you can get and delay the fight for a more convenient time?
I think the response to that is that certainly when the organized left, the working class, the union movement, when we decide which fight to take up and how, obviously strategy comes into the picture. We don't have nobody's or at least we are not in worker strike back and socialist alternative. We're never recommending any kind of sledgehammerish approach. We absolutely use strategy very, very effectively. I mean, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. You can see that we have won incredible victories that no other elected official or no other organization has been able to win, in the way that we have won victory after victory in Seattle and 4 elections, despite having every state institution and every section of the ruling class arrayed against us, not to mention the Democratic Party establishment in this city. And so I think absolutely strategy comes into the picture, but if there's agreement that we need to win major changes in people's living standards, not to mention begin to address the existential problems that face us, such as the climate catastrophe, then and if we agree that we need to do that, then it's a non-starter to say the point that you just made, that it's a non-starter to say, well, let's just take what we can get because we don't want to be in conflict with the ruling class. Well, then expect nothing to change. Expect the planet to literally incinerate, go on its way to incineration. And who pays the price, the biggest costs of the climate crisis? It's workers. So even if you look at a small but important example of workers working in sweltering heat in the UPS trucks, where even the pocket change costing air conditioning is not being installed, it's workers. It's not the UPS bosses. And so no matter how you connect the dots, and no matter what what issue, social or economic issue, your starting point is in your journey of politicizing and radicalizing, it should lead you to the logic should lead you to the same conclusion, which is that the conflict is posed as it is. it's our choice. Do we want to fight back, or do we just want to lie down and take worse situation? And so that's where another grim reality comes into the picture, is that even if you were to say as a worker that I don't want to fight, I'll just take what I can get, it doesn't stay static, because if you don't fight, then you actually lose ground. A lot of the things, a lot of the victories that workers have won, social movements have won in the past, they are being snatched away from us. I mean, look at the you just mentioned the worsening attacks on workers, the coming back of child labor. I mean, this is absolutely horrendous that in this day and age, in the richest country in the history of humanity, this question would be posed after the courageous labor fight back that has happened 100 years ago, where people gave their lives in this fight. And now we are coming back to those kinds of situations. Even in Europe, we're seeing the same thing. Obviously, the trajectory of the labor movement there has been different, and they won gains that we didn't see in the United States, like nationally funded healthcare, better funded public transportation, and all of that. But what's happening there? All those gains are being encroached upon and stashed away from workers. I mean, the massive movements in France that happened against the attacks on their pension rights from the Macron administration, those are all really live and sobering examples to remind us that there is no staying static. You don't have a choice. You have a choice of allowing the lives of the masses of humanity become even worse than it is and grow worse progressively, or on the other hand, you can go on the offensive and fight back. There is no staying ground. There is no such thing. And I think that is in some ways one of the most compelling arguments to explain to people that that is what we need. I will say, though, honestly, that in my experience today, the main barrier we face is not so much workers not wanting to fight. Obviously, there's differences, but there's an ever expanding layer. In the last 10 years, there has been an ever expanding layer of workers who are clear that some fight back needs to happen. There's a whole layer of women, for example, young women who wanted to fight against the Dobbs ruling. What was missing is not the desire to fight back. What was missing was leadership, either from the Democratic Party or from big sections of society leadership that are tied to the Democratic Party. NARAL, pro-choice, Planned Parenthood, the labor leadership. None of them built any kind of fight back against the reactionary forces. So these are all examples of where the massive failure is leadership. And that's why I think it is really important to have organizations like Workers Fight Back. As Steve was saying, this is a question of politically educating our members as well. And as far as the air conditioning question is concerned, just to go back to that as a concrete point, I think it is also an example of where we need to raise the bar. As Steve was saying, our bar should not be, is this better than many other workers? That's like it's like it's logic of the race to the bottom. If you say that, well, at least the full-time UPS workers are better off than service sector, other workers who are making, Walmart workers, for example, or grocery store workers, they're better off than them. Well, that's the race to the bottom logic, because if you accept that, then everybody is going to go down. Instead, we have to flip the logic on its head and understand that if UPS workers could go on strike, if UPS workers demanded a no vote and they went on a very strong strike and they were able to win something, that will turn the course of history in the completely opposite direction. Because look at the facts, right? UPS moves 6% of US GDP. In other words, UPS rank and file workers, there's latent enormous social power in their hands. But that social power comes to nothing, comes to naught, unless it is unleashed in an organized struggle. And so what's at stake here is not only the living standards of the UPS workers, which in and of itself is more than enough for us to go fighting hard and demand the right of UPS workers. But my point is that it goes even beyond that. What's at stake is far more than that in terms of changing the course of US labor history.
Thank you so much for that. And just basically going back to Steve, what do you say to the people who say just accept whatever gains that have already been proposed. No need to make this fight any harder. What do you say to those people?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think this folks, there's a instinct to go for the path of least resistance, and I think Kshama made really important points about the left leadership, or what passes in many cases for left leadership, which is in fact, quite liberal politically, and how that the effect of this leadership pointing in these wrong directions, which is to say, kick the can down the road, get what we can now. The path of least resistance can lead us to the same gains by an easier road than the path of struggle. This is like an underlying lie of capitalism that needs to exist in order for capitalism to kind of reproduce itself and maintain itself. And it's the absolute opposite of the truth. The truth is, and I think we can look at Kshama Sawant's campaigns, electoral campaigns in Seattle as an excellent example of this, but all throughout labor history, social movement history, we see that it is when things are highly politicized, demands are strong and principled, and it is the rank and file or the grassroots, the many coming together, the working class organizing and fighting on a real militant basis, a basis that does not accept what's acceptable to capitalism, because to Kshama's point, what's acceptable to capitalism will always be the downward spiral, this endless giveaway. And so it is necessary for the workers to take a stand. It's always been true, but now here we are in 2023, and we're in worst case and worst position, the working class, particularly if we speak around the world, but even in the US, than many people were in 100 years ago. And that's totally unacceptable, right? And so I think this is like a mentality of liberalism that we delay the fight. And Kshama's point is absolutely so important. It doesn't just delay. It doesn't just make it a year later we'll get that progress. No, we lose ground. We grow the right wing when the left loses and fails and takes bad contracts and takes easy wins that don't mean anything. We lose ground. We demoralize the left, the worker class that is interested in the left. They're demoralized. They think, even if I agree with this on a moral basis or a principle basis, it's ineffective. Their strategies are failures. This is what the Democratic Party's whole game is, bringing ostensibly genuine leftists in, and this is true of the Democratic Party affiliates, all of these nonprofits like Kshama was mentioning before. Not all of them, but very often it is their project to bring in real fighters from the left, working class people who are looking for a struggle, and tell them that road is ineffective. The real road is these backroom channels, this incremental change stuff. That has never been the way history has changed. That's never, you could talk about any major victory of the working class in the US or any other country. It always comes in big waves, big struggles and fights that break through and change things rather quickly. And very little of what happens is incremental. Most incremental change is in the wrong direction. And so bringing that around a little bit, I think it's really important that we talk about, the discussion is about how the labor movement needs to break away from this defeatism and fear of fighting. And the role of the Teamsters, rank and file, right now can be leading the labor movement to new heights, to not accept what's easy to give, but to get everything we can win, like we're saying here. And, I think I want to bring up a related point about the AC, which I think great points were made about it. I completely agree about that demand, right? That workers strike. In fact, Workers Strike Back is calling for all trucks to be outfitted with air conditioning by May 2024, in time for summer. But even like provisions like the 28% of trucks getting AC over 5 years, or many other of the grievances that workers have to file due to the company not meeting the contract, for things like harassment or overscheduling or missing pay, which happens more than you might think, or not putting AC in trucks. Those provisions are very difficult to enforce, because the company often will just pay these grievance costs and see it as the cost of doing business, and still continue to screw the workers, and not change their practices. So in addition to some steeper penalties for to be paid out to workers for grievances, which would help. More importantly, we need like the contract nationally to protect and dissuade and make it so that there's no strike clauses in these contracts. Most contracts in labor today have these no strike clauses that say during the life of the contract, which means for the next 5 years, no matter what happens, we can't strike. And this gives up all of the power. So if they don't put those 28% of air conditioning into trucks, they're not on their way to doing that. There's nothing that can be done to really fight back against that except to file grievances over and over. And so we got to remember that the union, it's in its heart, at its root, is workers coming together, yes, to collectively bargain, but with the strike threat behind that, the ability to take away our labor, which is the only way they produce profits, right? The only way the capitalists, the bosses produce profits is our labor. So we can take away our labor. And again, we need to set an example that taking away our labor, using our power as workers, is fundamentally the best, strongest way to win the best contract. It might seem more difficult, and that's probably true. It's always more difficult to win more, but that is absolutely what's necessary to make these kinds of real changes. And no matter how hard it might be, at the end of the day, we have to do what's necessary, bottom line.
Okay, thank you so much. Now to Carl Jha, I'm going to change my question just a little bit. Why in the hell is it better to go big or go home rather than take baby steps internationally? Well, like how is that going to really affect us from an international perspective?
Well, I mean, first of all, just going back to our previous panelist said, no struggle, no gain, right? The capitalist class, their instinct is always to maximize the profit. Yeah. Their instinct is to take rather than give. If you're waiting for them to give out the kindness of their heart, that's just not going to happen. It's there's no opportune moment, you know. This and you don't need to wait. You know, the result of waiting for the opportune moment for the past decades, as we have seen, is the eroding of the rights and the living wages of the working class. You know, I had a roommate before I moved out of US. I had a roommate in Huntington Beach. He's in his early 30s, and he told me, like, look, my dad worked as a post office worker, but he was making like enough to support his family. He was able to own a house, right? And look at him himself. He's in his 30s. He cannot afford a house. He cannot, you know, he will not, by his wage, he cannot support a family the way his dad did, you know, 20, 30 years ago. I mean, we are going backwards, and this is the result if we're not going to fight for it. And as for, you know, internationally, I like to say, you know, U.S. needs to focus on itself. And right now, the U.S. government, the U.S. ruling class, chose to wage war elsewhere is because they feel that their back is secure, you know, their home front is secure. That shouldn't be the way, you know, when there's so many domestic problems, when people are not getting living wage, people are not getting healthcare. Healthcare is a human right, right? I mean, even in the countries like that are capitalist society, like UK, even there they have way much better healthcare, affordable healthcare than United States, right? Should be unacceptable. And by not bargaining for those rights domestically, you are basically giving a free check to the capitalist class to do what they want. And what they're doing right now is, you know, they're cashing in that free check, and then they go around and wage wars around people all over the globe, right? Now, like we need to put the government and the ruling class in the United States on notice. You need to pay attention at home. You need to pay attention to the people that you claim to represent, right? Like you should not even have all this energy to go wage imperialist war overseas, right? There's much to be done at home to repair the infrastructure, to invest in the education of our children for the next generation, and just stop all these foolishness, all this military adventurism abroad.
Yeah, you call it military adventurism. That's the nice way of describing it. But speaking to your point, when you say they basically have their nose, in China's business and Russia's business and Ukraine business, and then, but I want to kind of zero in on what you said about, you said because they feel like their backyard is fine. And I think I'm gonna go on a ledge here and say, I think what you mean by that is they know that their backyard is so corrupt. They have all avenues, all paths, all routes. It's just one route, and that's to you're going to produce for them. And so they kind of understand they have so many layers of corruption. Nothing's really going to be happening here, even though we are instituting austerity, even though we are sending billions of dollars overseas to, for different wars and conflicts. It may be, or it's my opinion, it's that sort of where you feel content. It's like, yeah, I have enough booby traps, for another lack of a better word, enough booby traps to prevent anything from really happening. But Carl, can you speak to that? Is that sort of what you're meaning by that, or what you said earlier?
Yeah, because they feel like they got everything under absolute control, right? That's what they mean. They can do, because they can already do whatever they want on the home front, where the average working class people in America can't even demand a better future for their children, can't even demand better living wage. So they have all these energy to go send billions of dollars to Ukraine, for example, when those monies should have been invested domestically to make the average American lives better. But again, like that would not happen unless Americans, average working class American, demanded. There should be industry. They should be demanding the more share of all these profit that's accruing to all these multinational corporations. That's not been trickled down. And this is what I'm arguing for.
Go ahead, JB.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to touch on, and I appreciate all your answers to the question, especially in regards to when people say we should wait for a better time to ask for something, and they'll say now's not the best time. This is one of the things that and a lot of times we quote this in regards to politics, but this can also be applied to labor as well. This is from the letter from Birmingham jail by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he says, first, I must confess over the last few years that I've been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached a regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block is in the stride towards freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is in the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is in the presence of justice, who constantly says, now think about this when it comes to certain union leaders, it may be to certain people who are CEOs or who are investors within different businesses, say, I agree with you in the goal that you seek, but I can't agree with your methods of direct action. Basically saying, well, a strike is really going to be painful, but at the same time, it's like, that's the point. Continuing, says, who paternalistically feels that they can set a timetable for another man's freedom, or another worker's freedom, as we can put it that way, who lives by the myth of time, who constantly advises the Negro to wait to or a worker to wait until a more convenient season. So we can actually take what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said and just take it even away from just politically, but also apply it to workers as well, because that's the point. And between Kshama, Carl, and Steve, you guys have eloquently stated that we cannot no longer wait for a more convenient season. We have to swing for the fence now, because they're never going to give us a convenient season. It's never, ever going to be convenient. And if any of you want to jump in and harp on that point as we, start to close out on this segment, please feel free. We can start off with Steve.
Yeah, I absolutely like this. This is key. We've got a real moment here. I mean, The last time we saw a strike, and it wouldn't be as big, but the next largest strike would have been the 1997 UPS strike. And that lasted for 2 weeks, won at that time the best contract that had been seen in a very long time. And just like today, we have spent, in some locals more than others, it's definitely true, but we have spent a year, and particularly the last few months, preparing our members, preparing for the reality, threatening the strike. There is no moment that 340,000 private sector workers are coming up anytime soon with as much social weight as we have that are able to lead in this way. And so if we were, I absolutely don't, but if we were to concede there was some best time, this would be the absolute best time. And it's absolutely true that any time is the time that it needs to be done. But right now is a prime moment. And I do want to say, like Kshama mentioned this meeting earlier, but I'm one of many UPS Teamsters organizing in my workplace for a no vote on this contract. And if you are a UPS Teamster who feels the same and wants to talk with like-minded folks about how we build the strongest possible no vote and win the strongest possible contract, please join Workers Strike Back and Teamsters and Joe Allen, who wrote The Package King, about the history of UPS and the Teamsters this Sunday on Zoom at 3 p.m. Hopefully we can get a link up for that or something. But we want this meeting to bring no voters in UPS together to really coalesce the strongest possible no vote and arm folks with the best points, information, and tools to have effective conversations in their own workplaces. This isn't just about this is very much about the broader labor movement and how we can take the lessons from this forward, but it's also about how we can use the lessons. And I think this is important about why I'm a member of Socialist Alternative. In addition to a Teamster, is that the history of Marxism proves that the history of labor has had many lessons for us. Marxism is, in my mind, a good way to describe it is a best practices guide to winning for the working class, the methods that have worked and those that haven't, the tactics and strategies that have worked. And that's what we need is this wider movement, but we need to focus in right now on this contract battle and bring people together and organize in their workplaces. And Workers Strike Back can arm folks with those tools to organize in their workplaces, build the strongest no vote. So please, tomorrow, 3 p.m. on Zoom, 3 p.m. Eastern. I'd love to see folks there. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And let me share this. Let me see here. Okay, so I just wanted to share this really quick about Workers Strike Back. And so this is vote no, escalate the fight to win strong contract in UPS, as Steve was talking about. And then if we go back to Workers Strike Back, Kshama, as well, you wanted to focus on the Zoom meeting that you guys will be having.
Yes, that's the same meeting. And yeah, and just to clarify, it's at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. And so it doesn't matter where in the country you are, you should definitely join this Zoom call if you're a UPS Teamster. But also if you're not a UPS Teamster, but you want to stand in solidarity with workers who want to fight for a really strong contract, or if you want to learn how to fight for a strong contract in your workplace, if you're unionized, or if you're not unionized, but if you want to connect with really strong union workers and other labor activists who can help you fight in your workplace, then you should come and join this call. So it's open to everyone. Obviously, the topic will be the UPS struggle. Steve will be one of the main speakers, but we'll have other speakers as well. And so there is a lot to learn from here. And if I might just add, the points that were being made earlier, I think it's important that you were talking also about from an internationalist standpoint, because the capitalist class is international, it's global. Capitalism is a global system. And what we are seeing is the the new crisis of capitalism is has propelled the global sort of geopolitics into this new Cold War, and so we are seeing many phenomenon break out of that. The war in Ukraine is not just about Ukraine and Russia. It's the first. It's sort of the opening salvo of this new Cold War between the China-led bloc and the US-led bloc, and we have to be crystal clear that both the US working class and the working class abroad are the ones who are going to be paying the price in this new Cold War, just as it has been in every other era under capitalism. And the only gains that we win is when we get organized and fight back. And as was mentioned earlier, it's when we come we become as strong as to build almost revolutionary movements. That is when we see the concessions. That is when the ruling class is forced to concede. But we want to go beyond that, because we cannot. The system of capitalism has proven itself as an utter failure when it comes to, obviously, the climate crisis is not going to be dealt with on the basis of capitalism. But even if you look at the basic questions of, can we end poverty, can we end malnutrition, can we end war and bloodshed and ethnic strife, none of these what in my view should be basic criteria for a decent global society, none of those goals are going to be fulfilled on the basis of capitalism. So not only do we need to build fighting movements like a strike action with a no vote in UPS to win a strong contract, and then taking labor struggle forward on the basis of that. But we want to go much beyond that. We need a different system entirely. We need international socialism, and so that also points towards internationalism as well. And I think if you look at the 60s and 70s, what we see is, for example, the Vietnam War was not ended because a few Democrats here and there they thought that was the correct thing to do. Absolutely, U.S. imperialism is absolutely a bipartisan project. They are both cutthroat imperialists, though both the Republican and the Democratic Party, and they both have blood on their hands, both American and from other nations. And the only way that the Vietnam War, for example, was ended was by soldiers themselves, the rank and file of the military themselves, refusing to take orders anymore and building a powerful struggle there. And then that joined with war veterans marching on the streets in the United States, and all of that coalescing with the Black Power movement, the Black Liberation movement, the movement for indigenous rights, the movement for women's rights and abortion rights, the labor movement and strike actions, all of that coalescing together and putting such a scare into the Nixon administration and the ruling class as a whole, that some of the most progressive things happened under Nixon, not because he was in any way progressive. He was a downright reactionary and an odious figure. But what it shows is that even reactionary governments can be overcome when there is the fear of such kinds of mass movements. And I think that's the leading light to keep in our minds, that is where we need to go if we are to make any kind of change on whether it is issues of oppression or issues of better working conditions and wages.
Thank you so very much. And also, Carl, some of your closing thoughts as far as, worker solidarity and improving the class consciousness, especially within the United States. Regarding,
yeah, I just want to expand a little bit on what I said further. By the Democratic Party establishment is trying to convince the working class that you just got to work with us, work with the established framework, so we can counter the right-wing Republicans, and everything will be fine. Well, that's not how it works. Biden got elected. What have changed? I mean, even Obama ran a platform of change, and what has changed, right? Biden got elected, it's only getting worse. And by not struggling for your own rights, you are not only conceding your own ground, you are actually writing a blank check to the working class, to the ruling class, for them to do whatever they want globally. And this is why it's not only for workers' self-interest to fight, but also a moral imperative to stop the bloodthirsty U.S. ruling class in their tracks, and just no war but class wars, and we need to start that today, not tomorrow, not the day after. We need to start that today. The globalist capitalist system is already on in intensive care. Right now we gotta give it a couple kicks.
Thank you so much. Rome, you decided to join. Good to see you.
Yeah, I was doing some yard work, slaving for my girlfriend, and I had to add you guys. You guys are doing such a great job, putting the people together and whatnot. But like I had left in the comment, I don't know if you guys have read it or not, but how do you guys feel about unionizing with waste management, who's already have unions and whatnot? But I feel like I don't believe in a lot of things, but I do believe in a domino effect. Like I talk to a lot of people who work for waste management, and it's not that they are pissed about the UPS getting a better contract. I would say that they are more jealous, and a lot of anger is misplaced. So, because everybody, oh, you just picking a package, you doing this and that. We're around hazardous stuff, and how do you feel about targeting waste management and getting them to strike around the same time as UPS? Because if we can stop UPS, we know their power, especially with smaller businesses or even some big businesses and whatnot. If we can get them to stop, and we can get our other brothers and sisters to stop picking up their shit, I think we can really, get our point across faster. If that makes sense.
Basically, solidarity amongst with other sort of vital unions. What is your take? We'll go to Kshama first. What do you think? I mean, I think that's what you're. Go ahead if you were gonna.
No. I was going to say I'll come in, but maybe Steve, as a UPS rank and file, if you want to respond first.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate what's being said there. I mean, like, it really is important that all different sections of the labor movement recognize what this is. I mean, and we need to do our part in helping to make that point to the rest of the labor movement as Teamsters, because it is like a strong, unified labor movement that makes any given strike or contract battle or unionizing effort so much more strong, so much more capable, makes the road, easier. Like the Democratic Party wants to pretend is possible and so forth. And so, and I think waste management is an incredibly important job as well. There's so many, not just hard, dirty, difficult jobs, which they're that too, but also jobs with this enormous social weight, choke point jobs that if those things stop, it affects larger sections of the economy. Obviously logistics, obviously rail, is an example. And then with something like waste management, same thing. I mean, we were just talking about Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And it's the case that, late in his life, right before his assassination, he was organizing waste management workers and very much recognizing verbally the need for a class struggle based on workers coming together. And so I think it's like in this very moment, can't be our priority to try to do this, but I think the waste management workers and any workers could come and bring solidarity. And then once this is over, I think that, and even in the meantime, Workers Strike Back wants to play an ongoing role in fighting wherever workers need support in building, in their locals or nationwide, and how we can sort of build this and coalesce the strongest movement that builds really powerful fighters, militant fighters with a strong political strategy. And I think waste management is ripe to be unionized where it is not, and it should be something that's very much on the working class's mind.
And if I could just add a few thoughts to that, I think it's important to raise this question. And just to add to what Steve was saying, uh, the bottom line is, and this should be the bottom line in the for the working class as a whole, which is, the labor movement's saying is an injury to one is an injury to all. Another way of saying that is that all workers deserve high standards of living. That's the society we are aspiring to. And the logic of the labor movement, if you look at history, and this should come about, the understanding should come about instinctively as workers as well, which I think it does. I think a lot of workers understand this, which is that if one section of the working class wins a decisive victory, that is actually a huge boost for the working class as a whole. One is because overall it boosts, it raises the confidence and the energy level among workers, because we feel that, well, if they can win, we can win that too. And also because it puts fear in the ruling class. They understand that if they make one concession, then they're going to have to make other concessions as well, which is why they fight tooth and nail on conceding to even minor things. Like, workers might wonder, why are the UPS bosses being so stingy about at least putting air conditioning in the trucks? Why are they denying us at least a federal $15 minimum wage? Why is it so hard? Because it'll cost them just pocket change. In reality, if you look at it mathematically, that question is not fully answered. You have to understand the political economy of capitalism, and that's when you understand that for them, any concession, the logic points to more concessions, because any concession that working class is able to wrench from the ruling class, that points towards more concessions. So the ruling class is going to be, the bosses are going to be very, very reluctant to give in anything. But by the same token, all of us workers should support any section of our working class that is fighting for something, because if they can win something, then it actually points the way forward for us as well. So I think it is important for us to really really explain that in a very patient and friendly manner, and helping the waste management workers understand, which I am fully confident that they will, if we can engage in that conversation and dialogue. That is why an organization like Workers Strike Back is so important, because it doesn't matter which union you belong to, or if you don't have a union at all in your workplace, Workers Strike Back is a home for you if you want to fight back. And all of us coming together across sector, across unions, is what exactly we need, because it's when we stand in solidarity together that we can win something. And in fact, a little bit of a history lesson is also in order when these questions come up, and that's why labor history and sharing historical lessons is so crucial. Taking analysis and history seriously in the labor movement is crucial, because otherwise we miss what already, the lessons that already have been shared. Which is, one of the things to point out is, when workers feel this way, that's the boss's argument. The boss's argument is divide and conquer strategy. That it's always been this way. They always point to, when workers fight, when any section of the working class fight for something better, they tell them, look, you're better off than this other worker. This was the bedrock of the Jim Crow era. This was the bedrock of slavery. White workers who were treated like crap and were exploited were told, but you're better off than the black workers. Why? Because that was to prevent any kind of solidarity between black workers and white workers. The same arguments were made to break up the white working class from the immigrant working class, Chinese, German, Polish, Irish workers, from the white workers and from the black workers. And in fact, this also points towards the kind of labor leadership we need, because a lot of the betrayals by the business unionist leaders, by the corrupt labor leaders who went along with that kind of division, those labor leaders had to be overcome. That type of bad leadership had to be overcome by the rank and file. And so the formation of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, the CIO, when we say AFL-CIO, that was not automatic. The formation of the CIO was a huge progressive step forward, because that represented the rank and file of the union movement fighting to, for example, include black workers in the union movement, to fight against racism inside the labor movement itself. All of these points are extremely crucial to push back against the divide and conquer. And so absolutely we have to emphasize that the emphasize the opposite of divisions, which is solidarity amongst ourselves.
Caesar, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No. We can go get to our closing if you like. No, that's all
Yeah,
I
I
have.
just wanted to thank them for answering that, because I talk to so many workers, and I actually have a handful of people out here that's willing, to reach out, but I don't have that. I do a different thing. I'm not really. I haven't had a job in a minute, so let alone know how to start a union. So I just wanted to put them in good hands more than anything, with some people I know, people I trust, and that are doing good things in America. So, but I just want to thank y'all for that. Thank you.
And Kshama, you wanted to make a point about Biden and labor as well?
Yes, and actually, I was realizing one other point. I think it would be remiss if we didn't include in this conversation. Obviously, Carl and others, we brought up the important point about the war in Ukraine and the need for international working class solidarity and no to all imperialist war. All of those are really important points, and I think it would be remiss if we didn't point out how shameful it is that AOC and a big section of the supposed progressive democratic leadership has gone along with the war spending. This is absolutely shameful, and that's why it's so crucial that as we were CJ, you Nick and me and Jill Stein, we were talking earlier about how it's so important that Cornel West is running to represent the working class and the left as the anti-war candidate, because this is very important. We cannot allow Donald Trump, who is a dangerous reactionary, to grab the mantle as the anti-war candidate, and that's why it's so crucial that we have that. And in that context, for your labor event, I wanted to say it's also really shameful that a big section of the labor leadership has given just this ringing endorsement to Joe Biden. And this is in the wake of the utter betrayal of the railroad workers and the breaking of their strike. If this is not evidence of why we need organizations like Workers Strike Back and a revival of the militant rank and file leadership and pushing back against and defeating of the business unionist ideas, then I don't know what is. Because how is this a way forward for the union movement, for labor leaders like Liz Schuler, who's the head of the AFL-CIO, giving this, really enthusiastic recommendation to Biden after all the selling out? I think the way forward has to be for the left, has to be independent of the Democrats. But that fight also then implies, given the role of the labor leadership, a big section of the labor leadership in any case, that given that the fight for the independent party for the working class, that fight has to take place inside the union movement as well.
Thank you so very much. So I want to be respectful of people's time as far as the rest of this evening goes. But one of the things that I did want to mention, CJ had to drop out a little bit because he has some things he has to take care of. But thank you so very much, CJ. But one of the things I want to start off with is as closing comments and where we can find you. If we can start off with Carl, we haven't heard from you in a little bit. So if you can go to your closing thoughts as well as where we can find you as well.
Okay. Just to expand on what I have said earlier, right? That right now, to follow the suggestions from the Democratic establishment, the Democratic Party establishment, to keep the way things are. That's actually just pushing the working class towards the right. You are ceding ground because right now we are in a extraordinary situation in the United States when the wealth continue to accrue to the top 1%, while there's popular immiseration. There's popular discontent everywhere. People are getting fed up with the establishment. They're getting fed up with the mainstream media, right? They are looking for directions. They're looking for change. Right now, the Democratic establishment is not providing that for them. Instead, if the left is the true left in the United States, is not gonna seize this opportunity to organize the masses, to guide them along a truly revolutionary movement. If you do not seize that opportunity, you're going to cede the momentum to the right populist politics, like that of the Donald Trump, right? Like that of Tucker Carlson. Look at how Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson are gaining support right now. They're gaining support by pretending they are, as Kshama said, they are the anti-war candidate. They're the one who care about the U.S. domestic politics, right? These are all the right noises that the true left of the United States should be making. I mean, this is, like I said, no war, but class war. That's my ending statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And where can they find you, Carl?
I am a prolific shit poster on Twitters. People can just look for my handle, Carl Za. That's my Twitter handle. I am also on. I have a YouTube channel. I do post a lot of content on my. Again, just search for Carl Za on YouTube. I also do have a Patreon for my Silk and Steel podcast, which I focus primarily on China, surrounding regions, the history, pop culture, and politics. So welcome to check that out. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Carl. Now we're going to be moving on to Steve. Steve, where can your final thoughts as was, where can they find you? Please make sure to include where they can find you as well.
Yeah, great. Again, thanks so much for providing this forum to talk about this like under discussed topic that's really important. I want to say that, yeah, I think like while my power comes from being a worker and a Teamster, my ability to withhold my labor, like I said, it's my ideas and the organization of Workers Strike Back and Socialist Alternative that can actually empower the working class, workers at UPS, myself, to fight and to change things, and not just to take each fight as it comes and think in that moment with no context around it, what do we think the best thing to do here might be, but rather to look at all of the lessons of history, recent and far back, internationally, what the working class has been able to accomplish, why they have lost, why they have won when they have. And that's why I'm a member of Social Alternative. That's why I think it's important that other folks here watching join Workers Strike Back and be a part of that organization, and why I think it's also really important for everyone, like Kshama mentioned, but particularly if you're a Teamster, if you're a UPS Teamster, if you know a UPS Teamster, if you talk to your delivery person, you won't see them again, unfortunately, by tomorrow, but let them know about this. Let them know about this Zoom meeting tomorrow, 12 Pacific, 3 Eastern. We only have till the 22nd for this vote. And so there's a quick time in which we want to do a lot of sprinting, get as much done as possible, organize a strong no vote, but not just the no vote, like no matter what happens with this vote, even if we do end up the majority votes yes, we need to build for the strongest possible or maintained organized structures to go forward into the next contract. And that's, I think that's maybe where I'll stop. Thanks so much.
And where can they find you?
That's right. Yeah, I'm not. I don't have much. I'm on Twitter. Steve Capri. I think I've got like 200 followers or something. At Steve Capri, though. Feel free to follow.
All right. Thank you so very much. And now, last but not least, the lady of the hour, Ms. Kshama Sawant. What are your final thoughts? And, what do you want to leave with everyone? And, of course, we know about Socialist Alternative. And if you wanted to include any other socials that they can follow you at as well.
Yeah, I think the easiest way for people to get in touch with us would be if you can go to workerstrikeback.org. Workerstrikeback is all one word.org. You can sign up. You can just say, I want to know more, or I want to build Worker Strike Back in my city, whichever way you want to approach it, we will respond to you. Or you can go to socialistalternative.org and then contact us there as well. In fact, a lot of the people who ended up joining Socialist Alternative in the last years, they contacted us because they heard about this or that victory that we won, whether it's in Seattle or in other cities, and they got inspired by that. They wanted to understand more, and then they ended up joining Socialist Alternative. So if you're watching this and you feel inspired by our discussion here, then please feel free to to contact us either through Worker Strike Back or Socialist Alternative. You don't have to be a socialist to get involved in Worker Strike Back. What we do want, of course, is some people who want to fight for a better life for workers, and concretely that would mean fighting for better wages, like $25 an hour. For Amazon workers, they're actually fighting for $30 an hour, and for Medicare for all, also building a fight against discrimination and oppression such as racism and attacks on women and trans people. And also Worker Strike Back is calling for a new party for working people, because obviously, in our view, the Democrats and Republicans have completely betrayed us. So if all of this sounds good to people who are watching, then absolutely get in touch with us.
Thank you so very much. I would just like to thank all of you guys for joining. This was a very informative, but also very necessary. This is very necessary discussion to have. Rome, did you have any final words before they exit out?
I just wish you all luck. It's gonna be a bumpy road on the road to liberation, of course, but we are down for the ride. I think you are down for the ride. You sound like you're down for the ride, and I wouldn't want to be in this motherfucking whip with anybody else. I think y'all are gonna steer us in the right path, and I thank y'all for even taking your time out to come on RBN and spit some game to us, because it's a lot of gatekeeping on information nowadays, which I just don't understand why when we call ourselves socialists. But thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you guys so much. Now I'll be dropping you guys out, and Rome, if you want to stick around, we will start looking at some of these super chats. And thank you all so much for joining. Have a great night.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So I'm going to be getting to some of the super chats that have happened throughout this portion. I just want to make sure that I get to these out of respect for all the people who have given us any type of support whatsoever. So I just want to thank you guys for that. First of all, we're going to be going to Ed for becoming a YouTube member. Yes, we do have $3.99 memberships here on RBN. If you guys would like to, you guys can also become members as well on this channel to support the channel. Thank you so very much to Ed Averill. Thank you. Clap it up for Ed Averill as well. We also have Jeffrey says, in apartheid. Thank you so very much for the super chat. Appreciate it so very much early on. Anthony says, Chuck, we got to get rid of non-career PSE 1.5 year. Thank you so very much for that. Hobbs 45 says, are workers aware that of the Wagner Act 1935, which makes it illegal to prevent or discourage unions forming? Membership should be at 80%, not 12%. Thank you so much to Hobbs 45 for that super chat as well. Excuse me. A political idealist. Thank you so much for that.
Hold on. Can I speak on that law? Because I mean, we have a lot of rights and laws that nobody enforces. Like, I don't think that the people is educated enough to even know about it or even do something about it. Even if they knew, like we had said earlier with Chris Smalls, I had told him, I was like, I'm surprised you're not dead. Even the reason why we have a union right now, it took for people to actually people was getting shot by the National Guard to start just like this back in the days, and people just not that into it nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like they fuck it. I don't think people willing to actually do what it takes to build a strong union nowadays, or actually push back on the laws and tries to get the government to enforce these laws on these corporations, because we have seen so many corporations not only pass laws but get laws passed for them. Like, corporations are considered a person in America, which is asinine. So
that's true. I mean, what good is a law if it doesn't get enforced, right?
Like freedom.
Yep, exactly. Now, next to a political idealist says, how do we solve the rural-urban divide? That's a really good question, and I think it starts off with conversations with one another and finding the commonalities between us. these commonalities, meaning that we want security. We all want, when I say security, I'm not just talking about from a public safety perspective, but I'm also talking about from pay, as well as healthcare, housing, education. We all want these different things. And the thing is that there's more that unites us than divides us. Rome, you talk about, speaking with right wingers all the time, or people who are from rural areas all the time. The thing is that we all, like, look, and I hate to be crude, but white people take a shit just like black people do. So it's like, you need a toilet, I need a toilet. You need a house, I need a house. You need healthcare, I need healthcare. So what is that huge divide that people really want to bring in? I think we need to come in and bring that together, because ultimately, and I say this all the time, is that the divisions that we see, like racism, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, ableism, all this stuff is really just a division tool that is being used by the corporate dictators to keep us separate. But once we start realizing, hey, we're not that much different, and we start coming together, I think that's the thing that we need to use in order to really build that class consciousness so we can change this country. Your thoughts, bro?
Learn how to call each other stupid. Learn how to say that this is a dumb way of thinking in a nice way, and try to move on. Like, you can relate to them and say, like, this was dumb of me thinking. Like, I might even start a conversation like, man, I remember back when I was homophobic. Like, what the fuck why am I thinking about dicks all day? Some shit like that. Right? But it hits them. They like, oh, whoa. Even if I'm not thinking like that right now, or even if I never did, I know that they do. I know that you're a hateful motherfucker. I know that you're racist. I know that there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you, but I know that I can crack you, because we have, deep down inside, we all have class consciousness. It's just those divides that they throw at us, those differences that we have amongst one another. Like, I was just talking to the people that's working on my road, and these are all redneck white men. I'm on the phone with my friend Maine. He worked for UPS. He's talking about the strike that's going to be going on in Ohio.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, you know me, I'm loud, and we start ending up talking about the undocumented immigrants who are getting played in Florida right now, and I explain what this is really about. They're going to do the same thing to them what they did to our people. If we can't get cheap, or if we can't get the labor out of you no more, you know what I'm saying, for cheap, then we're going to get it for free. And how we're going to do that, since slavery is illegal, put you in jail. Put you in jail for being illegal. And now I get the free labor out your ass. And they all joined in, and they was breaking their own brains, even thinking about the shit that was coming out their mouths, because they never had so much class consciousness amongst themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's all it really takes, man. It don't take much to relate to a motherfucker. The thing is, y'all too busy looking at what makes me different from this motherfucker. That's the problem. You don't look at what are we all going through at the same time that I can say out loud right now, and you're gonna be like, all right then.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful point. Well said, bro. Now, Jeffrey Long says, RBN and Midwestern Marks fired. Thank you so much. That was a great panel. I really appreciated having them on about that. Justin, thank you so very much for the super chat. Says, this panel is so based, super chatting in solidarity. That was for the Midwestern Marks panel, I think. Yes. So thank you so very much. Social Emotional Learning with Dr. Donnie. Thank you so very much for becoming a member. Clap it up for Social Emotional Learning with Dr. Donnie. Dr. Donnie. All right. Thank you so very much. Martin comes in with a super sticker. Thank you so very much, Martin.
See, that is a great point, Martin, because see, if you don't stop capitalism, if you don't stop
don't get me misbehaving on this stream, Rome. We almost in the clear. We almost in the clear. Jeffrey Long says, RBN hitting over the fence with bases loaded. Thank you so much. Baseball reference, gotta love it. Carlos Garrido, he's a big baseball fan, so he would love that reference. Theron says, if you want your local Green Party to be more involved in labor organizing, please join it and offer to help. We are all workers and tired at the end of the day. We need to help. We need all the help we can get. That's very true, Theron.
Yeah, even look, I have done work for the Green Party before. I've done work for the Green Party Michigan. I have done a commercial for a candidate in Texas.
I did a commercial for Green Party too.
Yeah. So I never voted. I don't plan on voting. Not even for Dr. Cornel West. I won't even vote for my own mama. But that's just my strategy. But I still feel like I still have a duty to push mutual power being built around me. I can't ignore the people that need better, that want a better power. I got my own party, so I don't need to. I can't even join the Greens if I wanted to as a chairman of my own party. But I still feel like this is a moment. This is our moment, and no matter if you're going to be a voter or non-voter or whatever the fuck you're going to be in between, I think you should push the Green Party for right now until they show that they are grown corrupt. You don't like what they are saying. They're not living up to their policies. They are hiring people that you wouldn't necessarily call green, and we have seen some Green Party people sell out. What's that one white lady name that always wear that corny ass shit?
Oh. Talking about Howie Hawkins.
No, not Howie Hawkins. I'm talking about the white lady. That bitch.
White lady.
White lady. She did. I think she voted down $15 an
hour. Oh my God, I forgot. She's a Democrat now.
Yeah, she's a Democrat now, but she was a Green Party.
But I'm just saying, her name. Is she even worth even remembering? Not really.
Not really. But I'm just saying. Maybe we should remember her because there can be many more like her.
Yeah.
And
Kristen Sinema.
Kristen Sinema. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the motherfucker. So, yeah, we have snakes in the grass, and the Green Party isn't perfect, of course, but that's up to you to take the lawnmower and mow the grass, and get all these critters and all these rodents and these reptiles up out of your fucking yard, so we can grow a real Green Party.
Mm-hmm. That's actually that's a good analogy, Rome. I gotta give you your flowers on that one. You've been working on your analogy game, bro. I see you.
I'm high. Remember, I was a rapper, so Punchline's just like,
All right, thank you so much, Martin, for the super sticker.
Thank you again, Martin, because I keep telling people that exact same thing when I go, and they just don't understand what never mind. You can go ahead, man.
Did you just pull a Mitch McConnell? Sorry, let me stop. Rome just quiet quit it. Thank you for the super chat, Jeffrey Long, making it make sense. Martin R gave another super sticker. Thank you so very much.
And he been kicking gems all tonight. And I don't know who's your sensei, who's your teacher, but it's bringing tears to my eyes, man. I never read so many beautiful words, and that, like, thank you, Martin.
ARJ 1997 says capitalists are the bane of society and will doom the working class if we don't fight back. Hashtag keep fighting back. Hashtag class solidarity. Hashtag class warfare. Hashtag working class. Hashtag end capitalism.
Damn, motherfucker. These hashtags better work on YouTube.
Yep.
They do. man.
Karen Palmer says, research, Bloody Thursday. People died in the 1934 West Coast waterfront strike, San Francisco docks.
Yeah.
Anyone interested in what and how a union can do should research the mighty Harry Bridges, ILWU. Thank you so very much for that, Karen Palmer.
You know why I refuse to join a union? Because they are not taking it back to the roots. I think unions should have different sections of people for different things. You're gonna, of course, we got our workers and whatnot, but some of these workers need to be trained as soldiers in order to not only combat but to protect when we go out there to strike. Every time I see these motherfuckers, they go out there, they strike, and they just sitting down, and people just throwing them all around and hitting them and kicking them. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I think unions overall need to go back to the roots. Ain't nothing sweet in this world, and ain't nobody trying to give you a damn thing. They're not even trying to give you what your labor is worth. You know? So I don't know, man. I think unions overall is co-opt. I mean, this is why it's only like fucking 10% of them motherfuckers covering workers in America today, because it's so corrupt. You know, but I think if you are in a union, you need to co-opt that union from the inside, like how you try to do the Democratic Party. You know, these are real people that you can actually talk to, actually hang around, and go to the bar too. You know, your kids go to the same school or whatnot. You have a real chance to change your union, and not only have have a backup plan, but have people that's ready to protect you when the powers that be come to smack you all up. We have seen it. We have seen it happen multiple times. And like, unions are one of the reasons why rednecks are here. You know, the rednecks and the black people, we fought in the mountains together. We didn't win that battle, but we won that war, man. And we got a lot of people. We got a lot of people benefits. But you got to be ready to do whatever it takes to make this life better, not only for you, but the generations up under you also.
Yeah, that's actually some historical analysis, because a lot of people don't realize that the term redneck was actually a workers' solidarity term that was used for a lot of white workers, especially in the South, especially in places like West Virginia, when they were working as miners and coal miners and things like that. And so they wore red bandanas to show their solidarity that they were part of that union, and they were called rednecks. So really, it is actually a workers' solidarity term. So it is actually important that, the rednecks come back and they actually take their name back, and they start actually showing worker solidarity across industries and across racial lines too. So that's important. ARJ 1997, thank you for the next super chat. Says union workers cannot accept the first TA from their company. Would you agree to sign away 5 years of bargaining and strike power if they cannot come close to your demands? Hashtag working class, hashtag strike.
I feel that.
This is what I love about our people, is that they will speak bars. Also, thank you so much to Defund the Empire for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Clap it up for Defund the Empire.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Put your ass long enough. You've been watching us for a minute. I remember that damn name. What took you so long, motherfucker?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have been great supporters of us, and so we really appreciate all of it, all of the support. I'm going to check the Rockfin side just to make sure if there's anybody that we missed as far as any tips. I know that we had some on for the previous hour, the previous part, I'm sorry. And thank you so very much. Wow. So yes, Dave Burt on Rockfin says you're right to discuss union and organize on the job many ways. High law protected, the courts and the government, but more behavior of employees constantly F with this. Yeah. So the thing is that a lot of these companies, they will try to make sure that they mess with you so that you are discouraged from unionizing, because they basically want to say, well, if you unionize, then you're going to have a disadvantage. And it's like, yeah, but the disadvantage is really for the company and the corporation, not for us. Because even though we may be disadvantaging ourselves for a little bit, it's going to hurt the company in the long run. And if that hurts the company in the long run, in order for us to get what we want, then it's a sacrifice worth making. This is why strike funds are so important. This is why mutual aid is so important, so that the workers won't hurt, but the company will.
I remember I was just working at Bed Bath & Beyond 2 years ago, whenever, and I was asking this one girl that got hired in the same day as me. We worked for 2 weeks. We worked the same hours, the same hours, but I got paid like $3 more than her. And
wow.
So I asked her, but I ain't gonna lie, I was helping rebuild the store and whatnot, but we were still on the same payroll. Like it was really on some fuck shit, because I was threatening to actually like leave, and I'll do like say I was rebuilding a store, so I'll do some shit. I'll rebuild like halfway, and then I start a fight with my manager and threaten to leave, and that's how I was getting my raises. So once we got that check, I asked her, I was like, how much you made these 2 weeks? And then old white lady, she like, you can't do that. You can't talk about your paycheck. I was like, says who? It's like, well, they can fire you for that. I was like, okay, well, I'll just come back on my lawyer for retaliation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, y'all got power.
Yeah.
Y'all got power. Like, you may not win, but 9 times out of 10, people jobs like that, fuck yeah, you can talk about your goddamn wages. Wendy's, that's the first thing I ask a nigga. How much you made?
Yeah.
Every time I get a new job, how much you make a week?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. No, those are ways of unionizing also. But see, the thing is, they got you motherfuckers so dumb that you don't like your coworkers. You want to keep it. Oh, this is my coworker. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to you outside of work. That's fucking dumb. That's fucking dumb. When y'all work together, y'all both got to go to the place that feeds both of y'all family. Y'all should be the main ones talking and making sure that motherfucker is right. Or if it isn't right, if it isn't up to code, motherfucker, blackmail their asses. Do something. Connect with each other, and I guarantee that unionizing would take it would take less effort and less time if you guys just befriended. Now, I'm not telling you guys to go bowling and start licking each other fucking ass. I'm telling you to start fucking talking to your coworkers. Start talking to your coworkers, befriend your coworkers, get each other phone numbers. You don't have to go on Facebook, no Twitter. Unionize on the ground first, and then bring that shit to the bosses. That way you're already ready for a vote. When it's time to go down, everybody's on the same fucking page. But no, I can't talk to you because this and that. Man, shut the enough of that shit. They have taught us nothing but divide, and you have divided yourself. You have helped them long enough. Talk to these motherfuckers before they talk to them, before the management talk to them and give them a higher position. And now they getting enough money. Now they getting better health care, and they feel like they ain't got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Or they got something to lose or shit.
Yeah. That is a huge lesson. And listen to what Rome said. Talk about your pay with your coworkers. Talk about it. Even if it's off the clock, get with your coworkers on lunchtime. Y'all go to, a coffee shop or whatever, and y'all just be like, hey, I'm getting this much. How much you getting? We're doing the same job. How much you getting? You know what I'm saying? Make sure you do that. I just want to bring this out. Roger Meadow says, Rome, you have an army behind you. You have experience in campaigning. Michigan is a citizen ballot initiative state. You can run them as amendments to 1, get Michigan single payer, 2, Michigan public banks, 3, agency to make it easy to start co-ops.
I'm gonna need some better connections and a lot of more money to get some amendments passed. I remember I used to work for some organization that used to get bills passed. I helped legalize marijuana in Florida, and I helped something in California. It was a couple of bills, but whatever. But them people are rich. Them people who can pass ballot initiatives, they rich. And fuck, I don't have the money or that even that manpower to get people out here. But I would try my best. You know, I would try to put people on it and whatnot. But as far as changing laws, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't want to participate. I don't want to participate in this system as more than I have to right now, because my plan is just liberation. So I feel like even if we were to, I don't feel like that's my job to get bills passed or to be out here and be like, oh, we should be. No, I think my job is more like general. You know, get you to fight. I'm not into. I'm into politics, but I'm not a politic guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you very much for that. And so, one thing I wanted to bring up is, we just have to, talk about, our rights as workers more. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways for this is, if you guys have not, please make sure to discuss worker power with your fellow workers. And if you're not a worker, if you know a worker, which you no doubt do, talk about their power as workers too. And especially if they are a teenager, get them started on their power as workers now. You got a teenager in your life, I don't care if it's a nephew, a niece, a grandkid, a son, a daughter, a brother, or a sister. If you got a teenager in your life, start letting them know about the power they have as workers now.
Either that or they're going to join TikTokers for Biden.
We don't want them to do that. They're going to end up like Mitch McConnell.
They're going to end up like AOC. They're going to end up like all the motherfuckers. They like, it's bad enough that the CIA does nothing but teach us. Like, come on, man.
Oh my goodness. So we have to end it. Rome, any last thoughts before we head out?
Smoke them if you got them. No.
I love it.
No, I just want to say, thank y'all. It's been another successful summit.
Yep.
Another successful summit, but I want to give thanks to my RBN brothers and sisters because they've been holding it down. I'm not going to sit here and act like I deserve any credit. They have done most of the planning, get most of the people. They have been working so hard, and I need you people to really, really, tap in to your mothers and your father's cell phones and their YouTube pages and subscribe to Revolutionary Blackout so we can revolutionize their old asses. And thank you.
Thank you so very much. And thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. One of the things that I also wanted to do, if you guys have not, you guys can also go to our Substack. You guys can go to our revolutionaryblackout.substack.com so you guys can also get email notifications so you guys will not miss out on any of our streams, as well as if you guys have not already, you guys can go support us on Patreon at patreon.com/RevBlackNetwork so you guys can give us that support there as well. You guys can also go to revolutionaryblackoutnetwork.com if you guys would like to go to our website to check out the things we'll be doing. For myself, I will also be hosting the meet and greet for my chapter, the Orlando RBN chapter, later next month. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be planning what we'd like to do for our community here in Orlando, Florida. So if you guys would like to, then you guys can email me. Let me put my email in the chat just in case, and then I'll respond with the questionnaire. Let's see.
I'm coming back to LA to start a clinic. But that's all you get.
Y'all getting healthcare. That's all y'all get.
Ask me for nothing else.
Nothing else. Just healthcare and maybe some food and maybe some toiletries. That's what we're going to do.
Probably pair of clothes and a pair of shoes, but that's it. Probably
Babel, to answer your question, all of us at RBN in our respective communities are starting chapters where we actually do community building and mutual aid in order to build dual powers so that we build worker solidarity and class consciousness in an area by also providing tangible and concrete things for all of the people within our communities. So for instance, you have CJ that's going to do it in LA, Sabby's doing it in Boston, Rome's doing it in Michigan, and in Detroit. You have Nick that's going to be doing it in St. Louis, and I'll be doing it here in Orlando. And we're trying to influence other people to start at least doing mutual aid within their respective areas or join mutual aid organizations throughout the country, really throughout the world, so that we can actually build a more bigger working class movement. So that's what we're doing. So if you guys are interested in
he's lying, we're building strip clubs all across America, and he's going to be the #1 dancer in all of them.
Okay. See, Rome. Here's the thing. This man got me messed up. I'm gonna share this really quick before I go, because I thought this was hilarious. It was hilarious, but at the same time, I think it's cool because you know I got more fruit flavors than lifesavers, which is true.
Nigga, what?
But I gotta share this really quick because this is kind of based. I ain't gonna lie. Let me share. To all you who are gay, you guys are gonna be like, what? So let me share this. Yes, it's true. Workers at Grindr, the popular and long-running LGBTQ dating app, also known as a hookup app, have announced a supermajority support to forming a union. Jacobin talked to 2 Grindr workers about their demands. Union booty. That's exactly what it's going to be. Union booty. I cannot wait. We're going to be talking about people, a hookup app where the workers of the hookup app are going to be unionizing. I cannot. You know I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to bring this up on my channel. Watch. We're going to talk about it.
And you know, I just remember, I just brought up the domino effect. Like I said, you know, if UPS workers are, you know, we should reach out to waste management.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be apps, you know what I'm saying, that's going to be like, yeah, fuck this. And I hope to see not only Grindr, but I hope to see games like what's that motherfucking what's that old school game? It's not old school, but it's you got the Candy Crush. I want to see shit like that unionized. I hope it have that domino effect to where these motherfuckers, every fucking worker is getting what they need.
OnlyFans union, that sounds based too.
I start OnlyFans union. I got that one.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Anywho, gotta get going. I gotta get to bed because JB tired. We're on our 12th hour now. So everybody, look, like I always say, water your plants, water yourselves, leave the world better than you found it. Smoke, yeah. Also, drink them if you got them, but if you don't got them, then also watch something funny because joy is revolutionary. And look, take care of each other as well as your fellow workers because we're all we got. And remember, oh my gosh, I'm choked up because of all the love. We save us.
This nigga.
Deuces. Of course.
Niggas, if you don't got them, go get them.